Morning, everybody. Before I formally introduce myself, which I'm going to do in a few minutes, can I just ask everybody to please take your seats? We're about to begin. And maybe we could close the doors. We're just going to play a short health and safety video for you now before we begin. So let's play that video. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we please have your attention for this public safety announcement. This is the Printworks Conference Centre. The Printworks Conference Centre has 8 emergency exits. Exit signs will remain illuminated at all times. Please take a moment to check the exit nearest you, bearing in mind that it may be behind you. In the event of emergency, you will be asked to proceed to the exit and move down the steps to the assembly point located in the lower castle yard beside the church. For your convenience, restrooms are located out the doors to the left. Please ensure that mobile phones are switched to silent while in the Printworks Conference Centre, and remember that this is a no smoking and no vaping building.
Okay, that was nice and short and sweet. Very good. So, good morning, everybody. On behalf of the Irish hosts of ECCA 2023, I'd like to warmly welcome you all to the 6th European Climate Change Adaptation Conference here in the wonderful grounds of Dublin Castle. My name is Karen Coleman. I'm a journalist and a broadcaster from Ireland, and I specialise in EU issues. And it's my pleasure to be the Master of Ceremonies at this ECCA 2023 event. We have almost 1,500 attendees with us either online or here in the room in Dublin Castle, and a very warm welcome to those of you who are joining us online. The ECCA 2023 conference includes more than 70 parallel activities with a key focus on 6 specific adaptation themes and key messages for actionable knowledge for a climate resilient future. The conference, as you'll have seen from your agenda, has a range of activities, lots of things to participate in. And the goal really is to inspire and reach adaptation by showcasing solutions, exchanging knowledge, having conversations, creating connections, and encouraging more conversations on how to act more and faster at every level. So I hope you have a fabulous, inspiring couple of days here at the ECCA 2023 conference in Dublin Castle. Just a couple of housekeeping issues before we start. On your badges, you should have the Wi-Fi codes, but just to remind you, the code is DC_conference and the password is June 2023. Please feel free to tweet, to share photographs, to share chats from the various parallel sessions and the plenary sessions. The hashtag is ECCA 2023 and the handle is ECCA also 2023. Before I introduce our first guest, I'm delighted to say now that we have a message via video from Irish Minister Eamon, Irish Minister for Climate Action and Communications Network and Minister for Transport. Let's have that video now. Thank you.
Hello, Eamon Ryan is my name, Minister for the Environment, Climate and Communications and Transport in the Irish Government. I really regret I can't be with you there today for this European Climate Adaptation Conference. I have a good excuse. I'm on my way to the Energy and Environmental Council in Luxembourg in the next 2 days, and they're important. I've got important decisions to make on market design, on the nature restoration law, and how we approach and deliver our Fit for 55 climate package, which is at the centre of the Green New Deal of European and Irish government policy. I have confidence in our European system. It's a difficult time at the moment, a lot of controversy of some of the measures, but the scale and breadth of the legislation we're going to introduce is completely going to change our future, change it for the better. I want to give you 3 examples of the adaptation side, or work which we're doing in the country on both mitigation and adaptation and climate, and show how they go together. Some of the soft policy areas that maybe doesn't get all the attention, just to share some of the thinking that might influence or help the work you're going to do in Cork over the next 2 days. Firstly, we're carrying out a land use review, which is going to be critical, both in reducing emissions, but also in managing how we adapt to the climate change that we now know is already inevitable. We spent the last 2 years working on the science-based assessment of what's actually happening, and now we need to look at what we need to change and how we change. It's a difficult issue because the science keeps changing. It's not certain in terms of exactly how you store carbon in the soil or what type of forestry goes best where. It's something where you have to be willing to learn by doing and continue to adapt as we learn what's happening in our environment and what we need to change. It's optimizing across so many different variables. Yes, we need to prepare and adapt to climate change, but also we need to make sure that we protect rural development, that there's a social dimension for this, that we see people being at the centre of the solutions, and also that they're a part of the natural landscape and they have to be able to adapt to climate as well as the natural systems. Secondly, We have to make sure that this is a just transition in how we do adaptation as well as mitigation. It's really critical in my mind that we work on a partnership basis. We do that well in Ireland. We work with the social pillars, business, unions, farming community, environmental NGOs, social partners, social agencies, but also academics. As we innovate, and we'll have to innovate with real skill here, we do it in a combination of government, industry, academia, and civil society. What do they call it? The quadruple helix of innovation, where all four are interconnected, sharing knowledge, information, best practice, building trust, so that as we make the changes, we bring people with us. We see this as part of a national and a European challenge, something that defines us, makes us feel better about ourselves, prepares us better for what is going to be a changing, hard-changing world. Lastly, one of the areas we're working on is how we communicate this. It's probably the most important. Yes, we need to get the science right. Yes, we need to get the investment. Yes, we need to get the legislation. But we need to speak to people's hearts as well as their heads. We need to speak in language that is easy for everyone to understand so that they own the change. They own the scale and the level of adaptation that we need to make. That's not easy. And often we can get it wrong, I know, from speaking from experience. But that's what we need to do. We need to tell stories. That's what I think will come out of these 2-3 days in Cork. Listening to each other, learning from the stories we have across Europe of change. I hope you have a really good time. It's a beautiful city. It's a fantastic county in a lovely country. One that has a lot to do, a lot to learn from you in terms of how we adapt and manage to climate change. To thank you for coming. I think was at Lisbon the last time that this was held in person. We're good to be back on the Atlantic, on the cutting edge of Europe, thinking about how we manage climate when the Atlantic itself is changing. It's scary. It's a scale beyond compare. But taking the step, what is that Camino poem? Pilgrim, you make the path by taking the step. That should be our guide and model. I hope you have a good few steps in Cork in these coming days, and we look forward to learning from what you bring to our country and our county. Thank you very much. I really look forward to hearing the results of this really important conference.
And that was, thank you. Minister Eamon Ryan, Irish Minister for Climate Action and Communications Network and Minister for Transport. And of course, he mentioned Cork. I'm from Cork. There are lots of fabulous things going on in Cork. But of course, we'll be here in Dublin over the next couple of days. The real capital, but yeah. Down in Cork as well, they will be doing fantastic work too. But as the Minister says, this is an opportunity for conversation, for chat, and lots of exchange of wonderful ideas and solutions, and showcasing many inspiring projects and works that are happening. And it is going to be very busy. During this morning's plenary, we're going to have a mix of short addresses, a keynote speech, a couple of panel discussions, interviews and video presentations as well. So we have a busy schedule. Let's get started. And now to open the ECCA2023 conference, it's my pleasure now to invite on stage Eimear Cotter, a director with the Environmental Protection Agency in Ireland. Eimear.
Thanks very much, Karen, and Kate Míle Fáilte go baile clia to Dublin. I'm sure that was staged by the Cork people to have the Minister reference Cork so much. My name is Eimear Cotter. I'm a director in the Environmental Protection Agency here in Ireland, and really delighted to be making some opening remarks at this conference. And we're delighted in the EPA to be supporting this really important conference. The name Dublin actually derives from a site here in Dublin Castle. Comes from the name Blackpool. This is where the Vikings harboured their ships and set up a trading post. So that pool, Blackpool, gives it the name to Dublin. So I really would encourage you to go and explore the grounds here of Dublin Castle, and that site itself is in the gardens, but also to explore Dublin while you're here, and hopefully Ireland more generally. So ECCA is Europe's flagship conference on adaptation to climate change. The first ever ECCA was held 10 years ago in 2013 in Hamburg and has been taking place every 2 years since then. 2 years ago, 2021, we were all living under the shadow of COVID, and ECCA took place in a hybrid format, as so many conferences were at that time. But it's really great to see everybody back now in person here in Dublin. As Karen said, we have nearly 1,500 people in attendance between here and online, and I think there is no substitute really for events like this and being in person. ECCA 2023 will build on its history and our increasing scientific understanding of the risks and challenges posed by ongoing climate change, such as recently provided by the IPCC. As an island nation on the edge of the Atlantic Ocean, Ireland is especially exposed to climate-driven changes. In recent years, we have hit some very significant climate milestones, perhaps earlier than what we would have expected. So this conference will be informed by the findings of the WMO's and Copernicus's report yesterday, Status of Europe's Climate, which was launched here yesterday, and it found that record high annual temperatures were reported in the Western and Southwestern Europe in 2022, with several countries, including Ireland, having its warmest year. In Ireland, we recorded the highest temperature since 1887 at 33 degrees at Phoenix Park here in Dublin last July. So as with all climate responses, climate adaptation and resilience must be based on the best available science. And as with all environmental challenges, we look to the research community to support the development and implementation of climate mitigation and adaptation policies. And this recognises the increasingly important role that scientific research and innovation are playing in informing how governments and societies can respond to the challenges posed by climate change. Here in Ireland, the EPA have a long history of funding environmental and climate research. We've just closed our 2023 call. We'll be re-advertising some of the topics under that call in the coming weeks around climate science. So just for any researchers in the audience, keep your eyes peeled for that. So this conference, ECCA, provides a unique space and an opportunity to connect decision makers, practitioners and researchers to foster collaboration and strengthen the community of climate adaptation practice across Europe, and also to bring links in with the Global Adaptation Futures Conference later this year in Canada. Key themes include sea level rise, coastal change, nature-based solutions, preparing for climate extremes, and reframing societal transformation and future social resilience. And there will also be a special focus on Ukraine and how it will rebuild sustainably once the illegal invasion by Russia is ended and rebuilding can begin. So above all, ECCA is where knowledge and insights are shared in preparation for our shared and hopefully peaceful future. So as global temperatures increase, the reality and the permanence of climate change is clear and its impacts are clear. This year, we've seen many records being exceeded, and we've seen that being reported most recently yesterday. Absolutely, the challenge is immense, but we know that there is reason for much hope, particularly around driving innovation, around renewables, investment in our public transport systems, in our agriculture, and our food systems, and in behavioural change. So really it is about the scale and the pace of those implementation actions that need to be increased. Adaptation is not optional. It is a reality. How we do it is what matters. Planned, progressive, and responsive adaptation actions are needed to maintain and enhance our social, economic and environmental resilience to climate change. And that, of course, is the focus of this conference over the next few days. So I wish you all really well in this meeting, and I look forward to hearing the outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eimear, and I think your point, adaptation is not optional, probably sums up so much of what this conference is about. So now it's time for this morning's keynote speech. Its title is EU Research and Innovation, Adaptation to Climate Change. And to deliver our keynote speech, I'd like now to welcome John Bell from the European Commission's DG Research and Innovation. John is the European Commission's Healthy Planet Director leading research and innovation policy transitions on a range of issues. He also leads the EU's €10 billion Horizon Europe research and innovation programme across these planetary transitions. John, you're very welcome.
You always have to be careful as a Dublin person when you're following a Cork person, and just make sure that nothing has been booby-trapped here, Karen, or anything like that. Fáilte go léir go mlá clia. Welcome to Dublin. And as Eimear was saying, Dublin was originally a city grounded in adaptation. It was a dark pool, a dove linn, that the Vikings could park their boats in, but most of the locals couldn't do much with. So in the name in Irish, Baile Á Clia, this very long word, they innovated and adapted to how are they going to build a society around this deep, dark pool by creating a hurdle across the ford of the river. And that's what the word Baile Á Clia means. It's the hurdle across the river, across the ford. So it's a city that has learned to adapt different visitors, cultures, languages, famine. This is the Pale that you're sitting in. They built a wall outside of which civilization apparently didn't exist for a while. So it's a great city to come and see how cities adapt. And on behalf of my colleagues, Philippe and Frederic and the European Commission and our Commissioner, I'd like to welcome you to this great city of ours. I want to thank in particular Frank and Petra and the team and all of you at the EPA who've done an extraordinary job in organising this and in welcoming in this and creating such an extraordinary programme. I was sitting yesterday, as many of you were, when the World Meteorological Organization went through the weather for Europe yesterday. I've had happier hours, and Mary Donnelly, a former colleague of ours, put it very well when she said, of course, we know the climate has changed. So how do we change? We, not just the people we are advising in terms of what the science has to say to policy, how do we as a science and policy community have to change given the knowledge that you have commissioned and the responsibility that we have as a scientific and policy community to guide society in a transition by design that needs to take place in the next decade, this decade of decision, where we can still deepen mitigation, where we can still restore nature, very popular phrase at the moment in politics, but where we need to accelerate and get an understanding of adaptation. Somewhere along the line, the word resilience will become a definition of sovereignty for individuals and societies and economies over the next generation. Somewhere along the line, your work, which has explained to this society and civilization, we're the first civilization that understands its dilemma, needs to be given the means to deal with the knowledge that we're getting. We heard it yesterday, you know, the ocean temperature that is rising. The rivers in Europe is heating up more quickly than other regions in the world. The rivers that are drying up, the impact that may have on our energy systems, our food systems, our rural communities, our economies, which are based in coastal areas where the sea level is rising more quickly than people had expected. And that's leaving aside what's happening in our glaciers, in the Alps, in all the critical parts of our connected ecosystems, in the depths of the ocean. And it's you and your community, the science policy community, who have actually taken the work to help us to understand, to give us this planetary enlightenment, to understand our dilemma and to see that there are options. There is still time. We may be running out of time, but we've not run out of ideas. And the question for us as a community here is not simply to do what a younger colleague of mine, we had a meeting recently about how can we better communicate. You know, the European Commission is one of the great communicators in the world, but how could we, even we, that was ironic, improve our communication in terms of, I'm what's called the director of the Healthy Planet Direction. We're doing all this extraordinary science together. How could we improve our communication? And somebody said we needed a logo, and I said, what would the logo be? And a young person said, we are the I Told You So organization. I said, yes, I get that, but it may not be exactly the message that would get it across. So we have a responsibility in this beyond simply what we know or our prediction. Adaptation is no longer, as it was perhaps even at the time of Lisbon, which is only yesterday, it's no longer an issue of foresight. It's an issue of foreground for people who are planning, who are investing, who are building, who are repairing. I was in Italy a couple of weeks ago, and you know, the scale of the devastation in Emilia-Romagna and the fact that so many people have been working to develop adaptation plans and so forth there, we really are being called on, we, the people who are here and at home, to step up in terms of helping this society to make the transition to a place where adaptation means resilient communities and societies and places where people can live and work and move. So we know what the diagnosis is, and all of this nonsense about, you know, mitigation or adaptation. I mean, clearly we need to get to the causes of our heating planet, our overheating planet. We need to deepen mitigation. We need to explain in ways that people who vote and who make decisions can understand there is no alternative, there is no economic choice but to accelerate and deepen our mitigation. The IPCC doesn't mince its words. In the future, we should expect more severe impacts on our physical and mental health, greater damage to our infrastructure, growing threats to our livelihoods, more outbreaks of vector-borne diseases, more extreme weather events such as heat waves, droughts, wildfires and floods, and humanitarian crises driving the displacement of people from their homes. We are in a decade of decision, and the people here who are explaining to the world where we are also now being called on to work more closely together to show us how human progress does what it does best, which is to, when the European Union was set up, Jean Monnet, who was actually a brandy salesman, who turned up and said, oh, if you want to have a solution when you have an impossible set of circumstances and immovable problems, you must change the context. That's what we have to do this decade. And it needs science to talk to policy. You are no longer private actors with private activities doing these wonderful projects with these great organizations in this archipelago of networks that we have. You are public actors. We have a responsibility in the science policy world in these years to show not just what the situation is, but how are we going to get from here to there. It's a kind of an enlightenment on speed with a map. So we must prepare those around us better and faster for the impacts. We need to ramp up our efforts. And the European Union, you know, for all its imperfections, is a kind of a missionary organization. It started off trying to make peace through coal and steel and trade, and then to make a market and bring people together through food and market, and then to try and peacefully reunite the continent. The mission of the European Union now, between now and 2050, is to make peace with nature. It's going to be a very difficult journey, and it means systems changes in all of our major systems. And it's going to require people like you to work in different ways, including that we in the science, the policy, the programming, and the policy systems work in a different way. It is no longer good enough for me in the Commission, in my programming world, or you in the excellent work you do in your projects, to think that it's enough simply to do good projects or good programs or great science. It needs to be brought out and translated and scaled up and connected. We need a new ambition. We need a mobilization of our community who in ECCA, in the work that you've been doing for the last year, have been showing the way to the scientific community. Now we need to try and help show the way to people like the Minister who spoke earlier on, who have to make very big decisions about infrastructure and housing and health systems and so forth. So research and innovation, you don't need a bureaucrat from the European Commission to explain the importance of research and innovation, but its role is very specific in this transition. We know that resilience will need to become a right. And this is the intergenerational aspect. Many of you are here who are not my ancient generation, will need to be at the forefront of our minds. The people who say, you know, when you think about our grandchildren's generation and so forth, that's fine. But the decisions that we need to make now have to be decisions that unusually are not simply decisions in space, so what we do for our society, but in time, because the nature of the changes that will take place if we do not get these decisions and these changes in place will be fundamental category differences for the generations following. So resilience should not just be a requirement now, it has to be a right between not just geographies, but generations. And that's also a challenge for the social sciences community to come in here and help us in making this transition. The work, of course, is hugely impressive that you have been doing. The mobilization, the evidence, people are not really, serious people are not really talking about whether or what, but the question now is how. How do we make these trade-offs, these transitions? One of our responses in the European Commission has been to launch with people across the community a series of missions, kind of moonshots, where research and innovation, which is the guidance system of transition, is given the means to try and mobilize and connect with communities and translate the knowledge in a way that can have large-scale impacts on real communities. And the mission on climate adaptation, the aim of that is by the end of the decade, 150 regions, at least in Europe, will be resilient, not will have a blueprint or have a plan or have an idea or a risk assessment, but they will be resilient. And we need to find new instruments and new ways to work out how do we do that. How do we have the scientific infrastructure, what is now scientific infrastructure that we're listening to and we'll read about today, about authoritative, local, legitimate information that can be used by people locally in making decisions about where people live and infrastructure and so forth. How does that become public infrastructure? Like the street lighting of the 19th century went from being something that Edison thought about to something which completely transformed the way people lived. That's part of what the mission has to do, is to take your work and to make it available so that we can actually drive this resilience across different parts of Europe, north, south, east and west. So one of the messages I'd like you to take out of this is above and beyond all the extraordinary work you're doing, and some of the people I see here are remarkable people. They're people who've made huge civilizational contributions to our futures. We need you to mobilize with us. This is an invitation to you. Populate the mission, engage with it, make it your own, and see what way we can use it to really transform and accelerate, giving the means to real places to become resilient using the knowledge and the science, the innovation, the finance, and the deliberative involving decision-making that is required. There's lots of details that I can tell you about the mission. There's a platform, there are projects, there's funding, all of these things you can find out for yourself. But what we need is a mobilization. When we're sitting yesterday, and I was listening to the latest evidence about where the weather is in Europe, over my shoulder there was this huge statue. Some of you will have seen this huge statue of a man in a toga, the forgotten man of Irish history called Daniel O'Connell. And Daniel O'Connell is one of the great adapters in Irish and British history. O'Connell realised that to transform the context in Ireland, people needed to be given a vote. They needed to be given the means to change society peacefully. And he modernised British politics because he mobilised people into large movements that had a single clear goal. And in doing so, he gave the vote to many, many people in Britain also, but he created the basis for democratic politics in the island. One person, clear vision, single goal, mobilisation was the key. The engagement and the mobilisation, not of just the experts, but of everybody. And that, I think, is the way forward. So look, folks, this is going to be, I think, a very, very engaging and uplifting moment together. It must be the beginning, not of yet another extraordinary conference or another step. We need to find a way to get the ambition, to harness the resources. There is no shortage of resources out there to see how can we make this transition. What does science need to be fit for purpose, to give the observation, the prediction, the modelling that is needed with accuracy and detail and distance? How do we get the knowledge into a space where local communities and decision makers can make decisions? And how do we scale up and accelerate resilience in infrastructures, in housing, in nature-based solutions and so forth? So Dublin is as good a place to do this as any. As I normally finish when we talk about science in this age, science has a duty to give courage to politics, to give hope to citizens, to give space to innovation, and to give, above all at this point, respite to nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. Well, as you know, the joint programme initiative Connecting Climate Knowledge for Europe, JPI Climate, together with the MAGICA project, supported by the European Commission, is organising this edition of ECCA. And now, to set the scene for this year's ECCA conference, it's my pleasure to welcome Petra Manderscheid, the Executive Director of the Central Secretariat from JPI Climate. Petra.
Thank you, Karen. Good morning, everybody, here in the room and also joining us online. Exactly 4 years ago, this community of practice in climate change adaptation has met for the last time in person in Lisbon for the 4th edition of ECCA. An overwhelming success, showing the growing interest in getting together to learn and share experiences and to co-design solutions for dealing with climate-related impacts. Time to Act was the title. Since then, we went through COVID, and this community could only meet virtually. So we did what we could to bring you all together online into a broadcast studio set up in Brussels, in the premises of the European Commission. Bringing adaptation solutions to life, inspiring climate adaptation actions today for a resilient future, was the slogan of ECCA 2021. It centered around the need to accelerate the transfer of knowledge from climate change research to climate policies and practices in action towards managing societal transformation. Now we are here. Our overall theme of ECCA 2023 is Actionable Knowledge for Climate Resilient Europe. It will be looked through a lens of 4 thematic areas that Karen was alluding in the beginning. Those areas range from coastal adaptation, sea level rise, nature-based solutions, energy infrastructures, over the role of climate services, the growing role of climate services, societal transformation, to very tangible issues of more frequent and more severe climate extreme events. With an open call in January for ECCA 2023, we had expected the following: share your climate adaptation challenges and practical solution ideas, pitch your solution ideas to learn from, co-design your activity with a subgroup of scientists, politicians, and practitioners. So this call, and you all know, was responded rightly with nearly 450 proposals to be part of a program that should be appealing for scientists, policymakers, and practitioners across Europe. So many of the proposers sit here now with us in the room. The program, we hope, will meet your expectations, is composed of nearly 70 interactive parallel sessions organized across Dublin Castle, and not only in this beautiful building, but it's across the court. You will enjoy the beauty of the historic venue of the castles, so spread across a whole area of the center of Dublin. You will experience and have the chance to meet and share. There we're going to have a piazza activity, a new concept where you come on stage and present and pitch ideas. There's remarkable arts performances I would really encourage to go and see. And we have an ECCA cinema, and there you will always have also have the chance to meet some of the filmmakers in person. So this room here counts over 600 chairs, and if you look around, it gives you a little bit of an idea of the size of the audience in person. The list of participants shows an impressive diversity of backgrounds joining us here. You are representatives of cities, like from Vienna, from Bremen, from Cork, from Kiev, representing ministries and environment agencies all across Europe, of course, European institutions, not only the Commission, but also the Parliament, the Joint Research Centre, and also the Court of Auditors. You are also climate activists, representatives of energy companies. You're researchers, students, professors, teachers, consultants, artists, urban planners, and architects. With those impressions of the diversity of this community of practice, I wish us all fruitful and inspiring exchanges with many new contacts and the openness to share and to learn mutually. I hope that we will all meet together tomorrow in the afternoon for the closing plenary with some new insights and ideas, relations to further be in touch with, and a strengthened determination to act together for a climate-resilient Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Petra. And I've been hearing about some of the events and the arts performances that will take place, and they sound fantastic. So looking forward to seeing those as well. Now we've something different for you. We're going to show you the first of 2 short videos from the Manderscheid Centre at University College Cork. Manderscheid is the Science Foundation Ireland Research Centre for Energy, Climate and Marine. And University College Cork, UCC, was the first university in the world to be awarded a green flag in 2010. It was the first university worldwide to achieve the ISO 5001 standard for energy management in 2011. And over the past 10 years, UCC has been continually ranked as one of the most sustainable universities in the world. UCC coordinates Manderscheid, which is the Science Foundation Ireland Research Centre for Energy, Climate and Marine. So in this first video, which is titled Bridging Between Research to Policy on Climate Adaptation, we'll see how it summarises some of the research topics in the field of climate adaptation undertaken within the Manderscheid Centre over the past 10 years, and it illustrates how this research has been used to inform national and local adaptation policy. Let's see that video now.
Manderscheid is the Science Foundation Ireland Research Centre for Energy, Climate and Marine, coordinated by the Environmental Research Institute at University College Cork. Our mission centres on undertaking excellent research in the energy transition, climate action and the blue economy, and translating the scientific results into insights that we use to inform policy, support industry and empower society. Climate change means temperatures are increasing, sea levels are rising and patterns of precipitation are shifting, and these changes are projected to intensify into the future. Adaptation to climate change is urgently required to offset some of these adverse impacts and make our towns, cities and communities more climate resilient. Manderscheid researchers at UCC are at the forefront of collaborative and innovative approaches linked to climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction, resulting in novel and impactful research which provides an evidence base for supporting climate action and the development of a climate resilient society, all the while working at local, national and European levels. Our engaged research approach supports decision makers to effectively manage more frequent and extreme hazards like flooding and heat waves and multi-risk events through, for example, forecasting and early warning systems, nature-based solutions, water and transport infrastructure operation and bespoke training and education programmes. Manderscheid coordinates Climate Ireland, which is recognised as a key national bridging resource between climate research and climate adaptation policy and planning in Ireland. Climate Ireland is a one-stop, web-based resource of climate and adaptation information for Ireland and involves the development and delivery of bespoke training activities that directly support decision makers to develop and deliver local and sectoral adaptation policies. Manderscheid researchers at UCC drafted Ireland's planning guidelines for climate adaptation and are working directly with regional, local and sectoral representatives in advancing climate adaptation policy and planning in Ireland. Our research is driven by and contributes to international, European and national policies on climate change, disaster risk reduction and sustainable development.
And that video produced by Manderscheid, well, of course, Manderscheid based in Cork, which Minister Ryan already referenced. But we are here in Dublin, and we've already heard some references to Dublin by John and also by Eimear earlier. And now we're going to hear about Dublin and its long history of adaptation. And it's my great pleasure to invite our guest who's going to speak about this, Conor Quinlan. Conor is a Senior Manager of Climate Services at the Environmental Protection Agency Ireland, EPA, and his work has focused on the delivery of the National Hydrometric Monitoring Programme, the National Water Framework Directive Groundwater Monitoring Programme, establishing national abstraction impact assessment procedures, and working to incorporate climate change impact assessment and adaptation measures into these works at a national level. Conor has also played a key role in preparing for ECCA 2023. So Conor, you're very welcome. Come up on stage and join us. Is Conor here? Oh, there he is. Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, as you've heard already today, Dublin has two names, Áthlia and Dublin. I'm going to just go through some context as to how Dublin and the locations you're going to be visiting are relevant in terms of climate adaptation. So you can see the estuary here, pre-human settlement, the Liffey flowing from left to right on your screens, and the River Poddle flowing into the Liffey estuary from the south. You'll see a pool on the River Poddle. That is the famous Dublin or Black Pool that has been referenced today. So now looking in the opposite direction, facing south, you can see what this looked like at the time of Viking settlement. There's the Dublin, and the projection of land into the Liffey estuary was recognised as an excellent defensive position, as it was surrounded by water on three sides, and that's where the Vikings originally settled. That is today the location of Dublin Castle. It was surrounded by the Liffey to the north and the Poddle and the Dublin to the west and the south. Over time, the Poddle was deepened and straightened. It was dammed to provide a moat for the castle. The street at the bottom of the screen there is Dam Street, or Dame Street today, that you probably entered the castle by, and where you're sitting now would be at the bottom of the screen in today's street layout. The Dublin was eventually drained and is now a lovely ornamental garden that you can visit during lunch or throughout the conference. And the city developed over time, and the quays and the estuary were gradually filled in as the docks developed and the Viking and medieval city encroached onto the river. Over time, this led to significant reclamation from the estuary, and the city began to move to the east. So you can see here, this is the original outline, analogous to the south side of Trinity College and to the north end of O'Connell Street. And over time, it was closed in over the preceding millennium through many reclamation projects. You can see a building appear in the very centre of the screen there. That's Trinity College Dublin, which was originally described as being sited on marshland outside the city of Dublin. It's now very much in the centre of the city, as you understand. And these animations, I should say, have been provided by Dublinia, which is an excellent exhibition on the development of Dublin, located at Christ Church Cathedral, and I recommend that you visit while you're here. So over the 15th, 16th, 17th and 18th centuries, the city Georgian core expanded to the east. The Georgian and Victorian docklands were constructed, the railways were built in that reclaimed area as well, and this became the engine of the city as time went on. And the docklands have been transformed since, again, and more of that anon. So why am I telling you this? What relevance does this have to adaptation? Well, the blue area there is analogous roughly to the original estuarine coastline of Dublin. You can see Dublin Castle there on that projection of land into the estuary, and the epic venue where many of you will be moving to for dinner this evening. That is an Office of Public Works projected flood map of the city of Dublin, and as you can see, it's very analogous and closely aligns to the original coastline of the city. And I suppose in undertaking adaptation action on the built environment, we always have to be cognizant of how we got to where we are now in order to adapt, because the key to addressing the challenges of the future is often understanding the past. And as you can see, the location where you're sitting this morning, the River Poddle still flows under our feet just out in the courtyard there and into the Liffey. There are actually guided tours available at lunchtime today of the undercroft of the castle, and the Poddle still flows around the foundations of the tower. You can get details from those tours, or of those tours, from reception outside if you wish to participate. And I suppose the castle itself and the historic core of Dublin, very important, both built and cultural heritage assets that must be addressed, I suppose, their adaptation challenges into the future. There's also the social aspect of this, and you can see here two different types of housing we have in coastal locations in Dublin. And there are different challenges facing different communities as well, and this is part of the engagement story that we have to tell. We need to understand the fears, concerns and attitudes of communities and help them to adapt to the new realities that we'll face. People are very attached to their coastal walks and they may need coastal flood defences. Others have more pressing socio-economic challenges, and in common with many cities, I suppose, post-containerisation, Dublin Port was completely transformed and it left a largely redundant workforce in the city centre that has since faced significant challenge. Adaptation will be another challenge that we have to address, I suppose, together as a country. In terms of getting a sense of how much the city has changed, as you walk to Epic this evening, you'll pass Trinity College, and to the left of Trinity College you might observe this stone. This is called the Long Stone, or the Long Steen. This is a recent replica, but there's been a marker here for over a millennium, and this is the point at which the Vikings reputedly landed in Dublin. It's now many hundreds of kilometres from the river, many hundreds of metres from the river. So you'll see just how far the city, so you get a very immediate sense of how the city has developed over the past 1,000 years at this location and just how much land has been reclaimed. Low-lying land, I might add. On the way to the Epic Centre, you'll cross the River Liffey and you'll see this building. This is the Gandon-designed Customs House. It is built on wooden piles that were driven into the estuary of the Liffey, at a time when Dublin was the second city of the British Empire, very affluent and very confident. And this was the gateway to the 18th century docklands that I suppose epitomised in built form that confidence. In its construction, it's very interesting. There are 14 keystones around the building, and there are faces carved on those keystones, one of which represents the Atlantic, and the other 13 represent the principal rivers of Ireland. And around the heads are carved the principal produce from each of those catchments. So it encapsulates nicely the link between commerce and environment, that vital link that remains so today. Also, this building now currently houses the government department responsible for both implementation of the Water Framework Directive and that oversees Met Éireann, the Irish Meteorological Institute, or service, I should say. And therefore, in its location, in its design, in its function, this building, I think, very appropriately symbolises many of the challenges that we're here to discuss. And if you look downstream from that building in the 1980s, and I remember this view, although distant, quite vividly, you could see the docklands. And at the time, even then, there were largely redundant warehouses, largely redundant cranes, and gasworks that would soon become obsolete. And that was changed drastically. But like many docklands around Europe, I suppose, post-containerisation, and this is the view that would greet you today. This is currently really a powerhouse of the Irish economy. The section on the right is known as South Docks, known as the Silicone Docks, and on the north side, the Irish Financial Services Centre, and the legal firms and ancillary companies, and indeed our central bank, all located in this area. It has been utterly transformed, and it is now a very, very important part economically of the country in what was 30 years ago just a brownfield site. Epitomised no better than the Epic venue itself, or CHQ. This is where you'll dine this evening. This was formerly a tobacco warehouse. Now it's an innovation hub and an emigration museum that charts one of the very important stories of the past 150 years in Ireland. And between the Epic Centre and the Quay Wall, you will see this memorial. This is the famine memorial. So in the late 1840s, there was a very significant famine in Ireland known as the Great Famine, caused initially by crop failure and compounded significantly by government inaction. And this has led to significant emigration from Ireland. The island's population 150 years ago the island's population was about 8 million. Today it's little over 6, and we were one of the very few countries in the world that experienced consistent depopulation throughout the 20th century. We'd like to think that the memory of this in our collective culture and our collective memory, that we are conscious of this when we experience or see others experiencing environmentally induced migration and the social and human impacts of it. And we'd like to think we have a particular understanding of that. Just to speak briefly about the river itself, the Liffey, as you will see, flows through Dublin, but its flow is not derived from Dublin. This is the catchment. You're currently sitting where that red X is at the top of the screen. This river is vitally important for Dublin. It rises in the Wicklow Mountains to the south, and it passes through 2 hydroelectric dams. You see those yellow dots. 40% of the overall flow of this river is abstracted for Dublin's drinking water. Along its route, it also provides water for inland navigation. It takes away our treated wastewater and is a vital amenity for both the citizens and as a habitat for wildlife in the catchment. this river, you may see as it flows through Dublin, might look as it lazily flows through the city. It's not lazy, it's run a marathon. It is one of our life support systems. And how we manage this river in an adaptation scenario is going to be vitally important. We have to very carefully manage it now, and we're going to have to manage it even more carefully in the future. And the river then flows out into Dublin Bay. In Dublin Bay, on the north and south side, we have special areas of conservation. This is Bull Island on the north side. It's about 15 square kilometres in area. And just to mention here, maladaptation and unintended consequences. The quay walls in Dublin were enclosed in the 1800s, and this island emerged out of the bay behind the North Bull Wall. It was a completely unintended consequence of the building of the North Bull Wall. It was a very fortunate unintended consequence. It's a very, very important habitat for both wildlife and Dubliners alike, but nonetheless, it's an important nod to unintended consequences and that we do have to take account of cascading risk, etc., when we consider adaptation. And you can see in the background there the 20th century reclaimed area of Dublin Port, and in the far distance, the Wicklow Mountains, which are, of course, the source of the Liffey. So I hope with that brief presentation, you get some understanding of how Dublin, and indeed all cities, have been adapting, evolving, and developing through time, and no doubt will continue to adapt and evolve to face the challenges that we now do face. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Conor. Thanks very much, Conor. And actually, I was reminded of just the unbelievable changes Dublin has undergone. Okay, clearly in your case, hundreds and thousands of years way back, but I was a young journalist many, many years ago in the 80s, and I came from Cork to Dublin. And, you know, Dublin back in the 80s was a very, very different place, and it was interesting walking from the hotel to Dublin Castle this morning just to see how vibrant and busy it has become economically, how much it's changed, and of course environmentally, no doubt as well, changes there. So amazing changes, if even more recent and long-term. Conor, thank you very much for that. Now it's time for our first of two panel debates during this morning's plenary. This one is going to, or each one actually will be moderated by an expert guest, and they will be joined by their panelists. So the theme of our first panel is what science tells us. And during this session, we're going to hear more about the latest updates of science available to develop climate adaptation solutions. It's my pleasure now to introduce the chair of this session, Dr. Frank McGovern, the Chief Climate Scientist with the Environmental Protection Agency and the chair of JPI Climate. Frank, you're very welcome. And I'm just going to very briefly introduce Frank's guests, and if you could please join Frank on stage. And Frank, if you can take that seat there for me, please. So I'd like to welcome Hans-Otto Pottner, the IPCC Chair of the Working Group on Climate Impacts, Andrew Ferroni, lead author, WMO Report on State of the Climate Europe, Maria Sands from Scientific Director of B3C. Joining us remotely, we are joined by Nadia Pinardi, Vice President of the WMO Commission for Observation. And finally, here again in Dublin Castle, I'd like to welcome on stage Blas Koenig, Head of Climate Change Impacts and Adaptation Group. You're all very welcome, and Frank, I'll hand over to you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Karen, and it's great to welcome this really excellent panel here to the stage in Dublin. They're all experts and great thought leaders on climate change, and as Karen has said, this is setting the scene. Science sets the scene for what we're going to consider. As John has said, science enables us to take the decisions that we need to take in terms of adapting to climate change. And there's no group more important than the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in terms of providing us with scientific knowledge. And the IPCC has just completed its most comprehensive and robust assessment to date, the 6th assessment report, and it has a special section on Europe. So Hans, what I'd like you to do is just to tell us the main findings that you think we need to take into account here at this that this meeting is focused on Europe. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Frank, and thanks a lot for the opportunity to join you here and discuss the issues of adaptation. And certainly the findings for Europe, I think the insight that, at least for me, was an eye-opener during this IPCC cycle that started in 2015 was that Europe is not, as many may have thought, kind of a safe haven under climate change, but Europe is as heavily affected by climate change as many other places on the planet. And the European assessment has identified several key risks that are important to consider for us, for the citizens, and also for administrators and so forth to prepare for the associated challenges and emergencies. And the first of this is exposure to heat. There is many people in Europe, 44 million people work in agriculture, work in the outdoors, and are exposed to the heat waves, and heat is a direct challenge to human biology, and Europe is no exception in that respect. The heat waves that are challenging us increasingly are causing thousands of mortalities, and adaptation measures, heat protection plans are urgently needed to protect the population against this challenge. And then the other challenge that we have is associated with water. The first of it is drought, where in many areas in Europe we see that water is not a given anymore. We need to manage our water carefully to keep it clean, and we are relying heavily on water for our economy, for our transport of goods. Much of our infrastructure is in fact laid out in that way. So drought is a challenge that is taking that away from us, and it's also affecting the third risk that I would like to mention, and that is the challenge to agriculture. Crop failure has been part of our history in Europe, as we've just heard, and crop failure will be ahead of us, and our agriculture needs to change, needs to become more climate resilient. We need to think about issues, strategies like agroforestry. We need to move away from industrial agriculture. We need to make our nature more resilient. That is affecting everything that we are doing with respect to our nutrition. We need to change our food, our eating habits. We need to eat less meat. This is associated with the release of land for both secured human food production as well as for also for freeing land for biodiversity and nature conservation, making our nature more resilient and enabling nature to store the water for us and make it available for us. This brings me to the fourth and last major challenge that I would like to mention, and that is flood risks. It's on the freshwater side as well as on the coastal side. We have a sea level rise coming towards us, and depending on how successful we are with respect to mitigation, the challenges are huge. It may actually take away land from Europe, and we may have to give land back to the ocean, land that has been claimed in history. As we've just heard, the low-lying lands of Europe are challenged and will be challenged in the future. And the extremes, the climate extremes, heavy rainfalls, and the associated flood events have taken lives and have destroyed infrastructure, also being an indicator of the transformation that is ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Hans. So losses and damages are not just in developing countries. We anticipate losses and damages will happen in Europe and are happening in Europe as well. Yeah. Andrew, my colleague from Luxembourg and one of the key authors of the WMO report, Can you, many people were not at the presentation there yesterday. Can you just highlight the key findings from that report and say what they might mean for the conference here, or how they might be used at the conference here?
Yeah, thanks a lot, and thanks a lot that we could actually launch the report yesterday here in the margins of the ECCA conference. So it's a report that is published on a yearly basis by the WMO and Copernicus service from ECMWF, so a very good collaboration. And based on what Hans just said now, actually, this report, it focuses on the year 2022 and on the Europe region, so the WMO Europe region, which is actually larger than the map that you see in the conference logo here, and which encompasses also Greenland. And one of the key highlights was that it's the fastest region of the 6 WMO regions. Clearly, climate change is very much present in Europe. What we also noticed for 2002 was a deficit of precipitation throughout all of Europe. It was in many parts of Europe, for example, in the Iberian Peninsula, the 4th dry year in a row, which of course had big impacts on agriculture, but also on river flows. This led, so the high temperatures of the last years, which was actually a record in many of the countries, and also here in Ireland, as we heard, and also in Luxembourg, speaking my national capacity just for a second. So it also led to big droughts within the European region last year. We saw crop failures last year throughout Europe. We also see people dying of these heat waves. There were an estimate of 16,000 people who died due to the heat waves. And also we had large wildfires. So we had the second largest surface wildfires on record in Europe, and mainly France, Spain, Portugal, Slovenia, and Czechia were impacted by these wildfires. Nevertheless, there was also flooding recorded in Europe. So, for example, in northwest Europe, we had indeed some flooding events, which happened also in Italy. There were flooding events in August, which also cost the lives of people and also had huge impacts on infrastructure. The report also finalizes with one positive message. I think that's that actually we had a focus on energy sector, and here actually wind and solar power, so renewable energy, represented 22.3% of the EU production last year in electricity, and actually this was higher than, for example, the gas production, which is a fossil-based fuel. So it's the first time in history that actually renewable energy is produced more electricity in Europe than fossil-based fuels, which was a very positive message, and that's something that's going to develop. EU also has the aim of going up to over 40% of renewable energy in 2030, so a huge challenge ahead, but of course with the right measures it is possible to achieve this. And yeah, this would really help then in order to go to the ambitious mitigation that the EU and many European countries also set themselves. Nevertheless, the report also shows that the energy sector needs to adapt to climate change. Of course, we all know that renewables are intermittent sources of energy, which we need to deal with, but also the more the energies based on fossil fuels and also nuclear are also can also have impacts from climate change by high temperature, low river flows, and this is also highlighted in the report. So if we stay with these energies, it's also important to adapt in these regions.
Thank you, Andrew. And Maria, you're the Scientific Director of the Basque Climate Change Centre. You're also part of the Scientific Advisory Body to JPI Climate. I know you're an expert on land and terrestrial systems. As Hans and Andrew has said, both the land is perhaps one of the most vulnerable aspects of our planet to climate change. Can you give your insights on what we're facing and how to address it?
Yeah, well, I guess the first point to make is that there is almost no ecosystem which has not been managed at one point in time in Europe. And therefore, it's very important to understand how we are changing the ecosystems and what the consequences are. Because what climate change is adding is an accelerator to the ways we are trying to fight against nature in many cases. So I think the point here is I was very pleased to see the Dublin presentation, because it shows how you have been changing, how you've been going against nature, and how nature may come back with the help of the climate change itself. If we take forests, for example, we have 200 million of forests in Europe. We know that disturbances have been increasing in the last decades almost by 20%. We are relying on forests for enhancing our mitigation efforts and to become carbon neutral by 2050 with high goals in 2030. And the point is this achievable? Are these policies we're putting in place with a very large expectations on nature to help us to mitigate going to be threatened by climate change itself? And the answer and the evidence is yes, that's the case. And therefore we have to take on board when we design mitigation policies on the land sector, adaptation is a must. I mean, there is no way to achieve what we want to achieve in mitigation if we don't make those systems more resilient and we really do adaptive management on those systems. I guess the other point is that we have several policies which are driving in that direction, but in essence, sometimes they are not connected. So they have some conflicting pathways going on. And I think that's very important because in Europe, we are very good on producing policies on the land sector. We have been very effective, apparently, but so far we are putting more policies in place, which are very good. They're protecting biodiversity, land restoration, support on the mitigation goals, but they are still not very well integrated. So we have to integrate those policies, and we have to take adaptation in the core of how we do that in order to make sure that this materializes in the goals that are expected. I mean, Hans put the challenges very clearly. Increase on crop failure. This will also increase wildfires. Some vegetation will migrate, and we have to adapt to that, and so on. So my take home on this is, first of all, that we have to implement large-scale nature-based solutions, which in essence integrates both mitigation and adaptation, but we have to be aware that they may have also trade-offs that we have to take care of. And on natural-based solutions and large-scale land projects, that's extremely important because we can threaten the water cycle and we can also threaten biodiversity. And we don't have well-developed solutions that integrate those things at the moment, which leads me to think that we need to go together with actually the communities and the local authorities to produce those solutions, because we can't afford anymore to delay the implementation. And so far, science has been producing beautiful solutions, but when those solutions are going into the implementation phase, they sometimes face barriers that were not foreseen. And I think we can't afford this anymore. So we have to really detect those barriers when we are designing the solutions from the scientific perspective, and also, cross-check those with the local communities and the local authorities that are the ones that are going to implement.
Thanks, Maria, and I think that's the importance of local and indigenous knowledge is really central to effective actions. Nadia, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Hello, Nadia. Nadia, just to say you're speaking to us from Bologna. You're a professor in the university there, and you're an expert in oceanography. Can you tell us about the challenges that our oceans are facing and the oceans around Europe?
Thank you, Frank, and sorry for not being there in wonderful Dublin. So important as a cultural heritage for adaptation. Very important concept. Thanks for the presentation before. I have a short presentation myself. about what is happening now in this decade from the oceanographic point of view. Can I have the, yes, thank you. So we like UNESCO, IOC and WMO think that we are in this decade going to change ocean science to have the ocean that we want and progress from coastal hazards to resilience. And we are trying to do this during this decade that is the UN decade for ocean science for sustainable development. Next, please. As you know, we are heat, carbon dioxide in the ocean. Many cascading effects have been already mentioned. Among the most important ones, sea level rise, deoxygenation, loss of biodiversity, salt intrusions, inundation. So we can mention many. The ocean is clearly a threat, and we need to take immediate action. So we need new science, and there is already, next please, we have made a step. Well, no, there is still this picture which shows in the red areas that events that were as frequent as 100 years in the past will become frequent every 1 year, every 10 years. So we know this, and the point is, next please, how to adapt, how to react, how do we prepare for this? And these are also regions, you see, of the developing world where we need to concentrate too. Next, please. So, as I said, we have tried to come with an organizational structure of our science in oceanography that's called operational oceanography, which has finally a well-depicted value chain. Next, please. And for free and open products, we believe that we need lots of people to work on the ocean, 70% of the surface of the earth. And so we believe into free and open products that allow people, many practitioners, government to access the best information. And, this is something that in Europe has a state-of-the-art service that is the Marine Copernicus service and the Climate Service, which has components of oceanography. Next, please. But we have a last mile to go, and the decade of ocean science is trying to find how to go in the last mile. We need to enforce a trusted, inclusive, and interconnected ocean data and information ecosystem, which is larger than the one that we have already achieved in Europe. And this should arrive to give important information for decision making. We need to better connect urban communities, coastal urban community and basin catchments, which are now not well interconnected with the marine environment. We need to consider environmental justice in coastal resilience planning. That is a must, in my opinion. We will not solve adequately the problem, and we clearly need to increase user engagement at large. Next, please. So the last mile. This is new technology that is now available that you see here, where we have to arrive with our predictions, with our observations to areas where the people live directly, and we can. We have this new technology now, coupling basin catchments and urban areas to the sea. Thank you. Next, please. The last mile is also in nature-based solution. Next, please. We have changed our coastlines and our benthic habitats. We can use them and recover them and see the effect on waves that you see here, enormous reduction. And last but not least, thank you very much. The next one. We are walking the last mile for actionable knowledge by getting together our JPI Climate and JPI Ocean on the knowledge hub of sea level rise, where adaptation planning is revisited in Europe together with the best science evidence. And I think we should be, in fact, running, not walking this street. Next, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. And obviously, yes, the knowledge hub and sea level rise and all of these topics will be considered in detail during sessions here at ECCA. But Balazs, I'll come to you. You're heading up the adaptation unit in the European Environment Agency, and just how are you making sense of all of this information? Can you just briefly outline your role in making this available to decision makers?
Yeah, thank you, Frank, and it's my pleasure also to be here today. As you've mentioned, there is no organization in Europe which would have all the information, all the data in one place. So what is our role is actually trying also to bring variety of different organizations, different data together, and prepare the society for the changing climate, and also how they basically to address in the adaptation the all extremes and weather events which we are now experiencing. Just to mention, in the collaboration with the European Parliament, we have last week published a rather simple product on looking into the extreme events during the summers and how we are prepared for that. And it's based on the last summers, because in the last 3 summers, including this one, we have been experiencing many different extremes, which were heat waves, flooding, and forest fires, and so on. So this was then combined together in the product, which is more interactive product. And I give you some facts out of this product, which are basically saying that in last 42 years, we lost in Europe around 200,000 people, fatalities due to the weather and climate extremes. There have been 600 billion euros of damages recorded in the last 42 years or so, which is probably on the lower side. And the flooding in 21 in Germany, Belgium, was estimated for 50 billion euros. And the question is when we will hit the 100 billion euro flood, which will be probably in the next couple of years. Because we are also very vulnerable in Europe. We know that around 46% of hospitals and 43% of the schools in Europe are in the heat island, in the urban heat island zone. So what do we do with that? We need to start thinking about how to rebuild this critical infrastructure. Should we change the school holidays? Because basically it's not possible to basically have a normal schooling during the heat waves. So also in the flood area, around 10 to 20% in average of this critical infrastructure is actually lying in the flood-prone areas. And in some countries it goes up to 50%. And when you have a critical infrastructure like hospitals, it's affected. We are also affected by the forest fires and heat waves and so on, which in the last years, in 17, 18, 19, the forest fires affected up to 10 million people affected, basically was somehow affected. So these kind of facts bring it together, and actually how to present the solutions to adapt. When we have such a big problem, it's a challenge. So we need to work together. We need to present the solution, best practices. And we need to work together with the society. We need to work together with the politicians. And just to mention the last thing here, we are together with many of colleagues here in the room working on the European Climate Risk Assessment, which will be published next year. And it's also a collaboration between the EEA and the Commission. And this is something which we would like to bring also in. What are the risks and how to start to adapt, how to prepare the policies that are actually working for the society.
Yeah, indeed, thank you. Hans, I'd like to come back to you because there's a lot of doom and gloom, and it's not been, I suppose, what we've heard here hasn't reduced that. But the IPCC tells us we have solutions. Would you like to speak a bit about this sort of how can we respond effectively to these challenges?
Yeah, thank you, Frank. That is certainly, I think, the most challenging question of our times, the implementation of all the solution options that have been elaborated, and how do we start and how can we be fast enough? Because that is certainly the most important thing currently, I think, to be fast enough. And the reason is we cannot say, okay, we don't mitigate enough, then we adapt. We cannot look at adaptation in a silo. Adaptation and mitigation are closely interconnected, because what we've learned from our assessments is that there are adaptation limits, and if we surpass those adaptation limits, our adaptation capacity will go down. So this is a reason for urgency. So the first of all hopeful steps is really stop emissions. I mean, cut back on emissions and break any strategies, and there are many currently visible in individual countries, and at international level there are strategies to delay the reduction of emissions, and some of this is not needed. So this is the first step. The second step, I would say, is in the adaptation arena, the first and the most important is to prepare for the emergencies. So prepare for heat waves, prepare for floods, prepare for wildfires, set up infrastructure and strategies how you can respond efficiently and strongly to those challenges, being well aware, again, that you will not be able to remove and avoid all losses and damages, which comes back to the first point. And then we've heard that from John Bell this morning already, building resilience. And we have a holistic concept in the IPCC reports that is called climate resilient development, where we bring all these different aspects together. And I think what this means, we not only bringing these different aspects together, we need to bring the bureaucratic silos together. People need to talk to each other, need to develop joint strategies. And we've just elaborated on that with respect to bringing climate strategies and approaches together with those concerning biodiversity destruction and losses. I think that is an important example where to say breaking the silos, knowing how these different strategies influence each other is a very important approach. And there is this huge diversity across Europe. I think the diversity across Europe is probably larger than the diversity in other global regions. We know that many of the challenges are most present in the Mediterranean, and other places like Ireland may be a little bit less affected. But we need to have some unifying strategies in place. We need to have a common understanding that we stop these endless debates about how to implement. And I think this is an effort, right, that really needs to be made in the policy and the governance arena. Governance for emergency, I think that is what we need, and that's a call to really break the current inertia. And once we have been successful in doing that, we can be very helpful that we can build a better future. Thank you.
Yeah, putting climate at the heart of government, really. So we're coming to the close now. Is there any additional points, Andrew, that you'd like to make at this stage in terms of?
Yeah, no, I think for the report that we launched yesterday, what would be interesting, I mean, just to highlight, I mean, a difference between this report and the IPCC reports, which has a much more holistic approach and also forward-looking approach. I think this report would be really interesting for this conference to have examples, concrete examples of extreme weather events that happened in the last few years and highlight them and how to treat them. For example, the very low river flows that we had last day. What I forgot to mention previously, also we had an exceptional surface melt on the Greenland's ice sheet, also in the Alps, which was also highlighted. So all this together actually makes concrete examples that can be used certainly in this conference.
And Maria, making sense of the policy, whatever.
Well, I think what is really important is to make sure that the society understands that this is an opportunity. I mean, it's a threat, but it's also an opportunity to change in a way that we will better adapt, we will change the way we develop, and therefore emissions will be reduced. I think in some countries, this has been the narrative which has been changing the way the governments were thinking about climate change, and it's been successful. But this requires some more thinking. For example, we need to develop those policies and implement those policies, you know, anticipating that they have, for example, distributional impacts. And I was very pleased to see a poster that also talks about distributional impacts in terms of adaptation. Those things are very, very critical to really go in the way that Hans was indicating and IPCC is indicating.
Thank you, Maria. And Blas?
Yeah, thanks. I would link it to the changing the narrative. I think this is very important that we move it from the, let's say, reactive adaptation approach in more proactive societal preparedness narrative, which means that basically we have to also link together variety of different data, but also bring it to the policymakers and the society. So this is, I think, it's quite important parts to address as well. Thanks.
Okay, great. And Nadia, unfortunately, I'm not getting a signal. We have to move. So Nadia, have you got a very quick final point?
Well, most of the points have been already made. I just wanted to say I completely agree by coupling strongly mitigation and adaptation. And we have to mitigate more with our oceans. I think they are capable of doing so. So carbon dioxide removal should be done in the ocean. You know, go ahead with insisting that we adapt and continue and go ahead with mitigation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I wish to thank all the speakers in the panel. It's been a really excellent start for our deliberations here at ECCA 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excellent. Really great. Thank you so much. Really, really interesting. We could have gone on for a lot longer, but very interesting points. Thank you, Frank, for your excellent chairing of that session. So now we move to our second session, and its topic is enabling innovation and the role of financial flows. I'd like to now welcome the chair of this session, Paul Watkes, the director of the climate research consultancy, Paul Watkes Associates. And Paul has over 20 years experience in adaptation, policy, economics and finance. So Paul, you can come to the stage wherever you are. And oh, there you are, right behind me. It's very hard to see everything that's going on. Please take a seat, and I'll just very quickly introduce your guests. Kirsten Dunlop, CEO of Climate KIC, Knowledge and Innovation Community, KIC, and Lorenzo Pezzati, working in the field of sustainable finance. Paul, I'll hand over to you. You can.
Well, I'm going to have a couple of slides,
yeah. Okay. I'll give you the podium there.
Great, thank you. It's really nice to be here. It's great to actually be back at an ECCA, and it's always great to be in Dublin. So thank you for the organisers. We're going to talk about innovation and financial flows. Now, that means we're going to talk a little bit about innovation and a little bit about finance, but also we're going to be talking about how we finance innovation and about innovative financing as well. So just to set the context, I want to put 2 or 3 quick slides up. And I suppose the first one is really to try and ask the question, how much finance do we need? And really interestingly, we just don't know the answer to that question in Europe. We know the answer to that question in many developing countries because of their NAPs and their NDCs. But we don't know the answer yet in Europe because we've been focused a little bit more on the mid-century. So this is going to be a really big issue. We've got some New Horizon research projects such as the Crew that are going to look at this and will answer that question. But of course, research takes time, and policymakers always want an answer now. So I'm going to try and give you a couple of quick flavors about how big the costs might be. And to do that, we've looked around Europe at some of the submissions, and we've used those to create a sort of lower and central benchmark. And our lower benchmark is the sorts of studies, I think maybe some of you saw this in France last year. There was an estimate that it would cost 2.3 billion to adapt France over the next 5 years, just doing no-regret adaptation, so things we should be doing anyway. And if you scale that up to Europe, obviously this is back of the envelope, there's no vulnerability assessment included, that's about 18 billion euros a year. Now, over 5 or 6 years, that's about 100 billion. It's a lot of money, but it's kind of manageable. You know, that doesn't get finance people excited. What does? And then, but we've done another study, which is our central benchmark, and that was where we took some planned adaptation in the UK, not just no regrets, looking forward, starting to do passive ventilation, starting to do flooding at scale, and we get a much bigger number. And if we extrapolate that number to Europe, we end up with a number which is 40 billion euros a year. Now that's starting to get quite significant, and if we look over the next 5 years, we're talking about 250 billion euros. Now, finance people really get excited if you talk about trillions, so that's 250 billion euros. That's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. And I know adaptation is very cost effective, but we have to recognize that. And one thing just to link into our sort of guests, where we spend that money and how we finance it. Now, you won't be able to see this, unfortunately, it's behind you, but one of the things is we've got these different typologies of adaptation. And quite often we talk about reactive and incremental adaptation, where we're really doing things in the same space. And at the other extreme, we're talking about things such as more anticipatory and transformational adaptation, which means doing things differently. And the point I want to highlight is at the bottom, and that's that finance will gravitate towards the left. It will gravitate towards the easy things, because it gives you an immediate return. If we want to do this sort of innovation space, we need to be on the right-hand side, and so we're going to need to do things differently. And my final slide is just a link to something John Bell said on the Horizon Europe, on the missions, where there's a very good session tomorrow afternoon, which will have all the Horizon mission projects. But one of the things we're realizing is our sort of classic European Environment Agency adaptation policy cycle is missing a step. It's missing the step on finance. And so one of the things we've been doing, it's actually a project led by Climate Kick called Pathways to Resilience. We've been saying, well, how can we fill that gap in the policy cycle? And you'll probably hear this going forward. Adaptation investment plans are the new kind of exciting thing. We've been developing some adaptation investment plans for regions. And that's telling us something really different. It's telling us, and I think the one thing that I will highlight, is telling us that we need to have a more positive narrative for adaptation. We can't set it only on the basis of avoided losses. We've got to sort of be more positive. Right, so I've given all the challenges. My panelists are going to tell us all the answers. And what I'd like to do is I start off by, you've had a quick introduction, but Kirsten Dunlop, obviously you're CEO of Climate Kick, which is pretty much our leading innovation organisation for climate change in Europe. And Lorenzo Pezzati, who works for CoBank, which is the Council of Europe Development Bank.
Yes, and not all of the list of banks that are under my name.
Yes, but you have
I used
also
to work for the European
you also
Investment
have
Bank.
worked for European Investment Bank. So I'm going to start with you, Lorenzo, if I can. So I've talked about some of that sort of finance landscape. Can you give us a little bit of an idea about what the multilateral development banks and the social banks are doing? Because you really are, I think, the key link between the public and the private sector.
Indeed, yes. So the Council of Europe Development Bank is a bank that operates mostly in Europe, but also outside, and it has a unique social mandate. And it's part of a bigger family, which is called the Multilateral Development Banks, as you mentioned, Paul. And I think most of us that are part of this family are on the active hunt for climate adaptation projects. And the numbers are quite clear. In 2021, the joint MDB report on climate finance shows that only 16% of climate finance is dedicated to adaptation projects, the rest being dedicated to climate mitigation. Some of the banks that are part of the MDBs have specific climate adaptation finance targets. Others are trying to increase it. But there's a gap, right? It's easier to invest in climate mitigation than in climate adaptation, unfortunately, even though we've just said they're both needed. And a way that the MDBs have found to increase their climate adaptation finance is to commit to be aligned to the objectives of the Paris Agreement, to align all of their financial flows to the objectives of the Paris Agreement. And when I say financial flows, I mean all of the financial instruments that these banks provide, not just debt, but also equity, funds, bonds, etc. And that is easier said than done, but we have this commitment, and what this means in practice for climate adaptation is that all of these banks, whenever they are deciding whether to invest in a project or not, they first have to screen it for climate risks. They need to understand what the vulnerability context for that specific project is, and this enables us to start a dialogue with our borrowers, with our clients, to understand what their awareness is. I mean, here it's staggering, it's really surprising because we all know what the issue is and how much it is needed, but then in practice, when you're speaking to small regions, when you're speaking to small municipalities, there is a gap of awareness, and this type of exercise that the MDBs are doing really helps us understand what the awareness is, but also how we can help our clients in building that resilience component in the investments. This dialogue most of the times brings to climate resilience finance. I don't know how I'm doing with time, but just a very small example. We have invested in an urban planning initiative in Barcelona, where the idea was to strengthen the climate resilience of the city by increasing the amount of green spaces and permeable soil, etc. We know that Barcelona is going to be facing more extreme heat waves and more extreme precipitation. And we integrated that component, that technical, if you want, component with the social side. As the social bank, we actually actively consulted women groups to understand what their sense of safety was in these new areas. There were walks that were carried out during the day and during the night to understand whether interventions could be made to these new areas so that they could benefit the most from this new space. And I think the social component, I think our colleague from the Basque Center of Climate Change mentioned it, the social component really helps us bridge that gap that you have between like the technical side, we know the science, we know what we need to do, and the implementation. So when we're actually implementing these measures, we have to think of who will benefit from it, who are the communities that are going to be impacted by the adaptation investments, and communicating with them and understanding what their perspective is fundamental to have success when it comes to climate adaptation finance.
Thank you. And that leads us on to another interesting issue, which is around the innovation space. And Kirsten, you know, Climate Kiko are sort of renowned for developing the mitigation side of that, but you've also been working on the adaptation side for a decade or so. And I wonder if you can give us any reflections on innovation for adaptation, including the challenges and also what works.
Yes. Let me start by a premise, which is an entanglement of adaptation and mitigation, because I think running them in separate swim lanes is beyond perilous, and in our experience, completely dysfunctional anyway. So I'd have a couple of comments on innovation where I'm encompassing how to engage with the problem of climate innovation, but particularly climate, nature and people innovation, in which decarbonisation, mitigation, adaptation are interwoven. And then let me reflect perhaps on some of the specifics when what adaptation introduces into that. I think, I mean, I would love to make a connection invoking the previous panel on and what John was saying, in terms of the context we're in. We are out of time, but we are also in a race against despair and against divisiveness and division. So a lot of what we're doing in innovation needs to be designed for that kind of context. And we need innovation to enable us as humans to make a difference in ourselves. So that means a difference in what we expect and what we ask of ourselves, but above all, it means a difference in the way in which we're able to capture our own imaginations. We are not rational in the way in which we make decisions and move ourselves forward into the future. We've told ourselves that it's all about rationality, but that is not the way human societies transform. So I think as of 2023, we need to tap into power laws. Innovation needs to be about regeneration, not just substitution. It needs to be about scaling and imagination, and it needs to be meaningful to people and places. So for what we've learned in terms of how do you support innovation that is proportional or commensurate with the scale of what we face, number one is to create the conditions to lift ambition significantly. And I mean ambition of regions, of cities, of countries, because very often what we encounter is innovation is given or described as the thing that will help us close the big implementation gaps. But when you look at the ambition that is ascribed to it, it's pitifully small. So really lifting ambition and securing an intent to transform around a notion of what kind of world do we want to inherit, to pass on, to live in. Then there's a question about how to create the enabling conditions for innovation to actually have a set of systemic effects. So we can see in what we're doing the multiple individual technologies, individual initiatives to address regional change, water sinks, water fields, to address the way in which materials are dealt with, to address biodiversity issues, to look at sea level rise. Very often the biggest missing problem or biggest missing challenge is the integration of those things to the point where we are addressing the parts and their relationships and the rules and eventually the mental models. And that requires a discipline, it requires a structuring of innovation approaches and methodology that actually makes it possible to hold all of those solutions together and to create forcing function mechanisms that brings them into relationship so that you can look for combinations and you can design for integrations and you can understand how to extrapolate the collaborative requirements to make that work. And then a couple of other points generally on this combination of innovation that is addressing both mitigation and adaptation. It needs to be designed for humans and designed by nature. Designed for humans means it needs to appeal to our imaginations. It needs to involve, I think the reference, and you were referring to it too, Lorenzo, deliberative process, social process of engagement, of negotiation, of understanding, of a widening of understanding. But it also needs to be affordable and accessible. We have a fundamental innovation paradigm problem, which is that we start with innovations that are affordable by the few on the assumption that they will somehow trickle down to the many, and that is not working. And in the adaptation field, that is even more dramatic. The designed by nature means, I think, and even more so when we are coming to adaptation, how do we learn? How do we accelerate our ability to think and use biomimicry, for example, to incorporate into the way we are thinking about structures, materials, shapes, forms, fractal designs of water areas and so on, that allow us to accelerate our ability to achieve resiliency and to change the ways in which we live. Our experience in adaptation is that this, if we already have a challenge for ourselves paradigmatically in shifting from what we've taught ourselves to take a complex problem, break it into its small parts and address them individually, because that feels like the right way to deal with complexity and complicated issues, and we need to do precisely the opposite. Adaptation adds an extra challenge because we need to design for structural emergence. We do not know what we will have to face. And I think turning that not from a bug into a feature, something that is literally a feature of the way in which we support innovation. How do you make context and contextual relevance permanently part of what you're asking for? How do you make multi-use an absolute sacrosanct design principle? It's got to be capable to address both. And how do you look for agility and interdependence? It means that the paradigm shift around innovation to learn becomes even more important. Not just innovation to solve, because we don't know. The horizon will keep changing. Now, if I take a very concrete example for us, for example, working in the, I'm going to refer to the city mission, actually, one of the other Horizon Europe missions. One of the things that I consider to be an essential shift is to ask for every single initiative to not just design for decarbonisation, but design for decarbonisation in the context-specific climate change circumstances, 50-degree heat, major changes in aridity, different patterns in storms. And that is not yet present in our thinking. That's the big shift we've got to make, that everything has to already be designing for change.
That's extremely interesting, and I want to just pick on one point and maybe ask Lorenzo. I mean, you talked about enabling conditions, and just know on the finance side, what we have there in terms of the challenges and how we're trying to overcome them. I know enabling conditions are some of the things that you've been looking at. Is there anything that you can add there on the finance side? Perhaps?
Yes, well, no, I think Christian's last point was very interesting because that's exactly the idea that the MDBs are trying to implement, right? Having a systemic screening of everything that goes out from their pockets to say, yes, sure, there are mitigation components which are wonderful, but have you thought about everything else, everything that concerns the climate vulnerability? In terms of barriers, I think from a high level, I think there are some barriers in terms of legislation. We have policy at European level that is being developed on adaptation, and it is great. But when I compare it to the level of legislation that we have in the mitigation sphere, I'm thinking of the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, for example, which is very prescriptive. It's very detailed in terms of what you need to achieve with the building, what is the energy performance, class energy, etc. When I try to find that same level of precision and detail when looking at the climate adaptation, I think there's still a gap, and I'm looking forward to the session today on the role of regulation, because I think it's really important, because when you're working with borrowers and clients that have low awareness, legislation is what makes them do what is needed. And I've seen it with mitigation, it works, so I really think we should be stepping up the effort on the adaptation side. And then more at an investment level, I think we're missing a lot of climate adaptation outcome indicators that can help us basically compare, assess, evaluate what the effectiveness and the benefits of our climate adaptation investments are. And these are tools that we can also use across multilateral development banks. We can use across clients to kind of showcase what the financial benefits of having resilient infrastructure are. And that sometimes is a message which is a bit difficult to convene unless you have very specific projects in mind in the same sectors, etc. So it's definitely an effort that, as a whole, financial institutions should be putting more time and resources in.
Brilliant. And Kirsten, just to go back, I mean, I really like the point about ambition, and ambition is something that we aspire to, but we have to think how to deliver that. And there's clearly going to be some success factors or some issues that enable that. I mean, what's your experience and I suppose the learning that you've had from the innovation space on what that might be?
Well, one of our big reflections for ourselves, which we're about to incorporate in the next 7 years of what Climate Kick is doing, is exactly what Minister Eamon Ryan referred to this morning: tell stories. And it's what Marie was referring to. There are opportunity spaces. If we can reframe our minds around the fact that we're in a scarcity mindset right now, what we're describing is actually an opportunity for abundance in very, very structurally different ways. But that storytelling is massively important. And I think our big learning is continuing to tell the stories from the perspective of the knowledge deficit problem, i.e. the more we tell people how extensive the risk is, how catastrophic, the more likely they will respond and act. No, unfortunately, no. We are going to have to work out how to shift the innovation activity well beyond technology, and that's probably one of the most critical elements. This is innovation of everything, which is about ultimately the difference we make in ourselves and the storytelling that we can do about what beautiful looks like, what affordable, what acceptable, what aspirational looks like in that context is essential. I think there's also, for me, the way in which we bring finance to this is one of the areas where we need to make the most paradigmatic structural changes possible. And if I would actually very much want to pick up on this framing of think of emergency measures as a way of unlocking a structural shift. We need finance to think in places, not projects, in contexts and outcomes, not individual programs, which otherwise default down to whatever KPI you thought you were going into with, but whatever you discover you will need that is meaningful for the people there as the context shifts. So it's a permanently shape-shifting situation. That's a fundamentally different financing thinking. So it needs portfolio thinking. Don't assume that the individual projects are valuable. Assume that the place, that is the city or the region, is the thing you are seeking to secure and underwrite. And then if you start to factor in the counterfactual risk of not acting, all of a sudden you reframe just how much more cost effective it would to be act early, act in integrated, interdependent ways, weave people in, de-risk, 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 because you are bringing people and programs and projects together to learn as they go. That completely shifts, but it requires a fundamental rewiring. And I think the institutions, public and private, that are capable of almost setting themselves up into a post-Bretton Woods structuring of the way we put money into this are the ones that need to go forward and almost demonstrate what's possible. I do think that the other major issue is, and we were talking about the challenge of not really having a clear sense of what the outcomes are, is we are massively missing relevant information, data turned into useful knowledge. And that's where we've got to start thinking about how we use artificial intelligence to help us notice and pattern our thinking. And we need governance, multi-level governance for commons. It's probably one of the other big major paradigm shifts we're certainly asking ourselves. How do we shift from the notion of ownership to stewardship, from freehold to fairhold, from governance, the way in which we think about returns, to stewardship and governance of commons over time, because that's our intergenerational responsibility.
Thank you. And I would also like to say thank you both very much. I can see it's about time. So perhaps you can join me in thanking our panelists. I thought that was really thought-provoking and hopefully sets you up for the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you, Kirsten. Thank you, Lorenzo. Again, a really, really thought-provoking and very interesting discussion. So thank you so much for that. And now we come to the very important perspective to get, which is, of course, the youth perspective and young people when it comes to the likes of climate change and adaptation. Their views are critical. Young generations of people are going to have to deal with the impact of climate change for many decades to come, and it's essential we engage them in the conversations, in the policies, in all of the issues to do with climate change. And during the next segment now, we're going to hear from 2 fantastic young people engaged in climate change activities and in trying to get as many young people and others involved as well. It's my pleasure now to invite on stage Katarzyna Smetek and Eamon Carter-Stritch. And Katarzyna is called Cassia for a short name. So Cassia and Eamon, if you can sit down and join me. Thank you very much. We have a short period of time, so we will try to get to as much as possible. So let me tell you a little bit more about Cassia. She's an initiator and a former president of the Polish Youth Climate Council. She has served as a European Climate Pact ambassador and as a member of the Youth Task Force of the European Climate Pact Secretariat. She was the president of the World Urban Forum Youth Council, coordinating youth engagement at the 11th session of the forum. She's also a member of the transdisciplinary advisory body of JPI Climate and the Council of Environment, Energy and Natural Resources to the President of Poland. And Eamon Carter-Stritch, who's based in Ireland, is involved with climate action on a local, a national and international level. She's doing fantastic work at a local level. She runs Community Textile Circularity Initiative. It's called Change Clothes Crumlin, Crumlin being an area of Dublin, and she is Ireland's first climate youth delegate. It's a real pleasure and honour to have the 2 of you here. Okay, Cassia, how do you get young people involved in climate change action?
I think it's quite a difficult question, actually, because there are so many young people on the streets. There are so many people demanding action, actually, from politicians, from decision makers, but also, I think, trying to communicate what has been already said here. So how do we make knowledge actionable, and how do we make knowledge also communicable? How can we communicate about the things that science says? So there are so many mechanisms and so many tools to be used. One of them can be actually the Youth Climate Council that you mentioned. So it's an advisory body to the Ministry of Climate or Environment, depending on the institution that works in a given country. There is also the Youth Climate Council Global Alliance now, which cooperates with 5 councils already existing in the world. So Denmark, Poland, the Netherlands, Ghana and Brazil. So we are not only based in Europe, but we are also going global, as the name of the alliance says. But also that works for the policymakers, that works if young people would like to be engaged. But there are also young people who want to be scientists, and they want to stay in a bubble of the science, and they don't really want to get out there. They want to work on research. And then I would say that there is appeal to the scientists present in this room. So how we can work with networks of young people working at various universities, at various research centers and institutions. How can we actually make this peer exchange of you, experienced scientists, experienced researchers, and how we can actually cooperate with these young researchers. I think it's all about the change of the perspective, of the change of the paradigm also, that we have to change the system that we live in if we want to tackle the crisis, the climate crisis, if we want to stop the catastrophic consequences of the climate crisis. We also have to change the way we perceive the system. So it also means that we have to involve young people systematically. We have to involve them institutionally, and we have to make sure that we provide them with a platform to engage, because I think for years young people have demanded the space, and then they are actually going kind of into the despair. They are going into the giving up sphere, that they don't want to ask for this platform anymore. So now it's our task, our actually job, to provide them with a platform to get engaged, to say, okay, you are invited. You actually don't have to knock on a door or a window or go through a closed door. You have a platform to speak at. And I think it's also like a great help of institutions like, for example, JPI Climate, or various institutions like UNFCCC that provide platforms for young people to engage. And we should, as young people, use them.
Okay, and that's these kind of forums and other types of platforms as well. Let's look at it though about involving young people, obviously in particular, and generally in local communities. Eamon, you're very involved in this with your initiative in Crumlin. You've been very successful in engaging local communities and getting young people involved. What are the best ways have you found of doing that?
I think it's important, like Kaisa said, to have actionable knowledge and communicable knowledge, to adapt things to community-specific needs. Not like every community has money, and you know, when you slap eco-friendly on something, sometimes it can get 3-4 times more expensive than it should be. I think, you know, very often we decouple the cost of living crisis and the climate crisis, which we can't really do, and I think we need to pay specific attention to communities that are extremely vulnerable to things like that.
Tell me a little bit more about that. Can everybody hear Eamon? Is the sound okay? Just you might come closer to the mic. Yeah, that would be good. That's a very good point about, you know, there are areas where poverty is a dominant issue. We have a cost of living crisis, not just in Ireland, obviously, but in other places. In Dublin here, they're very impoverished areas where people are struggling. So how do you get them to still care about the planet? They've got things to worry about. Can they put food on the table? Can they send their kids to school? Can they get an education? Those things are real priorities for them. So how do you get them to engage in bigger picture stuff like climate change impacts?
By giving an accessible way to do it. Yeah, like what we would do in Crumlin is we provide community building events that are fun, because a lot of the time people are so stressed out they don't want to engage in more doom and gloom voluntarily in their free time. To give ways of taking action that are positive, meaningful, and you know, people aren't trying to take advantage of you to make money off you throughout it.
And just on that, talk to me a little bit more about that, because how do you get them on board? How do you get people to be able to see that it's important not to throw things away, or to, in the likes of your project, reuse textiles and for them to get engaged in that and embrace it?
By not pointing the finger.
Yeah.
I grew up in Dublin 12. I know what the area is like. I know the issues that come along with it. And, you know, sometimes there can be a bit of a social pressure that, you know, I need to buy something new every time that I'm going out. I, you know, wouldn't wear secondhand. That'll make me look poor, all these things. And to, you know, come up people on a personal level and be like, that's not what that means, and things are changing, and this is actually a good thing for all of us.
Do you think as a young person in Ireland, you can influence policies at a national level? Forget even about international, but a national level.
I would like to think so. So I am the Climate Youth Delegate for the Department of the Environment, and this is the first year that the position has existed. So what I do is I would represent under 25s on the National Climate Delegation, and you know, going forward as the programme develops, there'll be more input and more stakeholder engagement with young people and more representation. More than half of the world's population is under 30, so you know, we've got different priorities and more urgent attitude towards the climate crisis, I think. So I think it's really important that that involvement scales up. I think it's a good start, but I don't think we're there yet.
We're not there yet.
Yeah.
We'll come back to you on that. Cassia, you've talked about, you feel there's a need for a new way of thinking if we want to save our planet from the sort of catastrophic consequences of climate change, which we've been hearing about this morning and obviously from yesterday's report. What are those new ways of thinking?
I think, of course, as I said, first of all, involving young people systematically, but on the other hand, it's also about having everybody on board. I think it's also crucial that we stop perceiving some people as climate activists, some people as researchers, some people as scientists, some people as policymakers, and you name it. There are so many different categories we can actually put labels on. I think we all have to be kind of climate activists in a sphere that we work in and in our way of living. So each of us have to actually take action. We all have to take climate action, and we cannot criticize or point fingers, as Eileen said, or criticize our neighbors, our families, our friends, or even strangers. We cannot say, you are driving, you are taking a bus instead of driving a car to work. That's too little. That's nothing compared to the catastrophic consequences of the climate crisis. That's something that actually makes the situation even worse. Because if we would empower others, if we said that's great that you are trying to be vegetarian, if you're trying to be vegan, if you're trying to change your diet, because we never know where somebody's coming from. We never know what's the situation behind. We don't know what's the environment the person was raised in, and we don't know what challenges the person is facing. So the new way of thinking, in my perspective, is actually making sure that we empower others, not criticize anyone for any climate action they are taking. We should all be climate activists in a way that we can do it the best. And I think interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary of our action, and also intersectionality of all of us. So all of the great words that we can actually think about in the language should be there. So the more the different sectors, the more different disciplines we engage, the more probable it is that the climate crisis can be actually tackled. Because if we just stick to climate scientists, to climate activists, and to people who believe the climate change is there, then we can never actually solve the climate crisis. We should also reach out to those that still deny the climate change exists. So I think we should start from the very, very bottom now. And then if somebody is already very experienced and they know the science is there, and I'm sure everybody in this room knows it, then we can actually do more, we can think about bigger things. But if somebody starts from the very bottom, then we also have to empower them to take even bigger action, but never criticize or never undermine their efforts.
We heard in the previous session, and Kirsten, forgive me if I'm paraphrasing you badly, but the point about the message being, you know, the message needs to be one maybe of opportunity as well, not just all the doom and gloom, because there's so much bad news out there that, you know, if you started to delve too much into the impacts of climate change, and for example, the report that has just come out, it's very depressing. So, Eamon, how do you break through that sort of the challenge of getting the message out, trying to get people to become more and more aware of the need to be responsible, to learn how to influence policies or whatever, while not depressing them completely as well?
Yeah, I think taking a step back and looking around at how great everything is, do you know? Like how lovely that tree is, or, you know, once it gets to a certain point of the evening, like rabbits start coming out and that sort of thing. I think it's lovely, and I think, you know, maybe everything is moving very fast at the moment, and, you know, we're all very caught up in our lives, but I think, you know, it's really important to step back and look at all the very lovely things that we have.
And you're passionate about how climate justice interacts with active citizenship.
Yeah.
How have you seen that work on the ground in Ireland, particularly through your activism in climate issues?
Because when people feel connected to their community, whether it be a local one, a national one, an international one, they're more likely to act as if they are part of a community and not with individual actions. You know, it can be more considered, and it's also, you know, more fulfilling to know that your neighbours are on your side and everybody wants to help each other.
And Cassia, finally to you, you know, as I said, you've been involved in the World Youth Forum, so you've seen lots of young people from different backgrounds, nationalities all over the world. Is there a common thread that binds them all together? Are young people, have you found, is there a universal sort of desire to get together, to communicate with one another, to work together on this?
Of course, and I think the main thing is actually the safe planet that we are fighting for. So we are all aware, no matter where we are coming from, where we have been raised, is that we are fighting for the better future for us, for our kids, for the grandkids, for the next generations. Because I think our generation is the first one to have access to so many information from the very, very beginning of our life. So the access to the internet, the access to the new media actually makes us aware of the opportunities, but also of the threats that are upon us. So I think the common theme of our action and the common denominator of everything that we are doing is actually being united, that we can save the planet, we can tackle the climate crisis. And of course it sounds very very broad and very idealistic, but we really believe that. I think if we didn't believe that, we would never actually take action. We would stay in our homes. I would stay in Poland. I would actually still be in Katowice, in Silesia region, full of coal, and just thinking, okay, that's how it should be, but it doesn't have to be.
Do you think we can save the planet, Eamon?
I hope so. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Okay, well look, on that point, thank you both for coming up. It would be fabulous to talk with you more, but I'm sure we will get plenty of opportunities over the next few days. So we're coming towards the end of this morning's plenary, and it really, you know, in the midst of hearing about all of the seriousness of the impacts of climate change, the outcome of the reports, of course, in the midst of dealing with that news, we are also witnessing the most horrific war in Ukraine, where loss of lives, destruction, and environmental disasters are causing such huge devastation. And in this, our final session for this morning's plenary, we're now going to hear about some key lessons when it comes to learning to deal with the crisis. We are most grateful to have the Ukrainian ambassador to Ireland joining us today. And on behalf of the ECCA2023 hosts, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to Ambassador Larisa Garasco. Ambassador, if you could please join me on stage. Ambassador, good morning.
Thank you so much. Distinguished participants and organizers, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to be invited to the 6th European Climate Change Adaptation Conference and to deliver this keynote. Our planet is undergoing profound transformation driven by human-induced climate change. rising global temperatures, melting ice caps, extreme weather events, and shifting precipitation patterns have become all too familiar. These changes affect every corner of the Earth, impacting ecosystems, economies, and communities alike. In the face of such daunting challenges, adaptation is not merely an option, but an imperative. We must adapt to the new climate realities to protect our ecosystem, safeguard of our infrastructure, and ensure the well-being of our fellow citizens. Adaptation is not solely about resilience, it's also about seizing opportunities. The transition to a climate-resilient future can drive innovation, create green jobs, and spur economic growth. It is an investment in our collective well-being and a chance to reimagine our societies in a more sustainable and inclusive manner. By embracing adaptation, we can simultaneously protect our planet and foster prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, more than a year ago, full-scale Russian invasion began. It has resulted in significant environmental degradation, further deepening the challenges of climate change. The destruction of critical infrastructure, including industrial facilities and power plants, has led to the release of hazardous pollens into the air, soil, and water. Such pollution poses immediate health risks to the affected communities and contributes to long-term environmental damage, compromising efforts to mitigate climate change. Furthermore, the war has disrupted the country's energy sector, which is vital in transitioning to low-carbon and renewable energy sources. Ukraine's renewable energy projects have faced numerous setbacks due to Russian aggression, hiding progress toward reducing greenhouse gas emissions and increasing the country's resilience to climate change impact. The instability caused by the war has also impeded foreign investment in renewable energy infrastructure, delaying the country's energy transition and impeding global efforts to combat climate change. Additionally, the war has displaced thousands of people, leading to increased pressure on already fragile ecosystems and resources. The Kakhovka Dam, destroyed by Russian military, played a crucial role in regulating water flow, supporting irrigation systems, and providing cooling effects that influence regional climate patterns. The consequences of its destruction have far-reaching impact on both local and broader climate change adaptation. The dam's destruction has led to changes in water ability and distribution, affecting irrigation for agricultural lands. Reduced water flow in the Dnipro River and its tributaries has implications for crop production, potentially leading to decreased agricultural productivity and food security concerns. Furthermore, the destruction of the Kakhovka Dam has disrupted the cooling effect it provided to the surrounding areas. The large water reservoir created by the dam had a significant impact on the local climate, moderating temperatures and creating a cooling microclimate. Without this cooling effect, the region, including Ukraine's central and southern parts, including Crimea, may experience increased temperatures and aridity. These deepen deepens the changes of climate change adaptation, as higher temperatures and water scarcity pose additional hurdles for communities and ecosystems in this area. Before the Kakhovka hydroelectric power plant disaster, environmental damage in Ukraine caused by Russia's war against Ukraine was estimated at more than $46 billion. We are yet to assess the full scale of the damage. Russian occupiers commit war crimes of ecocide. Millions of hectares of forest have been burned by shelling. Almost 200,000 hectares of our land are contaminated with mines and unexploded ordnance. Ukraine is one of the most mined countries in the world. Almost 174,000 square kilometers, it's about 30% of Ukraine's territory, remain dangerous because of enemy mines. Dozens of coal mines are flooded, including the mine where an underground nuclear explosion was carried out in 1978-9. The fuel storage facilities, warehouses with chemicals and fertilizers, animal burial grounds were flooded. Sewage got into the water. More than 55,000 hectares of forest have been flooded, and at least half of them will die. Tens of thousands of birds and at least 20,000 wild animals are at risk of death. 6 million domestic animals have died as a result of Russian aggression. At least 50,000 dolphins have been killed in the Black Sea. Thousands of hectares of soil have been contaminated with harmful substances. Most of them were fertile soil. The negative impact of the war against Ukraine on climate change efforts goes beyond the immediate geographical boundaries. It is a stark reminder of broader consequences of conflicts on our collective ability to address climate change. As we strive to strengthen climate change adaptation strategies, let us not forget that stopping the war against Ukraine and investing in peace-building efforts will redirect our focus and resources towards building a more sustainable and climate-resilient future for all. Dear friends, every day we make steps towards Ukraine's victory. This victory is inevitable. Ukraine, a country scared by the war, holds immense potential to recover and emerge as an example of resilience and sustainable development. Its diverse ecosystem, rich agricultural lands, and vast renewable energy potential provide a solid foundation for sustainable development. By investing in Ukraine's potential, we can unlock a wealth of innovative ideas and approaches that can be replicated globally, amplifying the impact of our collective efforts. Ukraine's journey towards climate change adaptation cannot be divorced from the changes it faces as a result of the war. However, it precisely in the face of adversity that opportunities for transformation emerge. By assisting Ukraine in rebuilding its infrastructure, revitalizing its economy, and providing the necessary tools and expertise, we can catalyze a shift towards sustainable practices and ensure that climate change adaptation is integrated in every facet of the country's reconstruction efforts. Helping Ukraine in its adaptation process is a two-way street. It is an opportunity for all of us to engage in meaningful knowledge exchange and collaboration. Ukraine's experience, lessons learned, and innovative approaches can enrich our understanding of climate change adaptation. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to highlight the immense potential for cooperation between Ireland and Ukraine in the realm of green energy. As both nations strive to address the challenges of climate change and foster sustainable development, a partnership between Ireland's green energy expertise and Ukraine's aspiration for a resilient and low-carbon future can yield substantial benefits for both countries. Ireland has garnered significant experience in the development of renewable energy projects, particularly in the area of wind, solar, and biomass. By sharing best practices and technical expertise, Irish companies and institutions can collaborate with the Ukrainian counterparts to accelerate the deployment of green energy solutions in Ukraine. This cooperation can encompass project planning, technology selection, financing models, and regulatory framework, providing valuable guidance to Ukraine as it establishes its, its own sustainable energy infrastructure. Ireland's progress in offshore wind development can serve as a catalyst for collaboration with Ukraine. Irish companies can share their knowledge in site assessments, project design, environmental impact assessment, and grid integration of offshore wind farms. Ukraine, with its extensive coastline along the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov, presents abundant opportunities for offshore wind energy generation. Joint efforts can propel Ukraine's offshore wind sector forward, unlocking its vast potential and contributing to the country's renewable energy goals. Ireland investments in biomass and biogas projects hold promises for cooperation with Ukraine in sustainable waste management and energy production. Irish experts can assist in the design, construction, and operation of biomass power plant and biogas facilities in Ukraine. Joint projects can focus on areas such as energy storage, smart grids, renewable energy integration, and energy efficiency. By pooling our resources, expertise, and research capabilities, we can accelerate the development and the deployment of cutting-edge technologies, addressing shared challenges, and driving the global transition towards sustainable energy future. In conclusion, I would like to stress that the Ukrainian government has shown a proactive stance by establishing policies and frameworks that prioritize climate change adaptation. The strategy of environmental safety and adaptation of climate change for the period up to 2030, adopted in 2021, outlines the country's long-term vision for sustainability, emphasizing the importance of climate resilience and the need to integrate adaptation measures into various sectors of the economy. Ukraine has engaged with multilateral organizations such as UNDP and the World Bank to access technical expertise, financial resources, and knowledge-sharing opportunities. The government has also prioritized climate-resilient infrastructure as a key component of post-war reconstruction. This involves incorporating climate-smart design principles into the construction and renovation of buildings, transport network, and critical infrastructure. By considering future climate risks, such as extreme weather events and changing temperature patterns, Ukraine aims to develop infrastructure that can withstand these challenges and minimize future vulnerabilities. Ukraine's readiness to address climate change adaptation in the process of rebuilding after the war is evident through its policy frameworks, institutional structure, and strategic initiatives. The government's commitment to integrating climate resilience into various sectors, including infrastructure, ecosystem, and agriculture, highlights its determination to forge a sustainable and resilient future. Through international cooperation, Ukraine is poised to navigate the challenges of climate change, seize opportunities for transformative growth, and emerge as a role model for climate change adaptation in the post-conflict reconstruction. We must admit that what Russia does in Ukraine is not just a Ukrainian problem. This is a challenge for everyone. As Ukraine fights for democracy, freedom, and European values, the world must be united to stop Russian aggression as soon as possible and to minimize its destructive influence on the ecology and climate of our planet. Stand with us and win with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. We are running way over time, so what I'm going to suggest is that you have a very quick break. I wanted, though, to acknowledge Svetlana, who is the climate change chief scientist with Ukraine. I'm not sure we don't have time, will we? Yeah, because we're running so over time, but we wanted to acknowledge your work in what you're doing. Thank you, and hopefully people will get an opportunity to talk with you over the next day or so. Okay, very quickly, because we're way over time.
Well, thank you so much, actually, for everybody who in this big hall and who support Ukraine. I want actually to add a bit, which, if I may, because tomorrow we will have a conference in London, which is about Ukraine Recovery Conference. And the first conference was in Lugano a year ago, and we really look into the future. So we are really supposing that this conference in Dublin, it's just preparation for this conference which will start tomorrow. And we speak about from Lugano to London via Dublin. And I know that many of you want to help us, and I want actually to emphasize words which our first ever Nobel Prize winner said. In order to help Ukraine, you should not be superhero. It's enough to be human. And in fact, I should say that we're not surrendering Ukraine, but I know that we should not surrender to combat and adapt to climate change, and we all will win. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Svetlana. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 minutes for a break, and please come back. Just a 10-minute break. Thank you very much.
are you? I'm Eimear from Delta.
Ready to go. That's all right. Hello everyone. Hello.
But he was waving.
Hello, is the microphone on already? Can you hear me? I think we are about ready to start. I see thumbs up, so that's a good sign. Yeah, so we are starting a little bit later, and hopefully you it will be a very interesting session, so you all stay also 10 minutes later before joining lunch. So my name is Eimear. I'm working as an expert on climate change adaptation at Altaris in the Netherlands. I'm also a coordinator of a research and innovation project called Reach Out. Can't hear me. Okay, so I'll speak out a little bit louder, so maybe point to microphones like this. It's improving now? Okay. So please welcome everyone to this next session on extreme events and tools for climate resilience. So this is a joint session in multiple ways. So it's a joint session of two conference themes. So it's dealing with extreme events and stepping up climate action, support through climate platforms and climate services. So these teams together and a lot of different initiatives currently working on implementation of the Green Deal and on the adaptation, the mission on adaptation, have jointly organized this session. And we have had great introductions this morning already on the huge challenges that we have within the EU, and especially also with this mission on adaptation. And in this session, we will discuss how knowledge and tools and climate services can support these huge ambitions of the mission on adaptation. So to do this in an interactive way, we will have a few pitches to start a discussion, but then we really want to get you involved in discussing with us what are the challenges and how are we going to address them. And this challenge, just to give you a few characteristics of this challenge. So it's really how to provide information and knowledge that leads to actionable adaptation. And basically we're also not starting from scratch there, so also how to use all the existing knowledge and tools that's already out there and has been assembled over many years already. And also how to use this, and this is what was mentioned this morning also, these services in a way that they are locally legitimate. I think that's a huge challenge, and what's the role of co-creation also in this process. And we were talking about adaptation is spatially, but also we need to think in steps into time, so basically in pathways to climate resilience. So also how are we going to support specific these pathways to resilience and make the change from a risk mitigation approach to a climate resilient development approach, as was mentioned today. So a lot of questions that will come across in this session, and therefore we have a great panel that I will introduce later, but to allude a little bit more on the context of this session and the whole ecosystem of projects and platforms that is supporting the mission on adaptation, I want to give the floor to Guido for a brief introduction. Guido.
Many thanks, Ad. Good morning. You can hear me, right? Yeah, good. I'm supposed to give a brief introduction here. I mean, what we have listened before is that we are looking, I mean, in the opening, that we are looking for actionable knowledge to support the mission, to go forward. The mission wants to have adaptation faster, better, more systemic. We're struggling with it. I mean, we will see in some of the pitches where we struggle. So we want to see exactly what are the failures here, what is not working out. The important element for the mission is not only that it's actionable, it should be useful, it should be reliable, because at the end we're not talking about research projects where we just test, and if we fail, then we fail, and it's a pity because, I mean, we have to fail in research as well. But if we do something with real people in real regions, in real communities, that's different. They wouldn't, I mean, it's much more difficult to accept that things are not reliable, that there are remaining uncertainties, or that you cannot quantify them, or that you don't know how to deal with them. And what is the role of the stakeholders? So when we talk about the action knowledge, I mean, the discussion we are looking for here is which are the tools we should be using, we should be promoting under the mission. How can we use them? How can we communicate best to the communities we work with and to the regions? How can we integrate them best also into climate adapt? I mean, climate adapt is the framework we do have. So we do have the adaptation support tool, we do have that framework. So how can we work within the different projects? And I'm very happy that this is an action, or this is an activity here, a session where we have so many projects working together. And I think that's also very important. I mean, it's one of the principles for ECCA, bringing people together who work on similar issues. And we shouldn't be working alone, standalone solutions, but really think in systems, how can we connect much better what we are doing? And the mission aims to do this also. So the questions which the mission, or at least the mission implementation platform, which I'm also representing here, is looking for is which tools should we look for, how can we use them, and how can we also bring them better together in the different work we're doing. And I think this is the introduction, and now I look forward to, where's Art again? Oh, here behind you. So let's go to the pitches, let's be specific and really get some ideas here.
Yes, so the pitches will be introduced also to another co-host of the session, Jan Kools, in a minute. Before he's doing that, I just want to point you to a session that we have tomorrow, where we will demonstrate a few climate services and tools in the Hibernia building, in the Latouche room, tomorrow at 11:30. So today we will discuss on how to use different tools in general to support our challenges. Tomorrow we will really demonstrate some practical examples of tools. So Jan?
No, thank you. So indeed, I'm Jan Kols, the coordinator of Transformer, one of the 6 that come together here for this session, and we all aim to work on the adaptation mission. So that is our main aim, basically, to improve regions and communities to get it operational. So when we will have like 3 pitches, then 3 short pitches. That is the idea. The first one is more like on how the regions can be supported in the communities. So that is Valeria that will be coming. Then the second pitch will be on the uptake of tools, because a lot of it exists, of course, and we develop a lot more even. But how does that get used, basically? How can regions and communities that basically are not used to all this sort of tools can be using it? And the pitch 3 gives like some examples of tools that are out. So let's move now. Until after each of these pitches, we have like a Slido. So then you have to get up your smartphones and help us voting on what you think. So we move now to the first one. See, I'm also promoted now as organizer of the tech things. Project coordinators need to be able to do everything. So Sawa. Oh, sorry, Valeria. Come on.
Yes, thank you. So for this first pitch, I would like to quickly introduce the Pathway to Resilience project and what we are starting to work on for regards options for comprehensive support for regions, and how this relates then to the tools that we're also discussing later on. So first of all, very briefly, the Pathways to Resilience project just started this January. It's going to be a 5-year-long project on the emission adaptation. And really, regions are really the core of this project. We have 4 main objectives. The first one is to mobilize regional interests and networks. We want to do this to really leverage political commitment towards the mission adaptation, and also really elevate the ambition and capability that the regions and the different stakeholders within the regions currently have. We also want to trigger a wide engagement of citizens, but also of a broad group of different stakeholders, and to do this through a co-creation process that can result in transformative climate resilience pathways. Then we also want to facilitate learning and capability development, and this should happen both within and across the regional cohorts that will network within the project, and then also increase knowledge on adaptation options across different key community systems. And finally, we of course want to boost enabling conditions, which includes funding and financing, so that in this way we can develop, test up, and scale the transformative, innovative solutions can then lead us to this increase in climate resilience. So what this means in practice is that there will be a total of 21 million euros that will be allocated to regions. And this will happen through cascade grantees or sub-grants. And this will help the regions develop transformative pathways to climate resilience. And it will happen through 2 open calls. In total, this would then lead to 100+ regions, European regions and communities, to be assisting in identifying locally led climate resilience solutions, and then the creation also of more than 10 innovation practice groups and finance innovation labs. And this will then help to increase the knowledge and the design solutions and business models for climate adaptation and resilience. So then when we look at the project as a whole, there are 3 main elements that are there really to provide support to regions. The first of these is the resilience journey, and you have to imagine that really as the process that the regions are taken through in different steps during the whole project, and this can ensure that they can reach their objectives successfully. The second element are adaptation pathways. You will also hear more about them in the next speech, but then we see this project adaptation pathways really as the output that we expect regions to have at the end of the project, so really what they give us at the end, what they did for themselves actually at the end. And these pathways should be implementable, of course, to make sure that they actually can have concrete impact. And this will, because of that, we probably will expect that there will be innovation and really experimenting with different approaches, different methods by these regions. And the final element that is there to support regions will be these different tools. And then in our project, tools will really be what will support regions through each step
also the resilience journey so that they can have these adaptation pathways, resilience pathways at the end. So in relation to these tools, what we are currently working on right now is a stock take of currently existing climate adaptation and resilience tools. What we're doing actually is looking at all the different steps that a region can do to develop resilience adaptation pathways. And then for each step, we're trying to identify which tools are out there so they can really tackle the different elements also of adaptation pathways development, not only, for example, risk assessment, but really all the different steps. So we did this, we started with a literature review, and then we found a lot of information about methods and frameworks that are available for resilience pathways development. But we quickly found out that in the literature there's not so much about tools specifically. So then for tools we'll turn into more the practice base and the people like you here in the room that have actually developed tools. And we're actually soon starting to interview different tools developers. We're starting with the people that are within our consortium, but we hope to expand also to other organizations and as many as possible really, so that we can find out which tools are out there for the different steps. And in doing this, our main objective really is to map out what is there right now in terms of tools and really find a way to present them to regions in a way that is comprehensive and that makes sense for them. So for later, when we will go through the different questions that you will answer, what we want to know from you from this is really what tools are available now and what should be really the next steps then in tool development. Thank you.
Thank you, Valeria. So then the Slido comes up. So get your phones online and here in the room, and either use the code or the QR. And then I'll be starting it. And then you have like an easy question. I hope that works. Like how your relationship is to tools, whether you're married with them or not, and so. So I'll give you a bit of time to activate. The first 10 have been responding. All right, so that seems to be working. So the second question, then you see it online appearing if you now continue to that. So do you think the current offer of tools for climate resilience is sufficient? And then you have like the choices. Yeah. Yeah, indeed, the choices, you see it on your phones, I guess, the choices that you're making, but not, yeah, all right. Zie ik dat nu weer? Dat ziet zo wat niet, hè? All right, we come back to that later. There seems like an issue when finding out what the codes mean now in this slide, but let us sort it out and continue with the next page. That will be of SAWA, right, on the different tools and the uptake. So you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I will dig a bit about how to enable the uptake of the tools and approaches for climate resilience, and then we will have also little interaction to get your feedback on this. The first idea that was also mentioned this morning is that despite we are making a lot of efforts in adaptation to climate change planning, we are still lagging behind on the implementation and, of course, on the monitoring of these action plans and adaptation. But despite that, we still face some uncertainty about the problem of climate change when will we face these extreme events that we have here this morning, and where exactly and how much we have some uncertainty about that. But we know that there are some enabling conditions that will make our adaptation much stronger, which is a strong policy, planning, and legal framework. We also hear this morning about the adequate financial resources and how difficult it is for adaptation to get these needed resources. We have also heard a lot about collaboration, engaging everyone at society, private, public citizens. Another important enabling condition is the capacity building and knowledge sharing or generation, and of course the behavioral change, which is also related to the extremes that we mentioned this morning. So the context of adaptation is that we are under an uncertainty on these impacts, the where, when, how much, and we have also quite complex systems at city level, but also at regional level, and we need some flexibility in these planning processes. So new approaches are needed. We have here the very old-fashioned way where you have predict and act. Well, I see that there is a problem and then I will act. Then there are more elaborated methods where you envision different futures, possibilities, and then you try to plan for these different options. And then we have the dynamic adaptive planning where you envision different futures, and you also envision different ways to reach this, minimizing this future risk in a dynamic way, and this is also linked to monitoring, so you navigate through the different options. And one of these possibilities, like dynamic adaptive policymaking, is the flexible adaptation pathways, which this figure from Del Tares shows very nicely where it means and how it's represented. So this approach, maybe some of you were aware of these flexible adaptation pathways, but maybe some you were not aware. And another level of complexity is, even if you know about adaptation pathways, we were wondering, do you know that there are existing guidelines that can help you or can support the regions and cities in order to build their and develop their adaptation pathways? So there are different options available. We have a guideline from a recent project where it shows the different steps and it includes a few case studies. There is also available at the moment the Resilience Pathway Handbook, and very interesting, as it was mentioned before, it includes not, or it considers not only adaptation, it also considers the disaster risk management perspective as an integration of both of them. And you can also use a playbook for transformational adaptation. This tool is very good for the co-creation workshops, more interactive way of developing a pathway through the different stages, and at the end you develop an adaptation pathway. But we not only have guidelines, we also have different tools that can support the design and visualization adaptation pathways, which is also very important for awareness raising, is important for communicating this flexibility approach. And at the moment there are two tools. One, the pathway generator, where it highlights very nicely the tipping points or points of no return. And then we have the ARC resilience pathway visualization that helps you through the different stages. And this tool is a bit more focused on heritage, urban buildings, urban environment, and as well as agriculture sector. And it also includes some assessment of the effectiveness of the different pathways alternatives. So we have some tools in regards to adaptation pathways, but now going back to the barriers of the uptake of these tools, and this is just one example, but as Valeria mentioned before, there are tools for different stages of the adaptation planning, and there are a number of barriers. Here, what are highlighted is just those barriers that are mostly commonly seen in knowledge generation or knowledge sharing sphere, and these are no awareness of the tool, so maybe some of you were not aware that there are available tools for adaptation pathways or for other type of resources. Also lack of training on how to use the tools. There could be also a language barrier. In some countries, English is quite used language, but in others, it's a big barrier if the tool is just in English. It can also, another barrier can be related to the complexity of the tool. So if it's easy to use, probably more uptake is seen. This morning, we also hear about the silos of the different knowledge. So, of course, you could have a limit awareness of the topic or knowledge on a specific topic on adaptation, so then you probably would not use the tool. And there is also, as it was mentioned this morning, there may be a gap in the required information. So some tools may require information or data, and depending on the availability of this data, the use of the tool can be successful or not. And another possible barrier is the lack of pedagogy for decision makers, meaning that tools give you an output, and but sometimes decision makers, they don't know exactly what to do with this output because it's outside their context. So they may not recognize the value or purpose of using that tool. And as we have here before, we have also a lack of accessibility of the tools. And I will leave it here because the next part will be Slido, and we want to hear a bit more about your opinion on the barriers of the tools, focused mainly on knowledge part. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we move then to the question on the barriers. Oh, here, okay. See, so you see those that Saul now just presented, and the question is to rank them, right? So from 1 to 8.
So as you are still trying to answer this question, I want to introduce also to you our panelists for this afternoon that will start a discussion on the outcomes of the Mentimeter and also discuss with you some of the main issues coming out of this. So I want to introduce at the right-hand side of me, at the far end, is Thomas Koets from Climate Kick. He's a senior advisor on resilience for the regions, and he has been working with the Mission on Adaptation Secretariat before, and before that working on biodiversity. Next to me is sitting Guido. He introduced himself already from the Resilience Project. So Jan is not only a good technical moderator, but also coordinator of the Transformer project. So if anyone knows a lot about transformational adaptation, it should be him with such a project title. Sayoa from Technalia just gave the previous introduction. Next to Sayoa is Nieves Peña from Technalia, very experienced researcher on decision support tools at Technalia. And Valeria already gave the first speech. So I'm just looking at the outcomes of this Mentimeter question, and also linking it back to the previous Mentimeter question, which was, do we have sufficient tools? And then there's nobody saying, no, we don't need, so we have sufficient, and nobody's saying, well, we have, yeah, we need a lot more tools. So there was a kind of a conservative answer. Everybody was in the middle. Yes, we have a lot of tools, but we need more of them. And then, of course, now this Mentimeter question is saying there is no awareness of tools as the main barrier of for adopting them. And I think that relates, of course, to awareness within the regions and the decision makers. So maybe. Thomas, could you reflect on the outcome of this Mentimeter briefly?
Yes, and then I think also pinging it back to the mission's approach and the mission's intention and our respective projects we are involved in particular also the Pathway to Resilience project. There's enormous amount of need to really work with the regions and to empower them to actually sort of address this need to move towards resilience by themselves. So there's a very strong component, for example, in the Pathway to Resilience project, where we want to work with these 100 regions that will get the sub-granting and additional support through the consortium. An enormous amount of our interaction with them is actually building capacity. For them to walk this pathway to resilience themselves. And so that's important, and that's their number 3. We also provide as input to this work a lot of sort of digestion and support in reaching or providing them different tools. So this is about the awareness of tools and bringing that to them, and trying to obviously also address the complexity of this. I also would like to mention though, and which was related before, there is this component of someone mentioned failure, and that we can fail in science and innovation, but we have to really get to terms in the regions and in the context of climate resilience. In our understanding, though, it's also very important that we leave in efforts towards transformational change. We leave also room for failure and experimentations, even at a larger scale. That needs to be part and parcel of the design of how we address sort of this mission approach. And in that context, I also see the mission itself a great opportunity to test, experiment with tools, and eventually also have some tools failing because they eventually not work. So I think that is also a great opportunity that this mission tries to give us. So maybe I leave it at that.
So don't get too nervous about failing tools. I think that's that's a good message. Maybe one more element from this poll. So in second place, people rank that tools may be too complex to use. And I'm looking at you, Nieves, as you've you're one of the most experienced researchers on really supporting regions, municipalities with tools. How do you deal with that in your daily work?
I think I was also looking at that answer from the pool, and also this morning in the plenary session, I think that one of the speakers was saying that we, from the research, from the researchers, we are building very evidence-based and very nice tools with incredible plots, with incredible maps, but when you go to the local municipalities and you show sometimes this tool, they say they are great, but they are not usable for me. So we really need to work on how to make these tools more usable and more friendly for the end users, because at the end, what we really want is that municipalities are able to use them and to make a reality implementation of adaptation. So I think that this is very much related on this capacity building, because from my personal perspective, I think that when you see something that you don't really understand, you don't use it, and if you don't use it, you really don't learn about it. So I think that we have to start a little bit transforming and making more friendly climate services for the citizens and for the municipalities, so that they can be really use it, this information. So this is
so it has to come from two sides, is what you're saying. So there needs to be more capacity building, but also we as developers
I think
need to make them more friendly. And how does that look like, a more friendly climate service?
From the perspective of Reach Out, I think that it has been really nice, because Reach Out project, we are really working with these two sides, because we are working researchers that we have really nice tools, but we are also on the other side working with municipalities. And we have been working on 1 year on building of narratives. And I think that this morning also was mentioned this idea of the storytelling. And I think that emotions and what is if you tell people something that is related with their real life and with past experience, that they really notice that this is something that is happening, is something that is happening in the future more frequently. The impacts already have been really heavy, but in the future are going to be more intense. So I think that these narratives and these storytellings are an incredible, great tool, not only to show the outcomes of these tools, but also as a process to build this awareness. Because also I think that we think that there is only one direction from the tools to the municipalities, but the municipalities and the citizens and the local civil workers know a lot about their impacts. They know more than us about what is really happening in their city. So sometimes with these narratives, they also express what are really the impacts, what are the places of the cities where, and sometimes this dialogue allow us to also update the tools with additional knowledge, validate even models, etc. So I think that this process and this building of storytellings and narrative is really powerful to go for this awareness in the cities and the usable of the tools.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Nibis. I think we have one more question. Do I need to push enter, or what should I do, Jan?
Yeah. See, I have a PhD in Slido. All right, so what would enable to use the presented tools? And that is the next one. So we'll see what inputs are coming in, right? All right, see, I see people are typing. Well, at least one person, to be exactly. You see, we've chosen for word cloud. Like that is also, of course, like the element that that people say it's not graphical enough. Like, right, and then you use what is available.
Yeah, so we move on with the next page. Please continue to fill out these things, and we will also use whole information of this session to come up with a publication, also a joint publication of all participating projects on the outcomes, and use this. So now let me introduce to you Hasse Goosen. He's director at Climate Adaptation Services in the Netherlands, and he has been in the middle of climate adaptation and climate service development in the Netherlands with his organization, also building the national knowledge platform for climate adaptation in the Netherlands. So, and he's also a co-lead of the Reach Out project. So Hasse, the floor is yours.
Yes, thanks a lot, Ad. So I'll be introducing the third topic for discussion for this session. The question, does transformational adaptation require a transformation of climate services? So do we need additional tools to what we are already using? And I'll introduce this question by taking you also through some results of the Reach Out project that Ad already mentioned. So within Reach Out, we are targeting cities, and in particular we have selected 7 city hubs across Europe, and we are supporting them by building up a AAA toolkit, and AAA stands for Analysis, Ambition and Action. So we are taking the cities through these 3 types of activities, and the tools that we are using are connected to the EU landscape of data services, so Copernicus, GEOS, and so forth. So most cities have started with this first phase of diving into the analysis, so more sort of quantitative risk assessment types of approaches, and we are all quite familiar with that type of work. And we have a suite of tools available. I'm not going to talk about the details of these tools. There is a session tomorrow in exactly the same time slot as today in the Latouche room, where we will give demonstrations of what these tools can do. So we have, for example, a thermal assessment tool developed by Technalia, but also a social vulnerability tool that maps vulnerability at sort of the neighborhood scale of cities. This is developed by our colleagues from UCC in Cork. Then we also have a variety of flood-related tools, so pluvial flooding, riverine flooding, coastal flooding. Again, those will be on display in the demo session tomorrow, so please come and join us for that. So cities are working with these tools, but then we also want to address this ambition phase. And what do we mean by this ambition phase? This is something quite new also for the cities. What we mean by this, and you're probably all aware or familiar with the adaptation cycle or the adaptation support tool. And actually in this cycle, assessment of risk is followed directly by selection of options, whereas we propose to sort of build in a deliberate step in between, where you zoom out, where you diverge, and you think about what is the long-term future going to look like, but also zooming out in terms of scope, so looking into other policy domains. Also zooming out in terms of spatial resolution, so looking at the city within its landscape and its historical evolution. So taking a step back and developing a vision, a long-term urban vision, taking into account climate change. So that is what we mean by this ambition phase. And we believe that by doing this, this opens up the decision space for more transformative ideas. So really addressing the root cause of climate risk. And for that, you need to look at the wider area, the surrounding area of the city. We also think that this ambition phase helps you to address more fundamentally what is the city, how does it depend on the natural system, and can we transform the city, making better use of the natural system, and in that way challenging the cities to go beyond the traditional engineering solutions. And we believe that in the longer term, this will have a higher payoff in terms of resilience, sustainability, as well as social well-being. You could see this like a pyramid where we place the transformative adaptation at the bottom, at the fundament of the pyramid, and the better we succeed in addressing those issues, the more stable the system becomes. And I think you will see in many cities across Europe that it's exactly the opposite form of an unstable pyramid, where all the sort of natural ability to cope with climate extremes have diminished. Okay, so within Reach Out, we are really trying to stimulate this transformative thinking, and we also believe that for that, we need a new and more positive narrative, and that relates to what Nieves just mentioned, this storytelling and really making the shift from risk to resilience and making this into a positive story of urban transformation. So moving from the climate hazards we fear to the city we want, changing from a negative risk-aversive frame towards a new positive framing of opportunities and rethinking urban design. And this creates a demand for a different type of tool, so less data-driven, less quantitative perhaps, and more design-oriented. Now, so we're working with our cities in this process, and we see that already many of the cities are making this shift and making the combinations of the hazard types of tools with the social vulnerability mapping, but also using design tools to redesign the cities. We have a climate resilient cities toolbox, which is developed by Deltares, which allows you to sort of redesign the city and see what that does in terms of climate resilience. And a nice thing, all the cities are working on developing these climate stories, and they're all really enthusiastic about these things. We also see that not many cities are making deliberate adaptation plans and strategies. They're rather working on mainstreaming the information into other policy domains and trying to piggyback with other urban transformations. So that is also a new way of working. Now, this is a picture of the Climate Resilient Cities Toolbox. I don't have the time to explain more about this. Again, there's a session tomorrow on this. And this is a snapshot of the climate stories. They are being published online. This is the example of Milan. Really nice. Also this afternoon there is a session in the Podol room, I believe it is, the late afternoon session. So if you're interested in how to develop these stories and to see some examples, I invite you to join us there. So yeah, I wanted to leave you with this question. So does transformational adaptation require a transformation of climate services? And for that we need Jan again to, to help us. Thanks.
All right, so that is the question also posed. Does transformational adaptation require a transformation of the climate services? It's already like a question you can debate a lot about what, what we are asking, but there's only like 5 choices. in a way, the explanation of this one is like as expected. If you want to be something transformational, then the tools, of course, cannot be the same. So that's basically also what most of you are saying. Some say, I guess, they stay the same. So that's also like, in a way, for many regions that are not yet aware of the tools that exist or so, just using the existing tools is already like a progress and a way forward. So yeah, so you can be transformational with using existing tools, but of course you also need like an innovation process in your region, right? So then the last question, because this was also the last page, what is then needed basically, to achieve transformational adaptation? And then you have like number 8 options with the question to rank again. And then after that, Atwell moderating again, right?
Right. So this was the last question of the Mentimeter, and I think it was a very interesting presentation of Hasse, and also the previous question asking the general question, do we need a transformation also in tools? I think the majority of the respondents were positive about it, so saying yes, we need transformation of tools, at least to some extent. And then to specify this a little bit further, it's what we see popping up as a first important element is that we need a better understanding of social vulnerability and equity issues. So basically, how can we couple adaptation with social issues? And I think this was also stressed this morning in some of the introductions. So who of the panel would like to give a response to that? Guido?
I'm happy. I mean, I'm very pleased with the result, to be honest. I think the social vulnerability or equity are often, I wouldn't say forgotten, but at least neglected. Very often, I mean, in the processes where I've been part, for example, on decisions on water allocation, who gets the water, the most powerful actors, they push forward and they get the rights, they get the acquisition of the natural resources in this case, and the social elements, they are left behind. And I mean, they're always there, they're always in the public announcements, but then when you get really to the hard decisions, they're not there. So I'm very pleased with this decision. I mean, in the Resilience project, we work now with 7 regions, and we made a selection of regions where we really looked for which are the ones which have most vulnerability, which have least capacity to work on the topic. So I mean, it's usually a region where we have half a person working on adaptation, and not one person full-time working on adaptation. And these are really the regions which I believe, or which we believe, that they need specific support to go forward, because otherwise, I mean, they will be left behind. And that's also one of the overall approaches of the Green Deal, which we shall respect and shall be looking for. So I mean, that's my analysis of this Slido, and many thanks for the good responses there.
Thank you, Guido. And if we look a little bit further, so what would it mean? So better understanding social vulnerability. So what? So you're saying regions that are least capacitated or regions that are, you could use it for prioritizing your adaptation and joint social programs, right? What else could it mean? So Jan, I saw you raising your finger. You want to comment on this?
What else could it be? So the tools are not that easily available for social vulnerability, right? So we did like in an earlier project, and we continue on that in Transformer. So we asked then like mayors, and so like what do you find important like for a nature-based solution or so? And they say, oh, recreation. We want to have like people to have like some quietness. So we want to have like to make it more beautiful. And then you come up with tools. Okay, we can calculate carbon sequestration. We can calculate like a water infiltration. And then they look at you like, we don't really need that. What is carbon sequestration, by the way? so having like better approaches for social vulnerability is basically like more participation and bringing people together. And that is, of course, it also relates to like economics and seeing also like what can people do to improve well, their vulnerability. But it's basically a lot is by coming together and bringing people together, I guess. It's more simpler tools, basically, rather than numeric.
Okay. Thomas, you want to react? And after that, I want to also see if there's any comments and questions in the audience, because we really also want to... so maybe we can also get a little bit more light, because it's really difficult for me to see who's raising hands, for instance. And then we have a microphone for you to use. So Thomas, please.
Yeah, I wanted to add to what Jan also said. I mean, and looking at sort of what kind of tools would we need for transformational adaptation. And I think it's important to look at sort of what are key features of transformative innovation, and what that, what are key features that we need to have. And for example, one element of it is you need to have a shared vision of where to go. And that's partly what also Hasse meant with his opening up and then closing. So I think we need tools for enabling the getting or bringing about a shared vision, which is a participatory tool in that sense, in a workshop or etc. I think another element is really important for transformative innovation is you need a systems and a portfolio approach. So there needs to be tools that really support the regions to think portfolio, to live portfolio, to manage portfolio, to monitor this. So it's a different level, yeah? So really multiple ideas of bringing this together. Same for participatory engagement. There are different approaches and tools, so you can break that up other than just saying, we need participation. No, but which type for what? For the vulnerability assessment, and equity, I think there are tools already existing for stakeholder, more systems mapping of people, of cascading sort of links and relationships to who is affected, etc., etc. But I think in thinking about transformative tools or the tools that support transformative innovation, we need to really unpack first what are key features of transformations, and then really address them, okay, and how can we bring that about in the daily life of regions and with the expertise?
Yeah, maybe first see if there are any thoughts in the audience or questions. Please raise your hand and then we'll hand you the microphone. Yes, lady on the left here.
Hello, my name is Nora van Kouwenberg, representing IHE Delft and Beta Green, who's also developing tools. What we hear from cities is the need for interoperability, that is something that they really are asking for, because you come with a tool, they already have other tools, they have other systems. So what is your experience with that?
And Jebbes, you can take that.
Sorry,
so the question is that cities want tools that are interoperable. So to say, so basically that, in my translation, that can be used within their common practice of information and knowledge management within the municipality. Yeah. And maybe we tend to think more in interoperability with, for instance, European climate service platforms, but that's of course for a local decision maker of less relevance.
Yeah, indeed, is one of the. I think that is one of the, let's say, barriers that cities are encountering, because what we are also seeing is that there are a lot of tools that need a contextualization on the city, and sometimes this data that is already there is not so easy for the municipalities to be able to integrate that data on the tools, so they need a lot of support to really make this interoperability of the different tools that are available. So I think that this is something, I think that there was another, in the pool, there was another question or answer about this lack of knowledge of the data that is needed to really make, to really operationalize these tools. So yes, in that sense, I think that the effort from the new Destination Earth, that I think that the vision from the European side of build a digital twin of not only climate data, but also social and economic data that can be really accessible, interoperate for different cities and regions, I think that is fundamental. And in that sense, I think that at this stage, what I can observe is that regarding climate, there is a lot of interoperable data regarding the past, regarding the future. But with regard to the social, economic data, is still a lack of this interoperability data. So I think that for me, we have to move a little bit on this, in this type of data to really merge and integrate everything for the future resilience.
Thanks a lot, Niebes. There's another hand.
It was a hand, I promise.
Sorry.
Just a question that I have to all of you. For me, there's, and I was kind of muttering under my breath about the responses to that question because there's a lot of stuff that's missing. There's a gap between talking about tools as ways of enhancing diagnostic understanding and enhancing a sense of kind of diagnostic projection in if, option trees, if we model, if we do this, what about? Then there's the whole piece that we were hearing about earlier on action and what action requires, and that powerful statement about how much more effective it is to do things in community. I think one of the things we've learned a lot about innovation, adaptation, ecosystems and clusters is that you repeat some of what Europe managed to do very well on industrial development in clustering and ecosystems and create something similar. So what tools are there for the social experience of acting on change, of trialing alternative physical actions, alternative ways of thinking about watercourses, alternative ways of using resources or waste, or coming together around financial models? Those suite of how do you enable community engagement and community kind of co-creation and action?
Yeah, thank you for asking this question, because that was a technical issue we had with the first pitch of the first Mentimeter question. We were asking basically these 4 steps that you were describing, and for each step, do we have sufficient tools? Not in general, do we have sufficient tools? And I think indeed for this diagnostic step, we have quite a lot of tools. And for also giving more insights in pros and cons and let's say co-benefits of actions, that it's becoming much more important if you want to become more transformative. We have some tools, I would say, but I think it's maybe good also to ask Valeria, because she has the task within this Pathways to Resilience project to build a toolbox for these 100 regions to support all these steps, right, that you're mentioning. And Valeria, have you come across some of these tools already? And
yeah, so for now, can you hear me? Yes, I've mostly looked at the literature up until now, so on the tools I will have to get back to you in a couple of months. But in the literature, you see that there's, for example, much less attention on monitoring, signaling, implementation, diagnostic. Yeah, so there is, yeah, it is easier, so I think, also to develop tools from when you start with the risk assessment. There is quite a lot at this point. It can always be improved, of course, but when we go to the last steps, then there tends to be less, because, of course, you spend a lot of time in like developing also these pathways, but then you also have to make sure that they get implemented, and there I see there are less things right now.
Yeah.
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 Because I think that is really interesting, this because is what Hase was also explaining. This part of the ambition of create vision is something that is really complex and require all the enables barriers that we were saying before to be in place. And once that is in place, we are able to build an ecosystem that is able to create those visions. So I think that somehow there are less efforts on that, because and when we think on tools, sometimes maybe because of my background, we think on software tools. But in this case, I think that we need soft tools that really support us on this. And regarding this issue, I think that there is also a second point there which says facilitate learning between cities. And I think that vision creation is really interesting in this building of communities of cities that can share visions of what we want to build. For example, this morning when the speaker was speaking about transformation of Dublin or transformation of Bilbao, for example, where I come from, it has been a really great transformation. Share this transformation with other cities. You also create that those enable conditions to happen, and think on futures that are also possible for us.
Yeah, in a way, it's a peer-to-peer capacity building, which is a bit more horizontal, which is also very needed. I agree.
Thanks a lot for alluding this indeed, this difference between soft tools and let's say the more software-based tools. And I think we still looking for a right balance, right? So it can't be only soft tools without the evidence base that we also should need to provide. So it's yeah, and also, by the way, in the P2R project, and Thomas knows a lot more about this. We don't only work on the tools component, but we also work on capacity building, enabling conditions, financing. So it's got all the elements. But we are in a tool session today, so that's. I think there's another question or remark from the audience.
Yeah, thank you very much for all the insights and talks. A question I'm sort of wondering about, you know, we talked about there the interoperability, say, between different tools that are out there, and there are lots of tools being designed all the time, and the stakeholders that we're designing the tools for quite often necessarily don't exactly know how to use those immediately. So there's a bit of a gap, say, between the research, whether that's academic or elsewhere, and the users of the data. I guess my question is, do we need to create a tool that can be applied in any city, anywhere, say, in Europe? Or is it better just to work very closely in partnership, say, as an academic with a particular city? And if we can just showcase in 50 cities or 10 cities around Europe, this really works here. We don't have to make a tool that's so simple that everybody in all the other cities necessarily uses it. They just have to see that, for example, in Cork or wherever it might be, this worked really well, we'll do that. And I guess the analogy I'm thinking about is, I bet you when, you know, refuse collection and recycling was being implemented across Europe, they didn't have a load of academics making a tool that allowed everybody in every individual city to think, aye, we should collect rubbish as well, that's great. They just saw that somewhere else did it, and it made the city cleaner and everyone liked it, so they just did it as well. You know, they don't actually have to have this bespoke cost-benefit analysis or whatever it would be of, you know, the benefits of collecting rubbish. You know, can we do something similar like that to stimulate the action we need for this transformational adaptation?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Very good question, I think. And basically you're answering it yourself already, I think. And also the poll is answering the question, because the learning between cities is seen as key. So Guido, you want to respond to this?
I might add, I mean, I've been working for 20, 30 years in water management. And I mean, at the end, every water management body has its own tools. So what in the resilience project, for example, what we are trying, I mean, with the financing tool or with the maladaptation tool, is to find some spots where we haven't found other tools which are available, which try to be as simple as possible, and then can be adapted to the local circumstance. Because, I mean, it's really very difficult to generate something which everybody will use, because everybody will have a way to adapting it. And I think it's, I mean, and on the other side, all the regions, all the communities we are supposed to work with, or we will work with, they are coming from different starting points. So they have done something, and they obviously they are looking for a next tool which will help them to go forward. And they would not be looking for a tool which obliges them to go back to have the same starting point as the other regions or the other communities. So they will look at those tools or those processes which help them in their individual way to go forward with the certain local circumstances that they have. I don't know whether that's a clear answer, but I mean, that's at least the way I approach it.
Thank you, Guido.
To complement, I think we are discussing a lot around many tools, many needs. At the end, I mean, we have to realize that there is no one tool that can solve everything, and I think that's why we mentioned before complexity. Complexity comes from the context point of view, the different views of the different communities, which it's part of our society. We will not all think the same way, and we will not have the same context. And I think as a result of this complexity, we are building many different tools to adequate the message, the vision, the needs to the specific context and needs of each region, sector.
I think it is also like a back and forth thing of what is needed, what is useful. We see that now in Transformer, like in Finland, we have like a case on stormwater management, and then so they want to install like nature-based solutions. So, but then you ask, like, do you have already like a hydraulic model basically on your stormwater, on your sewers and numerical simulation? They said yes, we have that. But we're not using because, well, we can't work with it, and the consultants that done it are not updating it. So I guess like 2 years ago they had the question, we need a numeric model for our sewers, but now that they have it and they don't seem to be using it, and I see that in many other cities, they don't have that question anymore. So it's also dynamic, like what is useful at some point.
Yeah. There's a question over there. Efren first, and then we move to you. Yeah.
Efren Feliu from Tecnalia. I'll start by the 3 keywords and try to pitch it quick. 1, confusion. 2nd, alignment, and 3rd, competition. Sometimes the end users are confused. Which tools and why? So beyond the capacity building, there's a constellation of tools, sometimes overlapping, and the end users are not really sure why choosing one or another. Therefore, in the framework of the mission, in the framework of the required ambition to overcome climate challenges, I think that researchers or applied research should aim alignment or at least comprehensive mapping of what we are doing. Because a lot of times we are competing with similar offerings and that's why the end users are confused. I think that in the framework of the mission, in the framework of this renewed ambition towards climate resilience, we should try to cooperate, organizing a little bit the knowledge and offering a clearer picture and map of what is available and why sometimes you have different alternatives, which could be related to different contexts and different local or regional conditions. But at least I know that competing is a driver of innovation, but cooperating for organizing knowledge and explaining well why different alternatives could be useful for different contexts perhaps is necessary now.
Yeah. And of course, that's what we are constantly trying. Another question here. Yeah.
Hi, morning everyone. My name is Denise Julian from Climate Kick. I'm sitting here and I'm listening to this conversation and I'm wondering, it feels like the not made here syndrome. Why we duplicate an effort? If we have tools, we can contextualize them into a region or adapt them, but we shouldn't be spending scarce resources reinventing the wheel over and over, is my view. I don't know what you were talking about, oh, we have to do it different, it's here, it's different, there, it's different, and that just feels like a huge, huge waste of time and resources if we are in a loop of just reinventing what's already been done. I get we take, we adapt, we contextualize, but we shouldn't be reinventing. Otherwise, why are we all sitting here in a forum like this discussing how to accelerate and amplify our impact?
Oh, yeah, that's a very good question, I think.
Yes.
And that's also a question that I always ask myself. So,
yes,
and of course, none of us has a complete overview of what's out there already. But of course, we're all trying to build upon what there is already. And one of the questions was, of course, is that sufficient also if we want to move towards more transformational adaptation? Yeah, maybe one of Sayoa, you want to comment on this?
I agree. One thing that I think I lack from the projects, I mean, I will contextualize to the European Union projects and to the mission or Horizon projects. Quite often, I think there is just one thing missing at the end of the project is we finish and we don't have a period for capacity building and knowledge transferation to broader community. So of course, smaller maybe regions or city involved in the project know about the tools, but we don't extend the knowledge and share it across. So that it may also hinder of the use and uptake of tools, and thus maybe another project is thinking, oh, I should create this, which may be similar with some complementarities, but at the end, I agree. Thank you.
So I would say we go to the last question and then we're going to wrap up. And we have Philip Tulkens here from the Mission on Adaptation and the Commission to reflect on what has been discussed. So maybe last question, and then Philip, maybe you can already prepare to step up. And then we can still finalize within a decent time so you can all have lunch afterwards. So last question, the honor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this talk. My name is Karin Nilsson. I come from the Swedish Forest Agency, and it's been extremely interesting to see how you talk about these tools, and also tools for cities, and then how you put them in a larger context. That's something we work with a lot within the Forest Agency as well. But I was interested in this. I mean, what tools are there available and useful for when you want something on one specific place, but you need to scale it up also to look on the landscape level, and how do we make such tools less complex and useful for users who maybe only want the local one? What tree should I plant somewhere, or what adaptation measure should I put exactly here? But they need to consider the water management, the rest of the environment. So, yeah.
Nieves, you want to respond?
Well, I think that indeed is what Valeria has been also explaining. I think that both in Peers to Resilience and also in Reach Out, we are trying not to reinvent the wheel, but just do that mapping and try to, let's say, classify and provide in a simple way which are the tools that are ready to be used, simple tools for cities, which are the ones that maybe have a higher level of complexity and they require some contextualization. And we indeed last week we just published the AAA Toolkit website on Reach Out, so you can access there. And I think that this is very nice because this classification of tools where you can the cities can search through those and try to start using them in an easy way. But I think that this will be complemented in this PIRS project, Pathways to Resilience, project, and I think that exactly what you are saying is what we want to develop, because it has to be simple, and tools have to be available in a simple way and classify also in a friendly way. So thank you for your comment.
Yeah, thanks a lot to you, the audience, and also thanks a lot to the panel. So before we leave, I want to give the last words to Philippe. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I decided to go for a risky exercise, not to go for a pre-prepared speech, but really listen to what was said and give you a few reactions on the spot. So please excuse me if it's not fully structured. I'll take a step back, and first, I'm very satisfied by the fact that it is assumed here that everybody knows what the mission is, the mission on adaptation to climate change. This is great, because in many places I go to, people don't even know that there is an EU adaptation strategy, that within this strategy there are several commitments taken by the member states on adaptation to climate change, and one of the ways to implement the strategy is through these EU missions on adaptation to climate change. So it's great if you know it. It's not the only way to progress on climate resilience, but it's an experiment that the EU tries to promote, push, fund also, and I would like to thank you for cooperating in this experiment. We heard about the multiple projects that are doing wonderful work with a lot of goodwill also to cooperate. But this should not be taken for granted. In the governance of the mission, there is no strong body that can steer and that has a permanent structure to implement it. It relies very much on the cooperation between projects, and we heard in the discussion that this will be crucial. So I cross fingers, let's continue to cooperate in a constructive spirit and not seek individual visibility in this activity, otherwise we won't be able to deliver. Also, the EU dimension was really well represented. Of course, we pay, so people acknowledge that, yes. But the transformation for climate resilience needs to occur at the national level, regional level. And the national dimension is absolutely critical. Most of the funding, even to research and innovation, still comes from the member states. Therefore, it's very important that you all, in your activities, relate to the competent authorities in your member states, at regional level as well, to just ask what are they doing for adaptation? How are they planning to bring change on the ground? What tools they wish to use? And it's through the interaction with these authorities at local level that things will change, in my view, and not just thanks to good speeches or even instructions from Brussels. This, in general, is not that effective. So the national dimension, the multi-level governance, is absolutely key to delivering together. One specific reaction on the tools, which is the topic of this session, is if you expect some people in the administration to use the tools, won't work. You said it. You know this. They don't have the capacity. They don't have the staff. So the response to that is what is called in the mission the technical assistance that is being provided through the mission implementation platform, but also should occur through the multiple projects. And it should be done in a coordinated way, so that some regions are not left without any assistance, and others are served by multiple projects or platforms. So this is a key message for the mission implementation platform. I'm sure you're aware of this. Let's organize this in a consistent way. And we need people, we need tools, but we need people. People who go and sit for sometimes weeks in the local areas, speak their language, and not tell them how to use the tool. No, probably use the tools themselves to prepare that region or local entity in the design of their resilience plan. This is fundamental. Because in public administration, they certainly don't have the capacity to do that everywhere. But in other sectors, they do. The private sector, the insurance companies, they know what is the reality. And if we have an asymmetric information between different actors of our society, this will create more problems. So we need, through the mission, to support the public administration in preparing the transition. Another reaction is also on the role of social science. So probably many of you are scientists, engineers, or they like technical stuff. But to bring change, I think we heard it also from Kirsten this morning and other occasions with her speech, without a strong involvement of social scientists who can address social aspects of the transition. We talked about vulnerability, distribution of the effects. We want progress. This is essential from the design phase of any tool. The solution is not technical, it has to do. And also we need to account for the fact that people are using tools all the time for other purpose. Yeah. In the mission, we try to attract the private sector. I don't have a network in this group, but I was struck by the fact that 3 companies responded to the Commission: Google, Microsoft, and IBM. That's a bit of a pity. Where are the others providing tools that can be used by the local administration, by the people, to plan and progress in their climate resilience? So here, I don't know if you are aware of companies, European companies preferably, that act in this sector and wish to explore whether the mission can be a good vehicle for their activities, even to do business. There's nothing bad with business. Please let us know. We'll be very happy to involve more private entities in the process. What we miss was one of the questions also in the polls is we need the socioeconomic framework that is conducive to change. Scientists can propose solutions, technical solutions, or solutions that are perfectly designed. If economically it doesn't work, it won't fly. It's simple, but it's still very true. So pricing policies at the local level, at the regional level, at the national level is key to bring change. And there are some very well-known, simple economic instruments to trigger this. And then, just before concluding, one question on social vulnerability. Well, you said that there is a tool, but it's a very complex issue. And I was just wondering, but maybe you can give me the answer later on, whether researchers have access to the relevant data sets on wealth, all sources of wealth included, and on economic vulnerability. We saw through the energy price crisis very different reactions in the member states. In the member states where the wealth of the people was better known, they tend to focus the economic assistance to those who need it. Others gave just a waiver or an amount of money to everyone, which is economically inefficient. So I was wondering whether researchers could help in this, in progressing the access to data, anonymized data, of course, and find how to progress in the sometimes conflict between privacy and economic efficiency to aid and to support those who are really in need. So please, my plea here to conclude is let's use all of the available tools and people in the mission for the regions that are participating to the mission, and we have 308 regions and local entities, and I'm sure they will welcome your support. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Philippe. So this was wonderful. We'll get back to this question on the social vulnerability data and privacy in the break, I guess. So I would like to thank you all for joining this session. So let's give also applause for the wonderful panel that we had and all the speakers. And please reach out to us during the remainder of the conference, and yeah, hope to see you also tomorrow at the tool session and later this afternoon in the session on the climate stories. So enjoy the lunch. Bye-bye.
Okay, so that's So good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you had a good lunch break and enjoyed the good Irish food here, and that you also had very lively discussions with your colleagues. So now this afternoon we have a bit of a difficult task because the first session after lunch is usually the one that is really hard to animate, but I think that I have the right panel for you here. And also the right content, I hope, because I think that our session today is a bit different from the usual adaptation content, because we really wanted to look at what's going on inside humans, what's going on with adaptation inside humans, and what do we need for adaptation. Because it has become clear that only technical solutions do not really do the job. So we have known about climate change for more than 50 years now, and collectively as humanity we seem to be incapable of addressing the problems correctly, even though we know what we should do, but we don't do it. So why is that the case? So there is a growing body of research also that deals with these issues. Luckily, it's not a lot, but it's growing. And there are also people in the field that also have observations and that also have a different view on mechanisms that are behind this. So this afternoon we will discuss these issues. We will try to find out what the roots are, why we behave the way that we behave. And we also want to take a look at this issue from different angles. So we want to challenge underlying assumptions. So because the idea is that there are assumptions how society works, how humanity works, that we are not even aware of. So the things that we take for granted, the logic of our system in which we live, in which we work. And so we really want to go to the root of all of that and see, does it really have to be like that? And may there be alternative ways? Or maybe can we reframe things? So that's the idea behind this session. Yeah. So there are, if you do a bit of research, there are different definitions of what an underlying assumption actually is. I really like this one here. It actually comes from an economic context. And it really applies to humanity as a whole as well, at least in my view. So it's really something, an assumption is really something that you don't discuss, that you don't need to define. It's just common knowledge, but on a very unconscious level. So, and these assumptions are really the basis for how our society works. And these are the assumptions that we want to have a look at. So this is not really a new topic. Even for us in the context of JPI Climate and also other initiatives that have worked around this, we have also really grown to work more and more on these issues because we also found that it's not only about climate science in a strict sense, but also in a wider sense to know why we do what we do. So why is this important on this climate change adaptation conference? Well, I mean, you can have the technical solutions for adaptation, and I think this is what most of this conference is about, but you also need the readiness for people to adapt, not only to, I don't know, seawalls maybe, or droughts, so not only at the technical level, but also at a level of the consciousness and of behavior and our own doings. So this is why it's important also to consider the human mind and the human spirit in this context. So, I think now it's time to introduce our hand-picked panel here. So, we start from the left side. We have Claire Kelly, who is from the Trinity College here in Dublin. And she is the one also bringing in the natural sciences. So she is a neuroscientist, and she works on the brain-behavior relationships. And she has also worked also on climate change issues. So that's a really interesting take. I think this is also a logic that people that do not really trust social sciences and humanities, but neurosciences, that's something that you can trust. So she brings in this expertise. Our next panelist is Isaac Sentumwe, so that's the way it's pronounced, from Climate Justice for Healthy Communities in Uganda. Isaac is an activist, and he works on issues like climate justice and equality, and so he will also bring in a different perspective, also what it means to fight for climate justice, also in an environment that most of us here don't really know, and what the challenges are that are associated with that. Our next panelist is Michael Northcott. He works at the Budapest Center for Long-Term Sustainability, and he's also linked to the UK and Indonesia and Hungary. And so we thought it would be really important to bring in here someone who has a say in theology, or maybe even a bit of a philosophical approach. And so he works on the questions of ecological sustainability and religious ethics. And so he will also bring a completely different view on the issue of climate change. Our next panelist, Alexandra Reves from the University College Cork, also here in Ireland, is a sociologist, and she works in the area of disaster risk reduction and decarbonization and the democratic innovations. So it's also about the society as a whole. It's not only about the individual behavior, but also about how do we behave as a group. And then finally, we have Jorge Veranda from the University of Coimbra in Portugal. He is a social and cultural anthropologist who works on health and issues and climate change as well. So we also hope that he will bring in the anthropological perspective. So that's it from my side. And I think in order not to lose even more time, I will ask our first panelist, Claire, to present her thoughts on the issues that we will discuss a bit more into depth after the presentation. So just for information, we will have short introductions by each of the panelists, then we have a very, very short time slot for questions from the public, and then we will have the panel discussion, properly speaking. Please go ahead, Claire.
Thank you. Okay, hi everyone. Great. What is a cognitive neuroscientist? Somebody who uses brain imaging technology to study brain development, doing at a conference on climate adaptation. Well, part of it is that in recent years, as I mentioned, I've been spending a growing proportion of my time teaching and advocating on the climate and biodiversity crisis. But I also do believe that neuroscience and other areas of psychology have important insights for us on our predicament and on the central questions of today's panel about the fundamental assumptions of our society and how they produce inequalities, colonialism, and the climate and biodiversity crisis. And I hope they can also point us in the direction of how we can go about addressing these challenges. So for me, understanding our underlying assumptions comes down to the stories that we tell and the stories we're told. So humans are meaning-making machines, and part of how this manifests is in our love for stories. Stories are psychologically incredibly powerful. We've been telling them for most of the history of our species, and the earliest traces of human expression, these figures etched on cave walls, tell stories that are tens of thousands of years old. And stories are thought to have this kind of centrality in our psychology because in the past they served a survival function. People better remember information when it is weaved into a narrative and linked with emotion. So stories about poisonous plants or dangerous places may have helped our ancestors to survive. Stories also bind communities together. Gossip, as a type of story told about people, helps us to keep track of other people's reputations so we can discern good characters from bad ones, and this helps encourage pro-social behavior and discourage bad or selfish behavior. And in a similar way, stories serve a moral function. They allow us to communicate our values and our rules to living, and particularly to our children. So telling stories helped our ancestors to survive and thrive, and this is why human brains are thought to be wired for story. Stories are also key to our intelligence and our creativity because they allow us to simulate, to imagine alternative pasts, presents, and futures, what we call counterfactual thinking. This allows us to engage in thinking about what if, seeking solutions without actually having to suffer the consequences of trial and error. We can imagine it. And this is the basis of our imagination, our creativity, and our intelligence, possibly our success as a species. And so neuroimaging studies have shown, how this simulation process works. And what they show is that when we are reading or listening to a story, we actually engage the very parts of our brain that are engaged by the real experiences, including when we encounter stories told from someone else's perspective, someone else's experience. We engage in simulating ourselves as someone else. And fundamentally, this enables perspective taking and empathy, our ability to feel what someone else is feeling. So stories can reduce prejudice and bias. They offer a means for vicarious contact with others that we might perceive as different from us, and they help us to appreciate our common humanity. So stories are central to how we understand ourselves and other people, who we are, how we should behave, and what it is that we value. And shared stories, or these underlying assumptions of our societies and cultures, bind us together. And again, neuroscientists have shown why stories have this power. So Yuri Hassan, who's a neuroscientist in Princeton, and his colleagues have shown that stories synchronize our brains. They literally make our brains more similar, cause the activity in our brains to be aligned in time and space. And the better the storyteller, or the more a group of listeners or readers share the same interpretation or emotions evoked by a particular story, the stronger that synchrony among their brains is. So shared stories can literally make us temporarily at least more similar. And this synchrony, as you can imagine, can be really powerful. It shapes our understanding of ourselves and others and our shared values. And this can enable action towards a shared goal. And might, help us to understand the power of stories in social movements, or it can explain how stories can exert a darker influence. Because those who have the power to set or control the stories and the narratives that we're exposed to, what we learn at school, the news that we read, the social media we engage in, the advertising that we can't escape, these are really powerful indeed, and they have the power to shape our understanding of ourselves. And this power and those who control the social and cultural narratives we're exposed to, the stories that we are told, and then the stories we tell about ourselves, these are at the heart, I argue, and others have argued too, of why we're not acting like we're in an emergency. This is why we're stuck carrying on as if everything is just fine, despite the fact that our house is on fire, despite the fact that CO2 levels and temperatures continue to rise unabated despite 4 decades of commitments and promises and protocols and agreements. And again, I and others have argued that at the heart of this predicament is a particular, very specific kind of story, a myth, and the myth that's at the center of our global economic and political systems, the myth that we can have infinite economic growth on a finite planet, that we can have infinite accumulation of capital and wealth on a finite planet. And this growth imperative, as we know, essentially usurps all the other goals of economies and societies, so that social goals, equality, well-being, health, are often relegated to secondary considerations. And this myth of economic growth relies on other myths to sustain itself. And one of those is the story of human nature itself. And the story that feeds this, this myth of endless economic growth is that we are homo economicus. We are self-interested, competitive, short-termist individuals who cannot help but live out the tragedy of the commons, who cannot help but destroy the thing that we share and that we all rely on for survival, our planet's ecosystems. And this story of human nature, the idea that our brains, our psychology, is simply not built to process or to respond to the climate crisis is enormously popular. You can come across, you can, Google why we can't do anything about the climate crisis, and you can come across any number of articles talking about why we're not built to do so. And this in itself is a huge barrier to meaningful action on the climate and ecological crisis, because it leads to pessimism or doomism. It leads to this conclusion that the crisis that we're in, the destruction of our ecosystems, is the inevitable outcome of our selfish nature. And this is, as Lam and colleagues described, a discourse of delay. It justifies the postponement or avoidance of any kind of action in favor of business as usual and the status quo. And it really limits our ability to use those creative powers, to use our storytelling ability, our imagination, our ability to simulate and say what if, to imagine alternatives to how things are now, because this is viewed as an inevitability. But we know that this is wrong. We know that this narrative and this story about human nature is simply wrong. Study after study has shown that most people don't act in accordance with the predictions of the Homo economicus model. We are capable of sharing, collaborating, responding to inequity, planning for the future, and accounting for future generations. And these scientific studies are often ignored in the favor of the more pessimistic story. So we can think of how Elinor Ostrom was awarded a Nobel Prize for her work contradicting the tragedy of the commons, but people only ever really remember the tragedy of the commons story in Garrett Hardin's publication. And it's really important that we question these assumptions in our disciplines and in our work, because they tell us that things are not how they must inevitably be. And these findings are supported by other work in psychology, in evolutionary psychology and neuroscience, showing us that many of the psychological capacities that we think of as moral capacities, cooperation, caring for others, empathy, altruism, these are not just things that we do because they're good or they're nice. They're actually innate capacities that evolved in order to support cooperation in groups, which inferred survival functions that allowed our ancestors to reap the survival benefits of working together in groups. So the science tells us that we need to rewrite this dominant narrative from a human nature that is dominated by selfishness, competitiveness, short-termism, to one that is characterized by empathy, a drive to cooperate and collaborate, and a sense of community and obligation to future generations. So how do we change the narrative? That's the key question. And I argue we need to tell new stories. We need to challenge assumptions in our disciplines, in our localities, communities, and on stages like this, tell new stories. Kate Rayworth understands that very well when she tries to tell a new story of what an economy is for, and thinking about how humanity can thrive in this ecologically safe space with it and socially just space within the donut. And we need to draw on these kinds of powerful reimaginings to think, to help people to see and to think differently, to build movements and that pressure from below that is needed, because another world is possible and we just have to help people to tell new stories about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. No, that's not on. Yeah, Isaac, please.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you. I love such conversations because it is a space for me to share my stories and experiences. And it's also a forum that I can capitalize on to speak for the voiceless I've left down in Africa. Thank you for your time. So today, allow me to indulge you in a conversation about the issue of gender equality, or breaking, the dimensions between women, girls, and men. When I started activism, there were a lot of issues being talked about. Issues like pollution, which is generic. Issues like flash floods. But a few activists in my country, or Africa at large, were digging deep into the matters that concern women and how also men can be helped to get out of the current predicament that we are in, which is the climate crisis. So, in the solutions being stated, we have seen a lot of organizations, if I may mention some, the UN, World Food Program, you know them, talk about gender being a women's issue. And they have placed women to be so caring and connected to the environment. That means that is a heavy weight that is put on women to take care of the environment, to take care of their families, simply because God endowed them as natural stewards to take care of everything, which I think is an assumption that has to be reframed and redesigned and rethought. So, as we see the economic development that started in the 1970s, the climate change work continues to position women as naturally caring and more in touch with the environment through domestic work, because where I come from, women are responsible for fetching water, firewood, taking care of their children, as some men irresponsibly are in other matters that carry no relevance. So we see that organizations carry this traditional knowledge into their systems, and they bring it, in conversations like this, where they put women as the only people who are supposed to take the center stage in taking care of the planet and the people. So that means women are put into that stage of being or acting as saviors of their environments. In the process, this puts a lot of labor onto women, and it becomes overwhelming. And in the sense of saying or intending or pretending that you are helping them, we are seeing that cases as depression arise as women have a lot of work to do in their midst. So women's labor gets doubled in the name of climate adaptation and mitigation. And to add on that, we have seen a lot of projects come into countries like mine, where they put women as the front runners or the frontliners of these projects, yet in actual sense, there is no bit of their contribution that is attained or retained in those projects. And we see that it's only outsiders who run these projects in the name of supporting women, yet in actual sense, there is no position they hold in that state. I hope I'm well understood. So, another assumption that I wanted to talk about, gender equality being a numbers game. For example, if we have a lot of women in this room and it is the same number of men in this room, that's what they call gender equality. Yet in actual sense, most of the discussions or conversations, when you draw down to conclusions, they only take the text of men. Now, let me drive this context to Africa. That's what happens. From the local leadership to the intermediary and also to the height. Talk about the presidency level. So I think this is something that has to be reframed. It is better to have numbers that are going to be able to exercise their potentials, to exercise their ingenuities, not only for the betterment of themselves, but also for the betterment of those around them. So to me, I've been in this space of climate campaigning. I'm coming to 4 years now, and I've come to understand that sometimes numbers may not carry relevance, but having people who carry that character, even if it's a 30 to 40 ratio in the room, to me it makes a lot of sense. Reason being, we shall have women who are empowered, who can match their thoughts, contributions, perspectives, or truth in the room with us men. And I believe that complexity can help us, especially in this era where we are under the climate crisis, a global phenomenon, a predicament that we all know, where we need mutual contribution to build a prosperous, peaceful, and a sustainable environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Isaac. Okay, thanks. Yeah, now it's on. Thank you, Isaac. Okay, please.
Thanks very much. Great to be here in this beautiful city of Dublin and the green island of Ireland. I'm going to start with a poem, The Lake Isle of Innisfree by William Butler Yeats. I will arise and go now, and go to Innisfree, and a small cabin build there, of clay on wattles made. 9 bean rows will I have there, a hive for the honeybee, and live alone in the bee-loud glade. And I shall have some peace there, for peace comes dropping slow, dropping from the vales of the morning to where the cricket sings. There midnight's all a glimmer, and noon a purple glow, and evening full of the linnet's wings. I will arise and go now, for always night and day I hear lake water lapping with low sounds by the shore. while I stand on the roadway or on the pavement's grey. I hear it in the deep heart's core. A man wandering the streets of Dublin longing for home, the home of rural Ireland. 80% of the Republic of Ireland is given over to the growing of grass. There's a reason green figures so widely in the branding of this great island. And of course, the grass is fed to cows. The most important price of anything in Ireland other than the price of property in Dublin, which is ludicrously high, I mean, is the price of beef. The price of a cow and the price of a kilogram of steak. But it wasn't always that way. The people of Ireland didn't always just devote themselves to rearing cattle for the international beef market, of course, firstly for the market in Britain and Ireland when Ireland was a colony. Before the English colonized Ireland, it was a smallholder economy. People had their own land, a few acres. They raised virtually everything they needed to nourish their children. They raised trees to build houses out of and tools and make furniture. They raised a few animals and they could make clothing from those. They raised beans. They kept bees. Yeats is the great nationalist poet of Ireland, and this to me is a nationalist poem. It's a protest against the disconnect between the people and the land, which is at the heart of all of the empires in all of human history. And Ireland suffered from that same imperial rule as well. Now, after independence in 1921, 22, or the divisions never become fully Irish again yet, there was land reform. And for quite a while, Ireland had the highest land ownership, at least home ownership in Europe, around 80%. And the farm size in Ireland was also much smaller than in the UK. But international capitalism has flowed into Ireland. Ironically enough, in some ways, membership of the European Union has only advanced the process. And now home ownership is declining rapidly. Most people don't own their home. Even when they retire, they still have a mortgage to the bank. And many young people don't have a house anymore in Ireland. And why am I going on about farm size and cows and home ownership and not adaptation? Well, for me, at the heart of all of we're talking about in this conference is the break between modern humans and the health of the planet, the resilience of the planet. And for me as an Englishman, I cannot ever forget that central to that break was the English decision to take the land off the people. First in England, and then later Scotland, of course. And then in all the colonies that we turned pink on the map when I was still at school, some of them were still painted pink. And I've lived many years also in developing countries, and I know the effects of this, there as well as here. But I would put it to you that if Ireland was really committed to adaptation, the first priority of Ireland now would be the same as in W.B. Yeats's poem. It would be to return the land to the people, to give everybody an acre, and then to teach them in the schools how to raise a diverse range of food on that acre, how to raise food in a way that encourages insects and birds to return to the land, as in Yeats's poem, and which re-peoples the soil with microbiota and worms rather than being killed off by artificial fertilizer. For me, people who have an acre have a duty to pass it on to their children, at least as well as it was when they got it. And they can only do that to sustain its ability to provide for the family. So ultimately for me then, at the heart of the whole challenge of the modern environmental crisis and resilience is whether or not people know how to grow food, build houses, to care intergenerationally for the land they live in. To me, that's at the heart of it. And that means that countries like Ireland have to look again at the way that they interact with international capitalist processes, which are gradually taking the land again from the people of Ireland and giving it to a small number of business people, a small number of families, and a number of very large companies, some of which are in Ireland simply because it's such a low tax base. Apple claims to sell all its computers in Southern Ireland. All over Europe, they claim they sell them in Southern Ireland because it's a low tax base. And they don't pay the taxes in other parts of Europe. This is not the model, it seems to me, of a country that is trying to adapt, to enable its people and its land to become more resilient in the face of whatever nature may throw at her in the next decades. So to me, the answer to the problem we're looking at today is in Josef's poem. I will arise and go now, and go to Innisfree, and a small cabin build there, of clay and wattles made. 9 bean rows will I have there, a hive for the honeybee, and live alone in the bee-loud glade.
Thank you, Michael. Alex, you want to try next?
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm a researcher from University College Cork, and a lot of the work today that I'm going to present is part of collaborative work that I've been doing with my colleagues in UCC, including Brian O'Gallagher, who's here, and Stephen Flood, Evan Boyle, as well as Fernanda Roldo and Elizabeth. In other projects. So I actually took a little bit of a more structured approach to the presentation today. We were given sort of 3 questions to consider based on our experience as researchers. So I looked at these questions, and I'll go through each one, you know, and is sort of a mesh to different projects that I've been involved in. I've done a lot of work in climate adaptation. I've recently also done a lot of work in terms of climate mitigation. Climate action, I suppose, is what we should call it, because everything is really connected and important. So the first question is, why are things contradictory? And that includes, you know, the human nature divides that we often seem to use to explain, you know, our sort of problems in relation to climate change. How can we contend with these contradictions in terms of our interests and that of future generations? And dealing again with this sort of loss of connection with certain things, you know, in this sort of very contradictory world that we live on at the moment. Second question is, what are the baselines of our society? So in terms of measures of success that are required for us to, you know, make positive change and to really tackle the problem of climate action, to go beyond monetary value and to, you know, promote thriving communities. And finally, what are the most common assumptions that produce inequalities, green colonialism, and extractivism? So I suppose here we go with the first one. Why are things contradictory? I think things are always contradictory. That's my sort of stand. You know, there's always a lot of tensions. From a disciplinary perspective, we see these along different disciplines, and that's why we see a sort of a trend towards transdisciplinarity, and I think that this quote from Alvin Toffler, a futurist, that the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn, is a really important concept for us to grasp in relation to climate change. Things are changing very rapidly. We heard this morning about the cascading impacts of climate action or of climate change, and these are things that we really can't fully grasp. So from our point of view and from a social science perspective, I think that transdisciplinarity is important, and also and this is work that we did with the Imagining 2050 project, looking at deliberative innovations, deliberative democracy innovations, a sort of moments in time where we can come together and really bring facts, the needs of others, as well, as consider the future as well as our present predicament in terms of making solutions or developing solutions together. And this is really a way for us to grasp that, the environment is changing, that we might need to continue to sort of look into the horizon as a shifting horizon emerges, and to work together and to listen to each other. I suppose from the work that Claire presented, in terms of empathy, in terms of telling stories to each other, in terms of listening to the facts, listening to the science as well is very important. But bringing all of this together into these very important deliberative moments that we can have, and we've seen those in citizens' assemblies. It is our position, and some of the work that we've tried to do, to bring these down to the local level and to promote these deliberative moments at local level as well. So in terms of what are the baselines of our society, also work coming from the Imagining 2050 project, we did these deliberations at local level in Cork and in Athlone here in Ireland, and two important messages came out of these very intense deliberative engagements we had with communities. And one of them is that we really need to get the basics right, and the basics means housing, health, a good source of livelihood for people, that we can't really expect communities and people to be positive agents of change if their life is in turmoil, if they are facing homelessness, or if they're facing a sort of a precarious employment sort of scenario where they really have to work very hard at maintaining their livelihood. Also, in terms of seizing local opportunities, there's a lot of opportunities in terms of climate action. Not all of them are sort of level across society, and I suppose a lot of them are a reminder of people that they don't belong. For example, I'm thinking about grants for homeowners, being sort of only for homeowners, not for people that are perhaps in rental accommodation or something like that. So we need to provide opportunities there across the board for communities in order for them to feel as part of a belonging community, rather than being reminded of their fact that they're vulnerable and don't belong to this sort of tranche of people that do have the resources to go ahead and do something different along the climate. Another really important project that we're involved in, and I'm going to present on that tomorrow, was the Creative Climate Action Programme that looked at climate action and creativity using the artists or an artistic approach to climate action. And I suppose, from a behaviour perspective as well, the fact that emotions matter is really important, and the fact that creativity and the resonance that you get, that sort of connection, empathy, solidarity that you get from certain projects, which included, for example, looking at reintroducing a culture of repair, or trying to look at degraded places like landfills and trying to bring that to life again. These are really places that can give people, optimism and a sense of connection and solidarity with others. Finally, just in terms of what are the common assumptions that produce inequalities, green colonialism and extractivism, this is not a full list, but it's just some, I suppose, problematic assumptions that we've encountered in the work that we've done. The first one is obviously a techno-fix, social blind view of climate action, believing that we're going to get out of our predicament through technological innovation alone. Another one is in terms of hidden assumptions around risk management principles, and I'm thinking here around flood risk management and disaster management, that really have some sort of principles of what's just and fair included in them without that being discussed more broadly within society. It's a political issue, it's not a technical issue, it needs to be broadly identified as such. Also, I think the issue of activating communities, looking at the mobilizing citizens to act, it's sort of commonplace rhetoric, and it can be a problem to put the responsibility on communities to take action. We also need leadership, and that's a problem. And I think just, to leave it with the final adage, I suppose, that is a problematic assumption that normally economic policy has, that a rising tide lifts all boats. I think from the context of climate action, that's very much untrue, and a rising tide brings a lot of problems. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And now our last presentation, George, please.
Well, first of all, hello, and thank you for Elizabeth, for Fernanda, and for all the panelists, and Mimi for having me, and for you for being here. So basically, I'm an anthropologist with a hint of a social historian. So I've started working on global health. I've worked with human African trypanosomiasis, then moved on to HIV, which is sort of the interesting thing. The work there is to go beyond the main mantra, which is the perfect storm, which we still keep on hearing, and then moved on to One Health and coordinate a master program where change is one of the underlying themes. But you might have recalled these images of 2 weeks ago, smoke from the Canadian wildfires engulfing New York City and running through all news everywhere. You should also recall, or you might recall, that May was the hottest month on record, with temperatures 10 to 15 degrees above average in Spain and Portugal, and, alas, Portugal being 90% of its territory on drought. So climate change actually is not about the future, it is about the present. We know this for quite a while, and we know that this is detrimental to health. So there's a sort of a clear consensus on the main stakeholders and the main reports that climate change is the biggest global health threat on the 21st century. The interesting thing is, or at least I think it's interesting, that it plays out unpredictably. It is, for instance, you might have these extreme weather events like the wildfires or like a flood, and then you might die of it. But if you don't die, then the sort of the air pollution might affect you. If you have has respiratory problems, cholera outbreak, blah blah blah. And if you survive all this, then you probably have a traumatic experience. So this is a sort of it is rather not clear cut. And if you go in and see the numbers of people dying related to environmental deaths, they're quite high. It was something that mentioned early this morning. I went back and see the WHO in 2006 said it was about a fourth of all the deaths sort of had related to all this. So many authors think that COVID can be seen as an inspiration, but I find it HIV epidemic much more interesting, as it has key elements for climate change. For instance, its emergence. This is one of the things I've worked on. So this is the sort of a list of the virus first reported in the last 100 years, roughly so. But the interesting thing, this is a cautionary tale. This is a cautionary tale for futures. If you see HIV-1 and HIV-2, they've sort of reported in 1983. But if you kind of move forward, what the interesting thing is that in the first 44 years, 30 viruses sort of were discovered, and then the pace sort of gains, the pace gains a little bit faster between 46 and 1970, that's 65, and then 1970 to 2005. They're all there, the Marburg, the Lassa fever, the Ebola, the Zika, the SARS, they're common house names. So recall, HIV-1, 83, and all of a sudden we've got this demonstration, this photo of a demo, 1994, AIDS, where is your rage? Act up. And to me, this can actually be, or could be, a demo about climate change. And so this is sort of it's why I find it this long epidemic and still ongoing to be very informative, very inspiration for what we're discussing it today. For instance, if you look back in the 1990s, there were African countries with 20% of prevalence. And this was striking because there was no cure in the early 90s. There was no cure. So questions about the future emerged, fears of social breakdown. And so this is kind of what I'm going for. But the lessons of this crisis are really interesting. For instance, the role of activism, patients and relatives were seen as stakeholders for the first time ever. Role of science, it is undisputed today that AIDS exists and that biomedicine made it into a chronic ailment. And the role of social science and humanities, it highlighting the plight of the minorities to tackle the rumor, tackling stigma, discrimination, and also pushing for adequate care for other regions of the world, plus paying close attention to women and orphans. Today, usually the works are more on chronic situation in old age. The role of multilateralism, the global funds, the PPPs, the civil societies, the communities, it made what global health is today. The role of education in changing behaviors as prevention reigned. There was no cure at the beginning, and this with a multitude of actors, lay and religious. And then with an array of artworks, which I've just put like a 4, that touch us all and help to transform a gay plague into a plague that could be survived by all. So a transformation we're talking here today is no small matter. It is about how we live, it is about what we eat, how we move. It calls for a new culture, a new gestalt on life and how to live in this planet. And after years of talking and planning, I think the best thing is to look in the mirror and rethink our strategies. So there's no simple questions to a complex problem. Social theory and history tells us that the promise of economic gains cannot be the driver of social transformation. So I should see that scientists should look themselves in the mirror and move beyond the silos in order to produce a new robust knowledge adequate for political decisions for an ever-changing context. The context will, per definition, will change. This new interdisciplinary knowledge is absolutely central, for instance, for One Health and the new emerging diseases. Plus, scientists need to better communicate and engage with communities. Our presence here is proof that science reports per se do not change the world. And then governments have plans and policies being reevaluated to better respond to extreme weather events and food insecurities and all the troubles that will come. Are social protection mechanisms in place adequate for the future? This is the hallmark of the European Union. How green are our cities and transports? Are the communities on the loop? No one is left behind, we are told, but trust in government and politicians, it's rather low these days due to globalization, economic crisis, and some can say even COVID. So what ways is government thinking to reach out across the aisle, to reach out across the exitants? And I use the word with a double meaning. Media outlets have to look in the mirror to cast news. Will it change? Will it be enough to mobilize for change? The consumption of news has moved from traditional media into digital platforms. The arrival of AI is there, so it probably should look in the mirror. This is interesting because this slide over there, it says that this information in this past May reach its peak. And it's the hardest months on record. As seen with AIDS crisis, activists were central to produce a sense of a common cause. How can we replicate this today? How can we produce a common cause beyond eco-socialist revolution or eco-authoritarianism to net zero emissions and survival? Activists are correct in one thing: people and communities change. Culture can be a vector for change. This is particularly clear in the AIDS epidemic, but also in the Ebola outbreak in 2014-16 in West Africa. So Like we were reminded this morning in the plenary session, we all live under a single planetary roof, but change has to come, and change has to be our common cause. So the key issue might be, as in the HIV crisis, how can we make this common cause leading us to demand more from our government, more decisions and more work towards it. If we manage to do that, we will look back not in anger, but as a source of inspirations for others. Thank you so much.
Big thank you to all our panelists. I think it's really inspiring to see these different takes that you all have on the issues that we discussed in preparation of this discussion for today. I promise that the public will have 3 questions. So please, are there any urgent questions from the public? Yes, I can see there's already a hand up there. I know there must be a microphone somewhere around. Here? Yeah, okay.
My question's for Claire, and it's whether moral bioenhancement is being advanced by anybody on a serious basis as a strategy to address climate. And this, by which I mean this idea that democracy can't solve this problem, so we should use psychotropic drugs such as oxytocin or even, genetic engineering to engineer pro-social behaviours in the entire population. Or are its proponents sort of using this as kind of an ironic counterpoint to geoengineering? I'm very unsure about what moral bioenhancement is on about.
So I don't know too much about those proposals. They strike me as another manifestation of the technology will save us idea. That there are kind of tools we can use for this moral enhancement. The perspective that I think the science gives us is that these are inherent, innate psychological mechanisms and capacities. And I suppose that the perspective that I take is that our modern life, capitalism and the way in which we're all so deeply embedded in that system and its demands, effectively acts as a barrier for us to act in accordance with what our deep drives. And it's not to say, I don't want to say that humans aren't selfish, of course we are, it's just that that's not the only motivation that we have, and we are perfectly capable of working together as we did in our ancestral past.
All right, thanks very much. Thanks very much. I've always wanted to ask this question, and it relates to groups working together and amicably and so on. For the panel, is there a group of people that are beyond governments, beyond Apple, beyond the uber wealthy that we hear of, that are actually pulling the strings, because they're uber wealthy, and we don't know much about them, but we often hear people talking about them? Do they exist? What do they think of this climate circumstance? And really, do they care, really, if they exist? So 2 questions. That would be really helpful, because I think they could be really influential. There you go. Thank you.
I can start, but I think this is probably not my realm of expertise either, but I mean, do they exist as an organized group? I don't think so, right? But you do have certain very ultra-wealthy people who have a lot of influence, and you can think, for example, of Elon Musk's, takeover of Twitter and so on. The idea is that the status quo is what is enabling and maintaining people in very, very extreme positions of power. And so I don't think they need to be an organized group in order to exert their influence, but their influence is very, very clearly felt through the business as usual position of pretty much every government and society at the moment. But I think we might have more expertise on that kind of front.
Does anyone else feel inspired to comment on that?
I think she is.
I would just talk about, I suppose, from the other side, that there is a lot of philanthropic work. I myself benefited from some philanthropic funding from Chuck Feeney, who was a very wealthy billionaire who decided, Irish American, who decided to give all his billions away for research. Whether that was the best approach, whether he could have gone in terms of structural funding some, much needed support for certain areas, that's another question. But he gave money for, work on dementia, work on aging populations, on people with disabilities, as well as work on climate action. So I think there's both sides, and I think we should push for the positive side of having more corporations and billionaires to give away, philanthropic support for the climate crisis.
Okay, thank you. One last question, maybe. There's one over there.
So thank you to all the panelists for some really interesting presentations, I think. My question is maybe for Claire and Michael mostly. So both of you brought up the issue of cattle and cows. Claire, the picture you posted of the cave drawings was related to cows. Michael, you mentioned the more recent relationship with Ireland and cattle, but actually a lot of our ancient mythology revolves around animals and ownership and the story. So I guess my question is around stories and the stories we tell and the way they become embedded in our societies and our narratives. And I know in Ireland, and I think globally, we have a very strong relationship with this idea of ownership of things as being the indicator of success. And there are a lot of other countries where that's not the case. How do we make those narratives where the planet and the kind of public approach or the public ownership is more important than individual ownership, if that makes sense? How do we make that our new story?
I think I'm a bit deaf, but I think I can answer what you said. So, I mean, for me, the most important things that should be taught in school actually is not climate science. It's how to grow food, how to build houses, how to take care of a forest, how to ensure you have a healthy river nearby and you're separating the wastewater and the drinking water. You know, these biophysical skills, we no longer teach our children because most of us no longer live on the land. We don't think they're important. But if you go back into the past and you look at the really big climate shocks and who survived them, what cultures survived them, I'm not talking about half a degree centigrade, I'm talking about 5 degrees centigrade. I mean, the last really big climate shock was the Younger Dryas, 11,900 years before present. And the humans, I mean, it extinguished the mammoths overnight. Some of them were frozen in 24 hours, multiple tons of creatures frozen, solid. It was a huge set of disastrous events, which scientists are still poring over, trying to work out exactly what happened. But the point is, Homo sapiens did survive. But which were the Homo sapiens that survived? They were mainly the ones who lived in the forests, who knew how to live off the land, who had the skills, who knew they needed to live in healthy ecosystems, who did not overhunt, overfish, who also planted gardens between the trees. I mean, we have this modern myth that the forests, like the Amazon and so on, were somehow uninhabited until we, colonialists, discovered them. No, I mean, the Amazon had cities in it for thousands of years. We're only now discovering this because of satellites, and we can see the pictures and patterns of predecessor civilizations in these places we thought were wild wilderness where near human beings lived. It was the indigenous people. I mean, you put up a cave painting, right? Who painted those cave paintings that have still survived. Most of that art of before 12,000 years ago is gone. But those paintings have survived, and the people who painted them, they're the ones who endured because they knew how to live off the land. And they knew how important it was, far more than these things, or being able to go to a store and buy this. They knew how important it was to understand. They didn't call it photosynthesis, but they knew that without the sun creating plants to feed the animals and feed themselves, they would not have life. And that is the most important lesson we could ever teach our children about climate change and adaptation. But the thing is, can we teach it them if we don't have land ourselves? That's the point I was trying to make. The land of Ireland is gradually being stolen again by globalists from the people of Ireland. That's the last thing you want when you want a more resilient country in the face of whatever we're becoming.
Can I might use this question to pivot towards our panel discussion, because it relates to something that I wanted to ask Alexandra.
Yes, please. Go ahead. That's the official opening of the panel discussion. Thank you for linking that.
No, it's a perfect question because it relates to this, you know, how do we tell new stories, right? How do we change the narrative about the things that we value, the images of success, and how we define our own values as a culture. And Alexandra, you've done this work on community engagement and visioning in those community groups, reimagining and imagining the future. And I wondered if you could talk about that a little bit and how that could be more widely deployed. So it's really the heart of this participatory democracy, right? And how can we deploy that as a way to reimagine what we value and to challenge, you know, question the underlying assumptions?
Yeah, I think one of the things is it's a time-consuming effort, and people tend to talk about the fact that a lot of these community engagements end up being talk shops, you know, with very little substance by way of, you know, having some sort of impact in policy and real impact in life. But, you know, I'm reminded of something that a scholar on deliberative democracy said, Oliver Escobar is his name, and he, you know, said that indeed, you know, talking without any practice can lack bite, but, you know, or talking without any sort of impact on policy can lack the bite that we need in terms of the, you know, but having the bite without, you know, the talking behind and the reflection behind can be quite senseless. You know, you're not really kind of understanding what you're doing, or you're very sort of short-sighted in terms of what you're doing. So there's a balance, I suppose, there in terms of that process, you know, of ensuring that it's well reflected, and it takes time. So for that reason, the process itself is a process of, you know, you bring in information, you need to bring in the facts, you need to bring in the science, because that's important. We need to sort of, all of us kind of take stock of what's out there, and that includes not just the hard science, but also testimonials from people that might have experienced certain things that they want to share. And, you know, it needs empathy, and we do have exercises on empathy that are really important in terms of, if you live in a democracy, you're not just making decisions for yourself and on your behalf, but you're making decisions for your community and for the better of everybody. And I think that sometimes there's a lot of lobbying, there's a lot of advocacy, but there's very little of that sort of, you know, whole picture of making decisions for somebody else as opposed to making decisions for what's good for yourself alone. And so those type of discussions allow for that sort of visioning to take place. You know, what is a good, thriving community for all of us to live in? You know, an aging person, a farmer, a young person, a young girl, you know, whatever it is that we need to kind of hold, I suppose, the future together, that sort of shared sense of togetherness. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, Alexandra, maybe you also have a question to one of the other panelists.
Yeah, I had a question for Isaac. I suppose, Isaac, you've done a lot of work on activism, and I wonder, do you find it hard to engage with people on the ground in the sense of getting a lot of pushback around climate activism? Or do you find it harder to engage with the policymakers in trying to get some sort of satisfaction or commitment from your calls for change?
Thank you so much for that question. It's quite intriguing. Okay, number one, let me take my country as the case study. I come from Uganda, and apparently we have the situation with the East African crude oil pipeline, where, as I speak, a lot of people have been affected even before the drilling starts. They have lost land, lost property. We have seen, heard, and witnessed a lot of oil spills. That means people cannot do fishing. That is threat to food, okay? So when I'm bringing the issue of engaging with the community, now, in that situation, it is hard because the government or the leaders see us as a threat to economic development and also to their positions and also to the money that goes into their pockets, okay? So whenever we try to put in effort to go to these communities to get, information from the horse's mouth, information that we can carry. If our leaders don't want to hear it, we can carry it and take it in other climate conversation spaces. Okay, let me talk about these big conferences like Bonn or COP, where a lot of people meet from different areas. So a lot of times we are blocked. Secondly, we are arrested. A couple of them have been arrested. Even some are still in jail right now. So engaging with communities is seen as a thing that is going to destabilize the country. Everyone who goes to community to talk to people, the government doesn't want you to change their minds. The government wants you to leave them at a state where all they know is there is development in oil. Oil will take you out of poverty. Oil will take you out of energy poverty. Yet we know that for decades we have been lied to. Oil has never made any African country rich. People have been sinking in poverty for years. Our countries have been revolving around a debt cycle for years. So when we wake up and speak up, on these issues, we are seen as a threat. And in our country, specifically Africa, they don't see us as people of importance. I'm glad to you, people from the Western countries, at least you value our work and our importance, in this struggle for climate justice. So, to take you to the other point of, we find it hard to meet the policy makers. Okay, now, partly it is most climate campaigners have not put in a lot of work to be able to sit on those tables with policy makers and global leaders to lay down their argumentations and claims. So also as we have to put in a lot of work, probably inform ourselves more so that our propositions carry weight for someone to listen to, okay? We have seen a lot of, I call it relevant noise because it also, brings some change, because we made noise about loss and damage, and at least a facility, was put in place. But what was missing was, what is that extra mile that you have gone so that the fund has money? So that's when the big brains come in. You're a young negotiator, yes. Have you done something about it? No. Or you're still on the streets. So that's where there's still a gap, for climate campaigners to close so that they're able to sit in those. I was so surprised at COP27. None of the activists was in the plenary room for the Global South. Okay? They were from the North. And those probably who sit, in the boardrooms, or who work in the high rankings of Yongo, those are the people who are able to go in the plenary rooms. And there were not many. I think it was 1 or 2, just to pick information and bring to us. So I think us to be able to sit in those rooms, have those conversations with policymakers and leaders, we also need to be able to inform ourselves more and also position ourselves, at that state where we are able, to have the time and space to talk to them. Yes, COI 18, COI 18 is there, COI 17 has been there, but it is not enough. It is not enough for us to be able, to achieve what we want to achieve. Yeah.
Thank you. Isaac, maybe you want to ask the next question to someone else.
Still Alexandria. Actually, it's not a question. What are the common underlying assumptions to produce inequalities, green colonialism, and extractivism? I think I just wanted to, I don't know, you tell me whether what I'm saying is true or not, but we are at a time where a transition to a green economy, I think it's a cultural mitigation strategy that we all have to embrace and recognize. But in that, we also have to think of what is the position of these people where these minerals are being dug to produce electric cars, okay, to produce electric batteries. We have to think about that. Because, for example, in Congo, I must say, women and children are forced into laboring to dig those minerals that produce electric cars and batteries that are used. There's nothing green about it. Thank you. When you say it's a just transition, the important word there is just. Just transition. It means no one should be left behind. If you talk about, I've had big corporations and building solar plants and trees. They come into our governments asking leaders to provide them with vast lands, big chunks of land. What about, these original owners of land? Have you thought about the risk to food security? Because that means when you give our land to plant trees, people won't be able to produce food, which is the backbone of our economy and the livelihoods of the people. So when you talk about a just transition, that means certain things have to, there should be a correlation. Yes, we are transitioning into a green economy, but people's livelihoods have to stay. People have to live the way they are living. People have to, achieve whatever they want to achieve in that transition you're talking about. And I think that will be the best part of the world that we live in. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I came across this reading the other day. I forget the author. It was from the UK. And this was in the 80s, and he was talking about climate action and the fact that climate mitigation, adaptation is not an economic problem. It will never be an economic problem. People will find a way to make profit out of whatever it is. It is a humanitarian crisis. and, you know, I suppose a natural environmental crisis as well as a humanitarian crisis. So I think that's a really important message for us to grasp. You know, it's the economic models will come up, you know, we will find different ways, but to really pay attention to the humanitarian issue underlying the climate problem is really important. And I actually had a question for you, George, on that, if I may. And this was a discussion that we had at the last ECCA, which was, you know, normally emergencies are sort of a magnifying glass for, you know, vulnerabilities in society. And I suppose your work on, and I suppose much like HIV, climate problems seem to be a sort of slow burning issue. I suppose, you know, if you care to reflect on that, it's just, yeah.
Well, the interesting thing in terms of vulnerability and risk is that it's not a static concept, and it does as well. And then we saw that with COVID. One thing is that it has been biologically, you know, being over 75 and over 8, and with diabetes, and then, or for instance, losing our job, and then so it's a sort of it changes, and the sort of it goes through waves, through different waves. And it's something that we have to sort of understand. Like when Isaac talks about women, my question or my idea is what sort of, you know, give us a little bit more information about women, or when you talk about, we have to sort of maybe stop this homogenizing blueprint that we use, and to understand that you have subjectivities in every individual, and we have to sort of consider that when we are actually pointing out the plans and or the actions, and we have to understand that even in terms of risk maps like you did, or in vulnerability studies, it is at the end of the day they are models, and the best model is reality. That's sort of that's a predicament, and that will come in terms of the sort of we will navigate it. That's why I think at one end it is really important for us to have a sort of going back to the basics, being either the basics, or being a social and a protection program that will allow us to either survive or learn how to develop new tools that will be helpful in living under a 50 degrees weather, like we'll probably be living in Portugal.
Thank you. George, do you have a question to Claire or to Michael?
I have a question to Claire. So you talk a lot about the interesting thing is that, you know, the question of story, and then you end up going with a little bit of the myths and this and that. And to me, at one point, I was sort of navigating my background in anthropology and going back and forth. But I think at the end of the day, it boils down to a little bit more humanities and a little bit less science. Am I being correct on what you're actually saying? Because you're saying gossip, you're saying values, you're saying empathy. You're talking about the metaphors we live by, and that at the end of the day, it's not 1.5, but it is about being part of a community. So who's going to write that?
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely think it's the interdisciplinary approaches are what's key to everything here. And in some ways, you could say, yeah, I'm looking for ways to link, you know, what this area that has been quite new to me with what I do know and the science that I do and am more familiar with. But I you know, I also the science on, say, the evolutionary basis of morality, for example, I think is enormously important here, and it provides this really interesting perspective on this understanding of ourselves that we have, and that gets, you know, that we approach through literature and through the humanities and through history, and gives us a basis. An evidence, you know, an evidence base in science that unfortunately is sometimes viewed by some policymakers as more valuable.
and it's a little bit playing to that perception.
But like you said, or like we probably will, we will remember more the words of Yeats or James Joyce than all the discussions on nature in the year 2000, between 2000 and 2023, for example.
Very, very possibly, and that's I'm absolutely convinced that the arts and humanities are one of the most important perspectives on the climate and biodiversity crisis, and that any education. So, for example, one of the things that I've been working quite a bit on is pushing for a much greater integration of climate and biodiversity crisis education into the undergrad curriculum in Trinity, and you know, many people view that as a STEM, as a science issue, right? Science alone. That's what the students need to learn, the climate science. But I argue no, it's the arts and humanities, it's the history, it's the social sciences that are equally as important, and particularly in terms of thinking how we address
and being less serious in terms of doing that, being sort of integrating in terms of in play, which I think it's one of the key things that sometimes we don't talk.
Absolutely. I mean, it has to be fun, right? I think there was, and now I won't remember, there's a recent book about persuasion, I just can't remember the name of the author, and he talks about how the social movements or the political movements aimed at, you know, fostering and stimulating action, it can't be all gloom and doom, and you have to do this, and these are the things you have to give up. It has to be fun. But that's also a part related to the narrative, right? I mean, one of the big problems that we have is that when there's a discussion on the news or in the media about the climate crisis and the things we need to do, it's always framed as, you know, we're taking things, we're going to take away your SUVs, you're not going to be able to go on holiday to Lanzarote anymore, you're not, you know, these are the things you can't do, you've got to give up your meat, you've got to give up the cows, you've got to forget about these things. And that narrative is also wrong. We know that that's, you know, we can, that this is actually a huge opportunity to rethink the way we live and think about what we truly value, which I think many of us, and not just that the pandemic was a terrible, terrible thing for many, many millions of people, and I don't want to kind of question that in any way, but many people who were not very negatively impacted by the pandemic early on, the being at home, spending more time with your family, getting to hear the birds, and there not being so much traffic on the streets, it opened up a whole new perspective on, oh, actually there is a different way we could live that is not just constantly on the clock in this cycle of producing and consuming every day, always racing for bigger and better and more. And we've kind of lost it again now because you know, despite the initial kind of enormously collaborative response and empathetic and cooperative response, the economic imperative came charging in and brought us all back, I think, to where we are now.
Thank you, Claire. I think you really summed it up really well in the end, this whole discussion, because it's really, I think the time went by really fast, but we already have to close the session. It's incredible. So I have a feeling we just started discussing. Well, I mean, luckily for us, there will be a policy brief workshop afterwards with our panelists and a few other people. So we can continue this discussion. But here in this context, I would like to say a big thank you again, please, to all our panelists here. And also, thank you to all of you who stayed throughout the whole session here. I hope that you enjoyed this input that is hopefully a bit different from the other sessions, and that, well, most important of all, that you will remember what you heard and take it home with you. Thank you. For those that, I don't know in the public if there are some of you that will participate in the policy brief workshop. If that's the case, we will meet in 5 minutes at the front door. Okay, we will move on to the next location. Thanks.
it's working. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the nature-based solution session. This is the afternoon session. We had one in the morning talking about nature-based solutions in urban areas, other about evaluation and implementation tools, other about coastal areas, and now it's a turn to talk about biodiversity. It's going to be a little bit more broader than that, but we're going to be focused on biodiversity. And I will start by introducing my colleagues here today. So I'll also be talking, so I'll be talking a lot. So the first talk will be with my colleague, Filipa Grillo from the University of Lisbon in Portugal. My name is Rita Sousa Silva. I come from the University of Freiburg in Germany, and we're going to be talking about the knowledge hub of the Biodiversity Plus project. And then as a second speaker, that's going to talk about urban greening, Dr. Tammy Cruiser from School of Global Urban and Social Studies. He comes from very far, from Australia. Very welcome and thank you for coming. And the third presentation, the third talk, is by Dr. Gail Atkinson from the Centre for Sustainable Forestry and Climate Change from Forest Research in UK, so almost home. So thank you very much for being here in this session. And yeah, we are ready to start, so there will be a presentation, follow up by question and answers. We really need your participation, so you are quite spread, but I hope you join us. And so after every talk, there will be time for some feedback from you as well. So, oh yes, sure. It's on the other side. Perfect, yeah. Technical issues. So, do I do like this? And there's magic? I can try again. It's going to work, huh? We are just warming up. Voila. Okay. So that's the first one, and I'm going to put the hat of the speaker for the first presentation. And the reason we are here, the two of us today, is to talk to you about the Climate Knowledge Hub. Who in the room have already heard about it? Raise your hand. Nobody. Oh, you are here for a surprise. Okay, one. Good, good, good. So basically this is quite recent knowledge hub, but I will start with a little bit of history about European funding. Who wants to hear about that? Nobody, right? Oh, okay. Okay, no, I'll keep the story very short. So it all started with the first projects in biodiversity and climate change. So in total, the BiodiVClim fund 21 projects from many different countries, and what they all had in common, biodiversity and climate change. Of course, there's different cycles of funding. So Biodiversa ended, and then we had another one, Biodiversa Plus, so much better, which is a continuation. And across the different aims of the Biodiversa Plus and all the projects that are funded and that touch the biodiversity angle, so all the projects funded by the European Commission on biodiversity that I also grouped there, there's one mission that is about connecting with policymakers, but also with society. And it's this aim, this goal, that we came to exist as a knowledge hub. So our goal is to bring the projects together, bring this knowledge together, these people, and communicate with the policymakers and also with society. So in total, we have representatives of 40 countries, not only in Europe, but also in partner countries, like in South America, and 80 partners. And this is us. These are the people that compose the Knowledge Hub. So we met once, so we just got started, and we had a very interesting meeting in Brussels where we brainstorming about different ideas. And what is this? So this is a session about nature-based solutions. And there are plenty of definitions of nature-based solutions. And we can discuss a lot about which one to take. This was one that we used here. So we are interested in the different projects working in very different ecosystems, but how can we use nature to manage or to improve or to address social, economic, and environmental challenge. And like I said before, this is the Biodiversity and Climate Change Knowledge Hub. So there is a lot about climate change, there is a lot about adaptation, and there is a lot about mitigation. So we really focus on these two different aspects. And now I'll pass the word to my colleague. Yeah, just sit down.
Thank you, Rita, and hello, everyone. I'm here to talk a little bit also about the Knowledge Hub and who we are and what we aim to do. So as Rita said, this Knowledge Hub covers 21 projects, and we are 32 researchers working in this hub. And these projects cover multiple Earth realms. So we have projects that are more related to land systems, others to marine systems. And we also cover different and multiple biological levels. So some of the projects are more related with, for example, genetic variation, and other projects cover the entire ecosystem. And one thing that these projects also have in common is a strong social component. So the different stakeholders are approached during the methodology of these projects, and also local communities are involved, and also during the results dissemination. So we have a strong also stakeholder engagement. Here we wanted to show you the different projects that we cover. So probably some of you know some of these projects. And I've also noticed that in several of the other sessions, some of these projects are being introduced. Here we try to group them in different I would say systems or habitats. So we have projects that are more related with agriculture and forestry, others with urban areas, others with coastal and marine systems, and we also have a project which is related to the polar region. So this Knowledge Hub has two task forces, and me and Rita represent these two task forces, so that's why we are both doing this presentation. One of the task force is the technical task force, and the other is the science and social and policy task force. And both these task forces have 16 experts in nature-based solutions and climate change adaptation and mitigation, which are mostly from the projects that were funded under the Biodiv Clean call. But we also have people from other projects and other entities. So these two task forces that I was talking about have different goals. We also have goals in common, but we have also separated goals. The technical task force aims to enhance research collaborations and also data sharing and knowledge sharing. And our main goal is to provide scientific and academic outputs, such as scientific articles. And the SSI and SPI task force is this interface between science policy and science and society, and aims at increasing the impact of funded research. So specific goals that we have for the 2 years that this Knowledge Hub is going to work. First, the technical task force aims at providing information about knowledge gaps regarding NBS and climate change adaptation and mitigation, and this is what we have been starting to do. And then we also have another goal which is more related with implementation barriers. So why are not NBS being implemented when we already know the research behind these nature-based solutions? What other barriers are preventing the implementation of them? And then the SSI SPI task force has other goals more related with policy briefs and interaction with stakeholders, but then Rita will tell you more a bit about that. So regarding the first goal of these knowledge gaps on NBS and climate change, as I said, we are working on this, and we wanted to talk to you about our approach. So we are going to analyze broad topics and analyze the current state of the art in different broad topics that are related to NBS and climate change mitigation and adaptation. I'm going to say this a lot. And then within these broad topics, we are going to identify specific knowledge gaps. And for these specific knowledge gaps, we will hopefully say different ways of overcoming them, and also the benefits of doing this. And in the end, our goal is to have specific research directions for each of the goals, for each of the gaps, sorry, so that they can be useful also for policymakers. We wanted also to give you an idea of what we have collected so far. This is just a brief overview of the knowledge gaps. So, for example, regarding NBS and biodiversity, we have identified gaps regarding ecosystem and biodiversity functioning, and also ecological resilience. For example, our experts have stated that there is still a lack of understanding how different biological interactions and also plasticity and genetic evolution, soil biodiversity and plant ecophysiology can have to nature-based solutions and climate change adaptation and mitigation. For example, we have still a lot to know about soil biodiversity, which is something that we have been discussing. Regarding the gaps on ecological resilience, we have also been discussing about the importance of understanding species diversity and how different sets of species in different contexts can contribute to ecological resilience. Also, the role of functional traits in understanding this ecological resilience, as well as genetic and morphological knowledge. Now, a bit more about nature-based solutions and society. We have also been discussing different gaps, which are, for example, related with the lack of understanding how nature-based solutions and these ways of mitigating and adapting to climate change can affect different social challenges, and there is still a need to understand this in a more comprehensive way, and not just in a general way, but having specific case studies on this. Also, how this can affect environmental justice, and then we also think that it's important to understand how nature-based solutions and their effect on climate change can help human health on the long term, or can affect human health on the long term, and not just on the short term. In addition, we also want to understand how this can affect local communities and how to best integrate them in the solutions. We also want to highlight the importance of understanding the economic contribution of biodiversity through nature-based solutions, and how different actors can have different roles on NBS governance, for example, due to the different interests behind these roles. And then how these can impact NBS outcomes. And finally, we also think that it's important that we know how to best engage stakeholders in NBS co-design. Then finally, we wanted also to share with you that we think that it's important to increase the value of small nature-based solutions, which are often overlooked and can be also very important in specific contexts. And it is also necessary to develop high-resolution climatic scenarios, and then also to invest in long-term monitoring efforts, which is something that is lacking currently. Finally, regarding a little bit more the implementation of nature-based solutions, we still need to know the best ways to implement nature-based solutions under future socioeconomical scenarios. And for example, in marine ecosystems, there is still a lot to know on how to implement nature-based solutions for the maximization and effectiveness of their benefits. And this is a brief overview of the first goal of this knowledge, of the technical task force, of this knowledge hub. But then we also have these implementation barriers that we aim to know more of. And since we thought that this could be a good opportunity to interact with you and to know your opinion, because we think you probably represent academia and also other different stakeholders, we thought that it could be interesting to ask you one question. So this is a one-question quiz on if research gaps are not the main problem, what do you think are the other problems regarding the implementation of nature-based solutions? And for that, we have created a quiz in Mentimeter. And if you could please, yes, take off your phones and please, with your camera, scan the QR code, or if you prefer, or your camera, it's not good enough for that, you can also go to this website, which is there. And then please, if you could give your opinion on this. And also, it could be interesting for us to understand if you are a stakeholder, this is not very specific, but if you could write an S before your answer, if you are from academia, if you could write an A, and if you don't think you are either, please write an O. So just like you can see here. And then this is an open question, so you can say whatever you want, and we will show the answers. Okay.
Maybe wait a minute.
Huh?
Just for, okay. Come on. Yeah.
Okay. We can.
No, you cannot.
Oh.
Do you know if it's FN or F?
We can see them here, but
keep doing it, huh?
And please don't forget the S or A or O before.
There's one of this.
F. No? Sorry about it, it should work. No? It's okay, maybe we can, I don't know if some of you would like to.
Amazing.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Since we still have a bit of time, also we wanted to know if some of you wanted to say their answer and elaborate a bit more on what you wrote. No?
Yeah, you have to first then. So money. Money, money. Who said money? Okay. Why money? Wait for the microphone, please.
Yeah, there's a microphone coming.
Regarding biodiversity measurable And I think that's a critical question, also taking into account the EU taxonomy. Does it work now?
Yes.
Now it works, yeah. I thought money in two ways. The one way to show what contributions biodiversity could fulfill for our society. I think that's crucial and a huge question we are also dealing with. And the other way around, of course, we need the money to implement those solutions to foster biodiversity.
Yeah. I think other people agree with you, as you can see there. Yeah. Also, I forgot to say, but those who are at home can also participate just with your phone.
I'm going to keep asking. Communication. Who said communication? Between whom? Great. Is it between academia and stakeholders? Between stakeholders?
It's between, I think it's between industry and different stakeholders, especially. Sorry?
We cannot hear you.
Here?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Communication between different stakeholders and in particular academia and industry, that would be very helpful. Then we can know what industry are really struggling with in terms of sea level rise, and then academia might already have the answer, but haven't focused on that part of the solution. That's one aspect, I think. Yeah.
Did everyone participate? I don't see that many answers.
67.
67, yeah.
Okay, so can you roll? Maybe if you just move. That's my.
Ah, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Short-term funding, so a lot of money. Yes. Lack of public participation. Okay. Someone there. Okay.
Hello. Hi, Emma Ferranti. I work at the University of Birmingham. I also co-run a large green infrastructure network within the UK that provides evidence-based guidance to practitioners.
Mm.
So, in terms of implementing nature-based solutions, often it's the practical realities. So, you know, where can we actually put it? Who will water it for the long term? It's not a lack of understanding of the benefit that that particular tree or hedge will provide. It's the practical realities, and when it comes to development, often green infrastructure is the thing that gets cut at the end because of lack of money. So I think there's a feeling with the local authorities I work with that if it was more strongly mandated within legislation, then it would stick. Thank you.
I think we have time for one more. Yeah. So who has a very, very, very important barrier that wants to communicate with us? Competition for land use. Who wrote that? Uh-huh.
Maybe at home.
Mm-hmm. Okay. No more volunteers? I will be talking about land use. Shall we move?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for your participation.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the second part is a lot about that. It's about that barrier in communication and how we reach out to that. So I'll talk about the second part, and that's why we are here at ECCA, right? So there are different roles where so that acronym of SSI, SPI, that stands for society and for policy making, and we are at ECCA for that. We plan on being at World Biodiversity Forum next year to exchange more. And there was a lot about funding. And one of the things that we've been discussing is about how to communicate with the agencies that provide the funding. And we talk so often in academia about the short term of the projects and how can we keep the monitoring, how can we keep evaluating these results. So that's also part of the conversation that we want to have in the Knowledge Hub. And about land use and about all of that. So one of the main outputs is not just the scientific papers, but also about the policy briefs. And like I mentioned in the beginning, there is 21 projects. Many of us are involved in more than one project. So at the very end, it's much more than just 21 projects. But what about policy briefs? What makes a good policy brief? Well, you need results to support what you are trying to sell or to present to policymakers. It also needs to be timely, right? So we cannot we should not be talking about a cold spell in the midst of a heat wave. That won't work. And sometimes that doesn't work well with timeline of the projects. So most of the projects that we are working on, they started recently. So the results that we have to present here today, because I guess there are some policymakers in the room as well, are for the 2 projects that are closest to the end. And the first one is about a marine project. Who works in oceans, marine areas, and coastal areas here? Please raise your hand. Okay, some. So I'm not an expert. I'll try to not say anything very wrong. So one of the objectives of this project, it's because it's in the Knowledge Hub, so it's also related with biodiversity, but also about how can we maximize the delivery of service, of ecosystem service from marine and coastal ecosystems. And also, like, how do we transfer results like this from research, from scientific papers, for instance, about, okay, we do have a lot of evidence about warming of the European seas. We also know, like, we looked at the time series, we know how the different communities are being impacted by this warming, and this is results consistent across different taxa. So then the challenge is, how do we transfer that to a policy brief? So instead of key results, I talk about policy relevant results. And something that we discussed about that is about the scenarios. And we often talk a lot in science about uncertainty and how difficult it is to communicate with policymakers about this uncertainty and about the different scenarios. So this is a specific contribution of this project. The other one is about, so we want to conserve biodiversity. So how can our results help to identify those hotspots that due to warming or due to different conditions can work as a refuge for different taxa? And not only that, so there are different outputs. So they should also be very visual most of the time. So what kind of maps can we provide? What kind of scenarios, especially explicit scenarios? These are the kind of tools with the dialogue with the policymakers we try to make and identify key areas, very specific, where some actions, some policies can have the biggest impact. That's some of the outputs of this project. That's about marine areas. Then I'm changing to a different land use, where there is a lot of conflict about the land, so which land we can use. So this one is about tree plantations, so-called forests. So there is a lot of money going to a lot of restoration projects where we plant a lot of trees. But there is also a lot of discussion about where to plant these trees and whether this is effectively like a nature-based solution, because it should also help the social challenge, and that's not always the case. And this specific project is about biodiversity, because it's about, instead of planting the same species, one single species, how can we increase the biodiversity? And how can we have results that go from just trying to understand ecological mechanisms that sometimes not everyone is interested in specific, concrete actions, in this case about mixing different species. And we still need timber, we still need other ecosystem service, but how can we maximize, how can we have a multitude of ecosystem service? And then how do we transfer this knowledge? So there are different policies, there are different calls about restoration, about the carbon sequestration. We are giving money to planting new forests. So how can we do this in a way that we protect biodiversity, but we also increase the resilience of the forest to climate change challenge like drought, like wildfires? That's a huge thing that we need to consider. So that's some of the results of another project. And this is just 2. We have many projects. And also sometimes, most of the time, a policy brief is not just one project. So if you work on a different project that you'd like to share your results with us, you'd like to join us, you are more than welcome. We'd love to exchange ideas for policy briefs or for some pilot cases. So please do reach out to us. Thank you. We do have time for questions. So please, questions. One in the back.
Okay. I don't know if I'm entitled to ask a question working for the Commission, but so we see that there are a number of projects doing great things, even trying to write policy briefing, which is tough. It has to be written in clear language, understandable by the policymakers. But the timing is also essential. Have you considered in one of these projects providing a policy brief in the context of the discussion of the nature restoration law? That is very controversial at the moment, but where science is absolutely needed, because there was a lot of disinformation spread on social media and in the media themselves. What can you do as scientists in this context?
Such an easy question, right? So it's difficult. I think as a scientist, we are trained to only communicate when we have very solid evidence. So we won't wait till the end of the project to present these results, to build this evidence. And sometimes that doesn't go hand in hand with how timely a policy brief can be. I do think that some projects are doing that. Just the time it takes, and maybe my colleagues want to add something, but the time it takes to just bring these people together and then agree on a clear message, and there is no such a clear message, it probably doesn't serve the purpose of a policy brief in terms of informing the society or contributing to the discourse in society, and at the same time reaching out to inform policy, but that's the goal. So probably we should have started this dialogue early on, and yeah, I think we have what is needed to contribute to that, but it's like sometimes a wicked problem, right? The time it takes to build evidence, something new that comes, but if someone has something else to add, please add. I'm not putting the blame on the policy making side for sure. I think that's more and more we need to work together, and I think we are aware of that. I do believe in that. That's why there is a knowledge hub. There's why there is a task force working just on that.
Yeah, as a knowledge hub, I think we have that mission, but we are a very recent knowledge hub, and I think some of these projects that we represent on their own, they also are spreading their messages. But we will do our part during these 2 years.
Can I add one element? I don't know if you have seen, but a group of Natural Science Museum has published a press release with very clear information on about the nature restoration law and why it's so important to keep it. So they have done that in a very timely manner. Others are considering these. I'm in touch also with the European Geophysical Union, Geoscience Union. They also work on this, and they produced a policy briefing on the nature restoration law already a while ago. You know, each scientist should reflect on what his or her role is within the project, of course, but beyond. And this doesn't mean that they would become activists. It would mean just that they would provide what science has to say on this very topic they work on.
So if I may, just about that, so that is one of the goals of this Knowledge Hub. So it's not just an individual project that was funded and has promised at the end to produce policy briefs. The goal of Knowledge Hub is to bring different projects together and bring these contributions together. So at least that, I believe it's a step forward, because we have several projects that are already producing different policy briefs, maybe not in ecological restoration, but that is our mission, is to bring this, and that's also why I invite other projects that even if are not part of the Knowledge Hub yet, to join us. So we also see this need to bring people together and to co-produce this together. Another question? Yes, please.
Hi. So since the Mentimeter actually gave as a result that finance and funding represent a major barrier, I was wondering, I haven't seen as a highlight of the Knowledge Hub the focus on the sharing of knowledge on these type of gaps and challenges and opportunities among the projects.
What? I didn't understand the last
You didn't
part.
understand? So I was wondering if the Knowledge Hub is putting effort in connecting the projects into finding out what are the gaps, opportunities in for finance for nature-based solutions.
Yes, so as I tried to explain before, the knowledge gaps are being collected by the different experts of the different projects, and these projects are ones are more related to ecology, and others are more related to social issues, and that's why different gaps appear. As I showed you, there was a gap more related with the economic contribution of biodiversity, and we will have an output out of this, and not only a scientific output, we will also try to give this information to policymakers so that we are not just in the science bubble and we don't just produce academic outputs about this. I don't know if I answered your question, but thank you.
I think we have time for one more question.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, my question is related to, restoration of ecosystems is not a new thing, right? So there's a lot of experience on implementing those measures. And my question to you is how you're going to capture the success and the failures in the past when we are being facing already implementation. Some of those solutions are being put in the table for solving particular problems. One example, restoration after fires, for example. And there are success and failures. So, how are you going to capture that in your hub?
That's an excellent question. And I think it's as important to learn about these lessons as it is important to share success cases. So we did have this discussion because sometimes we may run the risk of we are repeating the same mistakes where you could have learned from, I would not want to call them failures, but cases that didn't work so well. So there is the policy briefs, but there was also an intention of having more a type of like a workshop where we could share these lessons learned. It's really on our mission plan. We did not mention it here, but when we met together, when we took that picture, everyone was talking about that. Everyone's talking about in science we only publish success cases. And there's so much to learn as well from all the other cases that we should do something about that. So it's also part of our mission. For now, we are in the format of sharing knowledge in a more informal format, but that's definitely something that we've been talking about. How can we collect, for instance, our experience with working with stakeholders or engaging communities? What are the best cases where we learned a lot, even if it didn't work? Because sometimes the project ends, there was not the best results, what we expected, and we don't talk about that anymore. So that's definitely super important, and we are discussing that. How can we contribute to that? Yeah. So thank you a lot, and we kept your results, we save your results, and please get in touch with us. Time for our second speaker. I will introduce him again. So, Dr. Tammy Cruiser from School of Global, Urban and Social Studies from the RMIT from the city of Melbourne, Australia. Thank you so much for coming. The floor is yours.
All right. Thanks for sticking around for this. I'm going to present some research that I completed at the end of last year, which is really quite applied and specific, and I think shows one way that we can get quite a lot more nature into our urban areas, both for climate adaptation purposes, but also for biodiversity. It's quite a, oh, yes, perfect. It's quite a big team that I pulled together of urban planners. We had engineers, architects, and an ecologist on the team. Our project spanned sort of 3 cities, but our focus was Melbourne in Australia. We're pretty much the other end of the world. Melbourne looks like this, and it's relevant to all of us, I think, because it gets very, very hot in summer, often multiple 40-degree days, and it also has significant flood risk. So the problem that really fascinates me as an urban planner is how do we find space for nature in cities? And I heard it came up today in the discussion about barriers, and certainly in Melbourne, they've got a suite of really excellent policy. And there's all these questions about how do we get these things implemented, but the problem that I come into constantly in the implementation of these policies, beautiful urban forest strategy, a catchment management strategy, a biodiversity strategy, they're all written, but I keep hearing there isn't space. And when I worked on European projects, I heard the same thing. That's become a bit of an obsession for me, particularly as I started looking at the scale of change that's actually required for us to use nature-based solutions in climate change adaptation. This is the Elizabeth Street catchment. It sits right over our downtown or CBD area in Melbourne. It's quite small, and it's an area of extreme flood risk. Those purple lines that you can see there, those are watercourses. They used to be rivers that ran through the city. Now they're underneath. And it's an extreme flood risk area because it's 83% concrete and asphalt. So it's very, very hardscaped. And the city has been quite concerned about this, and they've calculated exactly how much they need to pull up to make the area safer. The red box you see is 655,000 square meters, which is 65 hectares. 65 hectares in a small urban area like this is really quite challenging. Just to give you a quick sense of the scale of change that's required, you can see a nice little green park. That's Flagstaff Gardens, where I'm from. It's our biggest park in the city, in the inner city at least, at 7.2 hectares. So 63 hectares means that we need 9 Flagstaff Gardens. And that's a 2030 target. So we've got, 7 years to find that in a really built-up area. So I'm fascinated by that challenge, and I really got interested in parking as a result, because the one thing that we are very generous with in terms of urban space is parking. We've got a lot of parking in our cities. I think maybe Australia is more liberal with parking than European cities, but many of you come from cities that are very generous to cars as well. And forgive me, I know this is a biodiversity presentation, but I just want to talk about the kinds of parking we have for 2 minutes, and it'll make sense in a minute. You see, there's a good breakdown of the kinds of parking inside the city of Melbourne. We've got the small bars, which represent metered and unmetered car parking on streets. But then you've got residential, commercial, and other private garages like offices that completely dwarf that. But even the land that we allocate, this precious land in our inner city, just to car parking on streets, sums to 50 hectares. So it's quite a substantial area of public land. And once we start looking at the big car parks inside buildings, what's really interesting is there's high rates of vacancy. A study in 2018 found that between 25% and 40% of our car parking is just sitting unused in apartments. And we don't even know, particularly after the pandemic, what the vacancy rates are for those really big car parking garages, the commercial garages and the office garages. But we do know people are working from home more, so even a small vacancy in 140,000 spaces would mean tens of thousands of spaces. So the big idea for this study was, what if we find street parking that's sitting next to garage parking, move the street parking into the garage parking, and create green space? I did that first run of analysis using something called location allocation analysis in GIS. It essentially searches for parking spaces near garages and packs them into the garages, and we ran that analysis for a whole bunch of scenarios across central Melbourne. And you can see those green dots, which represent places where you've got a car park that's actually sitting within a 200-metre walk of a garage that it could be sitting inside. We found that to be essentially redundant urban space. Now, in the interest of time, I'm not going to elaborate deeply on the scenarios we tested, but basically we looked at just using commercial car parking that's already ready to go for this kind of use. We also looked at using maybe people's apartment car parks or office car parks to absorb street parking. And then lastly, we did a couple of combination scenarios. And the range of results was quite striking. Even in our lowest result for commercial car parking in the centre of the city, 3,000 spaces are redundant. Our highest result, over 11,000 car parking spaces. Almost half of the street parking in this urban area really could be inside buildings. And the reason that matters, if we care about using green space in our cities to manage climate change risks, is there's hectares there. There are actually lots of hectares there. The biggest result, I think, there is what? 24.5 hectares of green space that could be created. So in the study, we not only identified those green spaces, but we actually modelled what could be on them. So that involved two steps. Firstly, coming up with a design for what could go in a car park to help us use it as an adaptation asset, and then modelling the benefits in terms of stormwater, canopy cover, and ecological connectivity. So I'll quickly step you through those results now. But first, what did we come up to on design? Well, this is actually a real example from Sheffield, and it turns out that this example is very similar to what we settled on. There's three key elements that you see here. We've got trees for canopy, we've got understory for biodiversity, and then you can't see it in the picture, but this is actually a sunken design, so it catches water off streets. And we turned that into proper design schematics, which we published as part of this study. We had them checked by civil engineers, by landscape architects, by ecologists, and made sure that this was something that was quite genuinely viable as a basis for modelling. We also got some really pretty visualizations done. Is that working? It's working, fantastic. So we really briefed our aesthetics people to make sure that this was actually realistic and doable. And I got a lot of media attention because of this beautiful image. But let's talk about modelling results. So firstly, in terms of tree canopy cover, we found that there were quite a number of spots where there wasn't tree canopy at the moment that this would generate tree canopy in. The city's got a pretty ambitious canopy cover target, but this delivers a significant portion of it at 30 to 60 hectares of new tree canopy cover for the city. As for biodiversity, we looked at the blue-banded bee and the New Holland honeyeater, which are species that live locally, but currently struggle to move across the urban landscape because of habitat fragmentation from everything being built up. And we found, particularly for the blue-banded bee, if you look at the different coloured blocks, those represent habitats that are currently disconnected. For the bee, these acted as stepping stones in the landscape, and suddenly you could get bees moving across the city. So really exciting biodiversity result there. And then lastly, to wrap up, let's talk about water. We use a fairly basic water modelling tool and ran it over the scenarios. And here's a sample result from just one of our better scenario results. So stormwater interception, 78 million litres of stormwater intercepted annually. Waste management, or litter, 23 tonnes of litter captured. That's the bay near where I live. It gets sedimentation, so this would intercept 176 tonnes of that. None of us like algal blooms, and this would intercept 1 tonne of nitrogen and 256 kilos of phosphorus. Now, to me, when I got those results, they meant nothing to me. I'm not a scientist, really. So I went and compared those volumes to actual policy targets, and that's where I thought we might actually be onto something meaningful. Just using this parking measure, we can deliver up to a third of the city's really ambitious canopy cover targets to help us handle heat waves. In terms of depaving, to get ready for those flood risks, up to 12% of that target could be met using parking measures. And then in terms of water quality results, in some cases we could completely meet the city's targets with this measure. So quite a promising set of results in the end. And that's it for me. Thank you very much. Hello again.
Thank you. Hi. So 2 of my favourite things in life are trees and GIS. So I really loved your presentation. Thank you. Is this implementable in terms of actually putting the trees and the green infrastructure into the ground? I know if this was the UK, the two things that would come up would be who is going to water those trees for the next 10 years, because a tree in an urban area needs to be watered every 10 years to ensure it stays alive. And what is underneath the ground, because it's really difficult to plant a tree because our underground space is not mapped and it's full of utilities, and it's really difficult to put anything underneath the ground, even if you found the space for it above the ground. Thank you.
Really good questions, and I think these practicalities do tend to be things that get overlooked, particularly in academic research. So we did look at both of those problems. Firstly, passive irrigation, I think, was the plan primarily. Putting them in a sunken design like that means that you have soil moisture that's constantly being renewed rather than just when it rains very heavily on those tiny little hardened spots that most of our trees live in. As for cables and underground cabling, it is a cursed issue across the world. It's the same in Melbourne. What we considered an appropriate response there with our civil guys was, firstly, you don't get as many underground cables under car parks as you do in footpaths. Footpaths are especially difficult. But then the second thing was, a car parking space is like usually 20 to 30 square metres of asphalt. And certainly in Melbourne, we are permissive enough with tree placement that we assumed in our modelling scenarios that if the tree was in a problematic place, it could be shifted. And I did a few little tests of underground cable websites and saw there are some cases where probably that would not be viable, but in most cases you'd be able to do something to move the tree around. That's right. Do we have another question?
Yes, we have time for one or two very short questions.
No takers?
We're going to keep talking about trees. Okay, so we move, and then there's more time at the end. Go ahead. So, last speaker, say again, Dr. Gail Atkinson from the Centre for Sustainable Forestry and Climate Change from Forest Research, UK. The floor is yours.
Well, thanks very much. It's a real pleasure to be here. I'm from the UK research organisation from Forest Research, where my focus is on adaptation for forest and woodland management. So drought is one of many climate risks that we're working to better understand so that we can help the forestry sector make informed decisions under a future climate, which is particularly important in forestry because of the long timescales associated with tree growth. So I'm going to focus on a specific event as an example of how the increasing frequency of extreme events is throwing up new challenges to established practices. And first I'll touch on tree planting for adaptation and mitigation and some of the climate risks, and then look at the 2022 drought and survival of new planting and the government response to some of the losses. Finally, I'll discuss the implications and adaptation measures to better manage climate risk. So in the context of forestry, adaptation is critical because growing and managing trees is part of the solution. And in 2021, the EU pledged to plant 3 billion trees by 2030, which doubles the expansion rate. And in the UK, woodland creation schemes support government commitments to reach net zero, having pledged to plant nearly 1 million hectares of new woodland by 2050. So, in short, we see ambitious aspirations to increase forest cover across Europe, not just to sequester carbon, but for the wider ecosystem service benefits. The crux of the concern is that for trees to sequester carbon, they need to grow, and they need to grow well. And climate change is having an impact on the growth and success of tree establishment. So we see in this image of Fingal Woods in the southwest of England on the Atlantic fringe, which was taken during the drought last year, that climate change is having an impact on the survival of our mature forests and also on newly planted trees, as we can see in the image below. Now, the Met Office projections indicate that the mean summer temperatures will increase across the UK and rainfall will decline across England and Wales. And when we consider the risks, and I'm talking about so drought, wind throw, wildfire, pest disease, frost and flood, it's drought and the frequency of hot spells that are particularly concerning for forestry. And they typically arise when the trees are growing during the growth period. So what happened last year? Well, in England, summer of 2022 was the 6th driest on record. Areas of high pressure brought long dry spells of warm weather and enabled heat waves to develop in July. And some areas experienced less than 40% of their typical summer rainfall. And we know that newly planted trees are particularly vulnerable to drought, especially on exposed sites in fragmented areas or areas where trees have been planted on very shallow, light soils. So as the weather started to take its toll, government organisations became aware of the impact of the exceptional conditions on new planting schemes and the restrictions on water use. So they issued advice to landowners about actions to alleviate dry weather conditions. The extreme heat was compounded by restrictions on water use, and exceptional new funding was made available to grant recipients so that they could apply to replace lost trees. They were expected to cover the loss of, the first 15% of trees themselves, and beyond this, 100% standard costs to supply and plant each tree lost were covered. So the sample that we looked at was from 1.2 million trees planted in 76 schemes, and we examined assessments of mortality rates and characteristics reported from a selection of site assessments from 23 schemes where managers had applied for financial support following the drought. And we did this so that we could better understand the losses and explore the climatic and site factors that were associated. Sites for which data were incomplete were excluded. So we assessed the survival of 440,000 trees that were planted in the 21-22 planting season, followed by an analysis of different factors. We modelled survival to include a weighting to reflect the quality of the data provided by the applicants, and we analysed the climate data from Met stations, which were local to each scheme, and from the 30-year record for the period 1981 to 2020, which enabled us to estimate likely difference in water availability at the different sites compared to the 30-year average. So our results indicate that the broadleaf mixed species in general showed slightly better survival compared to the conifer species. So the mean percentage was a 50% survival, and you can see there was a small difference between the broadleafs and the conifers. And remember, this sample is taken from a broad range of species, planting locations, site types, and planting material. And so we see considerable scatter. And here we can see a correlation between of the proportion of trees alive from the range of different sites with a range of different species and soil types. And so the colour reflects the broadleaf, which is in green, and the conifer in orange, as before. But in this and the following graphs, the point size reflects the quality of the underlying data. So low is the smaller points, and high are the larger points. And the means indicate that the survival more than doubled over the range of precipitation levels experienced in 2022. So compared to the 30-year average, rainfall for the period 81 to 2010, the proportion of trees alive by precipitation, as indicated by the black line, show greatest mortality, where rainfall was lowest compared to the estimated marginal mean. So in short, these results suggest that the warmest, driest areas of the country relative to normal climate conditions experienced the greatest rates of tree mortality in 2022. What's interesting for me is the relationship between mortality and stock type factors. Has that moved on to the next slide? Sorry, bear with me. So go to the next slide. Yeah, so our results indicate that there is a relationship between mortality and tree species. So the mixed broadleaf species had the best survival, followed by Scots pine, Pinus sylvestris, whereas species such as beech, the Fagus sylvatica, had the poorest survival. And there was a relationship between mortality and the stock type factors. So the usual methods of planting is bare root from nurseries, but there's a growing trend to use cell-grown stock. So cell-grown stock is grown from seed in compact individual containers, which are typically removed just before planting, whereas for bare root, the seed is sown, germinated and grown in field beds and then lifted out just before planting. So where the seed is grown in containers, there do seem to be better survival, and these sorts of insights could be useful for adaptation. So what are the implications emerging from this analysis? Well, exceptional funding was made available in late 2022 to replace the trees lost to drought, as I mentioned, so that they could be replaced in the spring of this year. And this rapid response through government initiatives emphasises that schemes need to be increasingly flexible to accommodate extreme conditions and to support efforts to keep up momentum, which is so important if we're going to meet planting targets. But the wider implications, I think, are that these events are going to occur more frequently under a future climate, so how can we better prepare for them? For the UK forestry sector, well, every site is different, and guidance is needed in the early stages of planning to ensure that the risks are assessed over the long term before schemes are designed, and models can assess change and inform our decisions. So our results here, of course, are from schemes selected because the mortality rates were high, but we see from our assessment that there was better survival amongst cell-grown trees, and lots of different factors are going to influence what we plant, but the cost of cell-grown trees is coming down, and it may be that it's used more often when a particular tree species is important and particularly vulnerable to drought. So our tools can suggest how the suitability of a tree species might change under a future climate. And we certainly see beech struggling to survive in last year's drought conditions. Adaptation measures such as these can help manage drought risk. They include using alternative establishment techniques and using species and provenances that are suitable or more suited to a future climate. These are presented in guidance to stimulate the UK forestry sector to take action. So this was published last year and signposts to tools and case studies for those who are considering how to adapt their forest and woodland to the changing climate. And our new Climate Change Hub, which was launched in February, brings this information to life with videos and case studies of owners and managers who are taking action to adapt to the future climate. And there's a poster up about the hub in the Printworks foyer, where you can find out more about our Climate Change Hub. So I'm really grateful to colleagues that have contributed to this work, but I would really like to thank you for listening. Yeah, okay.
So it's time for questions. And if I may, I go ahead. I have a question.
Yeah.
We're talking about biodiversity, and are you taking that into account in your prescriptions about how to plant the forest of the future? Or are you just trying to find the species that can do it all?
Rita, that's a really, really big question. I'm not the best person to unpack that because we we have biodiversity experts at Forest Research, but you've hit on something which is really key, and that's if we're potentially losing a species or it's becoming less suitable, what other tree species, for example, might have similar, maybe be able to fulfill a similar role, and that's something that we're working hard to understand. We have a climate change adaptation trail at Alice Holt in southeast England, and one of the areas that we've created in Alice Holt Forest, it's an area where beech is expected to not do so well in future, and so we've adjusted the percentage of beech and hornbeam in new planting. So as that area grows up, it's hoped that the area with a higher percentage of hornbeam and a lower percentage of beech will be better adapted to the future climate, and we're monitoring that to understand, to better understand how that plays out and how that might work in future. But good question, really good question. Is there one from the floor?
Yeah, hello. Thank you very much for your presentation. I think it's very, very good to remember ourselves that doing this is not an easy task, and that we have to consider that the species are already on a threat. And my question is, when you develop the programs to reestablish species and seedlings, I mean, that's not something that emerged naturally. We don't have often the places where the seedlings are being produced, which are, the ones that we want to introduce, right?
Yes.
I mean, how are you dealing with the building of the infrastructure that is needed and the knowledge which is needed to produce the seedlings that you need, which includes not only the species, but also what sorts of genotypes may be better adapted to the changing conditions, and how you will sort of identify where to find the seeds to produce the seedlings, how to sort of build the ecosystems of the nurseries, and how to make sure that those can reach the places where they are needed.
That's a very big and very important question. In the interest of time, I think when it comes to the nurseries, I think what's absolutely key is that ongoing dialogue. So making sure that where there are new research findings, the nursery sector is kept abreast of progress, but similarly with the losses, that dialogue between practitioners, scientists and policymakers has to be underpinned at every stage of the way. And for those who are undertaking research in this area, such as myself, I think it's key to keep having those dialogues, and they're so important because they help us frame the questions that we're going to need to answer next. So one of the things I mentioned to Rita about setting up the adaptation trail is that it provides a real world platform for knowledge exchange. So I've led groups from all over the world on that trail, and each of the stops, some created from scratch to demonstrate adaptation, others where we revisit 20th century research trials and look at what they can show us in relation to the changing climate. That helps engage just those sorts of questions in a real world setting, and that's been really, really helpful. Your question touched on genetics, and you're right, you need very sophisticated systems and the expertise to bring those to life. We have colleagues who are looking into that, but I think it needs to be a really united effort, and therefore projects which join up that sort of understanding globally are going to become increasingly important in the future. Have we got one last question?
Thank you. Andrew Mackenzie from the Physiological Society. A question to maybe yourself and also our colleague from Melbourne about urban design. And we know that urban forests and increasing biodiversity within cities is really important for a whole range of different reasons, including cooling, trying to keep cities cool without resorting to a lot more air conditioning. Are there examples of good cities across the world that have done that have really incorporated trees and forests into the city environment for both the reasons that we heard from Melbourne, but I guess more broadly, health, the positive health impacts that come from that, particularly around, as I say, trying to keep people cool as the temperatures rise.
Do you want to go first? Yeah. Tammy?
I had the pleasure of working on Urban Green Up with the city of Medellin, and they deal with really, really hot conditions, of course, but they've successfully delivered a number of significant green corridors through the city. The project's called Corredores Verdes, which just means green corridors, and if you look that up, it's got some quite exciting results that you'd enjoy.
Yeah, the main one that springs to mind for me is Glasgow with the Clyde Valley, and similar principles to those that Tammy mentioned, but also with huge biodiversity benefits as well. So although less temperature extremes, there are a couple of other that spring to mind, but maybe I'll catch you after and we can have a catch up.
As a knowledge hub, we also have projects on that, so we also can exchange. We have time for one more question. Please. And you can ask the four of us, so do take the opportunity. Then I will ask you. There was this huge renovation in Madrid. So in Madrid, it gets really hot, and they just finished renovating the main square, and there's no trees. And they took the cars and they create an underground park, and now they want to plant trees. But because the cars are underground, there is no space for the roots of the trees. So how do we combine both? If we take the cars out, what are the solutions these days? And now we combine the environmental benefits of having more greenery, more biodiversity, but also fixing a problem that we fix the cars, but then we cannot fix temperature and the cooling.
I think the research that I've just presented shows that we can put them in buildings. That's the main message, I suppose. But do take comfort in the fact that you can do planting above car parks. University of Melbourne has this incredible underground car park with these vaulted roofs. And on top of that, inside each of those vaults, is quite a large tree that's been growing for a couple of decades. And those trees look really good. So it can be done.
Yeah, no, I was just going to mention that I've seen examples on the roofs of buildings as well. Czech University of Life Sciences is one to check out because they've got some seriously mature trees on top of their buildings there. So yeah, thanks, Rita.
So that's it. So thank you very much for being here. Round of applause for every speaker. And that's all for our session. So I hope to see you again tomorrow. There is more sessions. So thank you again and see you tomorrow.